let's kick it off. Oh shit. Hold on. I didn't no, I did it right, I think. Forgot. Okay, we're back. Hello. How's it going? So I guess we have to talk about this now too. Let's make sure everybody's situated here. San Diego. Claremont. I know exactly where that is. Claremont Boulevard. I know where that is at least. Am I on the screen or not? What the fuck's my stuff? Did it not engage? What the hell? Hold on. Why am I not showing up? Hold on. Something's kooky, kids. Upcoming, but where's the lives? Did they get cashed out? What happened? Okay, hold on. Something's not right. Oh, there it is. Ta-da-da. Oh, that took a long time to get up. That's what she said. No, it did. No, she didn't. No, she didn't. You liar. But where's the lives? All right. Now we're here. Oops. And let's see. Just gotta double check a couple, 2, 3 other places. Make sure that it'll pause so I don't have to hear it. Do a refresh on this cracker here. The places that's supposed to be on that. Do Crusaders and Kick. Look, let me show you something. Kick. Crusaders. Kick. Crusaders. Don't tell me that's not the same damn thing. What's interesting about all that is that you know, the people who are big on Kick, who although they might not be the creators or whatever, they may as well be because they're like the name and the face of the damn thing. Aiden, what's the connection there? Jeez, I don't know. Did somebody fight under their promotion recently? Who happens to be affiliate? Like, who built that for who built this off the back of this software, and what grabbler hands do they have? That's all I'm asking. And if that be the case, man, they must really love it when people just speak their mind over here. You know? Hey, what's up, Vilmatic? How you doing? You're everywhere. I get back into the new one here. My content. Boop. Here. All right. So everybody's up. Everything's here. What do we got? HR Vedet's already in the house. The comment. Let's see what he said. Little polar bear on a mini bitty iceberg drifting away. Just wanting a Coca-Cola bottle. That's funny. Is it broken? That's the first. Is it because I did? Shush! All right, here we go. Let's go back to the right one. I got to pause it again. All right, so here we go. We have something new to talk about. And scene 2, bam. There we go. Not really new, but just happening. Police respond to active shooter report at San Diego Mosque. Active shooter. Hey, remember how we were just talking about that Baccarat in Miami and the Israeli mafia and how they're running guns for false flags or attacks? I really don't care what their Jew media tells you about any aspect of this. I'm not gonna. How do we not think that the cult is involved in anything like this? Of course, they're gonna blame some WNs, right? White nationalists or some sort of bullshit. Domestic terrorism. 3 dead at Islamic Center. Forgive me if I don't fall apart just yet. So the lives, or is the value of the life that matters?
About the situation. Let's listen in now together. Police
Department Public Information Officer. Still very early in our investigation. We've got Chief Scott Wallace.
Oh, it's a school? Campus includes the Al Rashid School. Oh man, that's not cool.
let you know what
They said
occurred.
mosque. I'm thinking it's a bunch of grubby fucks with beards who like to get rapey that got shot, and I'm supposed to cry. But if they're children, I'm not a huge fan of that. That's fucking bullshit.
We are going to have time for questions afterwards, and so please, Chief Skywal.
Let's see if we can identify sincerity, honesty, genuine behavior, or I'm reading what they told me to read. Let's see if there's any of that going on. I wanted to be an actor.
This is every community's worst nightmare.
Yeah. Here comes the acting.
I want to give you some preliminary information to put a lot of minds at ease. There is no further threat. Both suspects in this case are deceased.
That was quick.
All of the
that inconvenient. Hathaway Street. So it's dude, this is not. I drive through this general area.
kids are safe.
But they killed children? That's not cool.
Our hearts go out to the families that are in this moment being notified of what has happened to their loved ones. We have 3 confirmed adults that are deceased at the Islamic Center. There is a lot of preliminary information that we're going to try to highlight and cover.
And what the hell happened there? Feet just get cut off?
Okay, that's new information. We've just heard from Chief Wall, obviously visibly emotional.
I don't like listening to fake fucking anchors who, first of all, what am I looking at? I'm passing this up here. Let's keep going.
Of an active shooter at the Islamic Center.
I heard that already.
Within 4 minutes, officers arrived on scene.
It was almost as if they knew it was going to happen, huh?
And observed immediately 3 deceased, what appeared to be deceased victims out in front. They immediately began to deploy with an active shooter response.
What the fuck does that mean?
Into the mosque and adjacent school. At about the same time, we began to receive calls from just a couple blocks away that we had more active gunfire. Officers were also responding to that call for service at the same time.
Okay, enough of the dramatic pauses. Get to the fucking point.
There was a landscaper that was doing his work that was shot at and fortunately was not hit. That was at about the 7100 block of Salerno, which is just a couple blocks from here. Moments later.
Sounds like distractions.
Later at the
By meaning, like, if they had somebody else causing chaos somewhere else, they would deter from the full response somewhere, but maybe not.
3800 block of Hatton, officers were called to that location where they found a vehicle in the middle of the street with who we believe to be the shooters in this incident, both deceased. The circumstances that led up to this and the details of what happened and exactly which time it happened will come out in the days ahead. I can tell you, this is, in 28 years, this is the most dynamic and impressive response that I have ever seen in policing. We have every single police officer available throughout our county that dropped what they're doing and did exactly what they're trained to do. Run towards gunfire. I could not be more proud, and I cannot express the gratitude.
Oh my God. Yeah, the cops are such heroes. All they do is harass and annoy you 24/7 for the municipal corporation. Hooray. Thank you for being policy enforcers and destroyers of the constitutional rights of the people. We greatly appreciate it.
Willingness to step into harm's way in a moment like this.
All right. Well, so people got shot. That's what we're at with that one. That's it. Just the same wrap up here. I've never seen that mosque before, and I guess I haven't driven that in that area of Claremont. There wasn't children, and they're not giving any information. According to the fucking spinsters out there, like Sneeko, though, he's like, I think they were white, which probably means Jew or put up to do something. And yeah, he's trying to make it out to be like, oh, they're radicalizing people against the Muslims, blah blah blah. Like, if you think anything about anything that you see is real with genuine, true motivation behind it, that doesn't have something to do with coercion, heavy drugging and grooming to do certain things, or a legitimate top to bottom false flag type of deal where they're gonna, even if it somehow became organic, they'll make it into, oh, it was this group for that reason. Just, they're not gonna let any little thing go unused. It's gonna, any opportunity they have to spin some more bullshit and get more gun laws, there's gonna be a lot of this shit going on because the goal is to disarm. It's the stupidest response to somebody who is shooting is to, hold on, let me get rid of my guns. There's somebody shooting at me. Is that how they engage in combat? You throw your weapons down at the moment you get shot at? Or do you return fire? And then one person stops firing because they're stopped. You don't give up your right to defend yourself. And they're boosting up the police force to be like, yeah, see how well we can handle things? You don't need your guns. Of course, that's what's wrong. Yeah. People have already memory hold chud. Look, look what they do. He's already got a Wikipedia with his face like this. Isn't this fucked up? These pieces of shit don't take too long, do they? Dalton. Oh, that Levi name is a little strange. Etherly. Huh. Levi, huh? Oh, see, they didn't. Oh, that's too bad. See, what do you call it? This pump.fun, which sounds gay as fuck, by the way. Pump.dump. That one didn't get an honorable mention in here. That's too bad. You got TikTok, YouTube, IRL streams, which is, I don't know, with Kick, X, but yeah. Sorry. Oh, there you go. You made it. It's right there. A cryptocurrency launchpad for the Solana blockchain that enables users to create tokens and trade them immediately on the platform, as well as to launch them onto a decentralized exchange. Whatever the fuck all that bullshit imaginary world crap is. Crypto is the most retarded fucking thing on the planet. But that's just ridiculous. Like, this is how quickly this occurs. Let's see what they say. An American live streamer who is known for his confrontational IRL streams. This is the game. This is what this. Oh yeah, right. Thank you. You personified what all streamers look like by picking the most crazy degenerate fucking trans cocksucking faggot as a photograph to say this is what IRL streamers look like. Wow, what a fucking woke, disgusting world we live in. That's the picture that they use. That's your template for this is what streamers look like. Wow, dude. Jesus Christ. Let's see what a black person is. Oh, black people. Let's just use a green map with squares, because if you show what they actually look like, people will be repulsed. When they can't fucking talk straight. Racial slurs. Oh yeah, no picture for that. What is with all these? Oh no, another live streamer and IRL. We get two of that fag picture. Excellent, nice lipstick, you fucking homo. Oh yeah, look at that. They have pictures for everything these days. I'm a little curious about the Levi name. This could all be a bunch of shit right here. He had raised more than $150,000 as of May 15th. The value of his meme coin also increased significantly after the shooting. He has a meme coin. Jeez. There's nobody that's not repulsive in some way, is there? Look at that. Okay. Pump and dump. Yep, that's right. It probably is Wayfaring. Everything is. I think Crusaders is too, honestly, because I mean, look at what Kick is. Aiden Ross is the king of that fucking thing. Aiden Ross had him on his promotion on Kick. And if you just look at this site, I mean, look at this. Boom. There it is. And I put it in, I don't know why I put this in dark mode, but when you look at it in dark mode, it's the same damn site. It's just, I mean, it's the same template. Somebody repurposed with a, they just put a different paint job on it. And there you have it. Somebody built it for this purpose, for whomever. So it's not like they're not monitoring anyway. Nothing has to be like technically. I mean, obviously they're going to want to have a place, build a place, create, manufacture, and throw together groups and or platforms where they can threat assess and get people fucking stuck, in the glue trap that it is as a honeypot. But and then of course have their own whack jobs in there going ultra extreme so that they can encourage, by influence or impression that's how you talk these days. And then other people will follow because they see other people doing it. The only problem with that formula is the people who are leading are part of the freaking, the PSYOP or whatnot. They're part of the agency, the agent provocateurs. So they're not going to go down. You are. All right, so let's go back to this thing. We were talking about this before. Executive orders direct a massive expansion of logging on public lands. President Trump issued 2 executive orders to dramatically expand logging across federal public forests under the pretense of enhancing national security. These policies seek to weaken environmental protections to supercharge timber harvest and benefit wealthy corporate interests. Of course. They're gonna cut all the trees down on the campsites and grounds and all the places that you want to enjoy nature. There won't be any more nature left. There won't be any fucking trees left with this guy. There won't be any water left. Hey, here's a funny thought too, right? Imagine just for a second. The data, like the water has already been disappearing in the places they want to put the biggest data centers, which already means they wouldn't be sustainable with the water that's there. And why is the water disappearing already? How? There's drought? No, that's not the whole reason. If it's even really part of the reason. What if it's already being siphoned away? Remember what Nestle was doing to the Great Lakes? The ballroom kind of makes me think that there's that's like the hub. Let me read something to you real quick before we move on any further here. Let me just read this. That screen is going to make it look crappy though, isn't it? That's all right. But anyway, this is a 1958 Chevy Impala that I saw. This is my photograph. It's got a purple people-eater inside the hood. It's got like the little tray that when you go do your roller skater drive-through thing. It's all plastic food there, but it's kind of cool. They do that at these places. And it's beautiful, and I think it got retrofitted or whatever they call it with an AC, which is nice. But it's just a beautiful vehicle. And we look at this, and we look at what they have now, and it's been a de-evolution. And that's why I said it's an attack on inspiration, because everything is bland and disgusting and uninspiring. This is a work of art here on 4 wheels. This is a beautiful vehicle. It has a solid, non-plastic radiator. If you looked at the inside of that thing, obviously it's restored, but it's clean. It's solid. It's made out of something. And that something isn't plastic. That something isn't cheap, thin metal. And the fact that it's still here when it was made in 1958 is a testament to its toughness. And the shit that we have now is absolute garbage. And this is what they want to destroy. Oh, by the way, I knew about this place, but I just never really, I think I may have done it once in the past, but I spent the extra money and used ethanol free gas over at the Maverick gas station. And it's incredible how much of a difference it is when you're actually paying attention, when you're looking for it, right? So if you're not thinking about it, and gas is cheap, you don't really think about how much longer it's lasting you. But when I heard that they're saying, 15% it dramatically reduces your gas mileage. You burn it faster, you go through it quicker, and it's not as good quality. All this other stuff destroys your vehicle. I'm like, well, 10% can't be any better than that. Then I wonder how much of a difference it makes. So I went and I got the ethanol free gas, and holy shit. Like, I've driven around town like 3 or 4 times and the gas needle barely moved. And it's like, that guy wasn't doing that with the other gas. So is it really more expensive? Or is it you're getting the same amount of use out of it if it costs more, or more use out of it? So is it actually cheaper? Who knows? Like, I would have to drive through the full tank and do the comparison. But that's it's kind of funny. Like, raw milk and ethanol-free gas. That's how the future has to go for all of us. We got to build up our health and the health of our vehicles, make them last longer than they intended. I don't think we have a whole lot of future to worry about, though. I went from 16 to 9 just now. That's awesome. Fuck all you people. What was that? It was a unanimous, we're leaving now? That's pretty funny. Unanimous. All right. So let's go to bring the drummer over here to Rumble. Yeah, go ahead. Let's see. Where are we at with? So I wanted to read this, but I guess I could read it here where it's brighter. Yeah. An act of genocide is upon us. All life in our country is under attack, with focus on those of European Mediterranean heritage. Every action and planned action being carried out by what we call our government officials is incredibly short-sighted, destructive, and illogical to anyone with a rational mind. It's very alarming and offensive to the survival of the American population. The false authority has called for wide use of known poisons in our environment. They are not planning for the future or the near future even. They are closing the books on their intended role as servants to the people. The facade is gone. There's an active effort to end America and those who dwell in it. The foreign finance institution, the cult of Kabbalistic banking, our true overlords since the end of the Civil War, are actively engaged in an American genocide. The greatest tells that this corporate technocracy is fully in charge and no different than the intelligence agencies is in Palantir's and even Meta Facebook's beginnings. The data centers are the excuse to make America uninhabitable for plant, animal, or human. We are being priced out of life. All water is being siphoned away to be forever poisoned by forever chemicals. The ball, and I spelled it like the name for this show, the ball room is likely a bomb shelter with access to a subterranean retreat for the cult of human sacrifice, their cohorts, and fellow travelers. If enough people, now it's supposed to have two E's, see this for what it is, and can identify the signs of hostile, murderous intent, will we then finally unite as a nation of the people, neighbors, a vast community, a family with a common goal of protecting our families and preventing this horror of a digital Cheka-driven assault from occurring? We are facing a Purim of the European ethnicity in America. The judges have betrayed their seats. The corporate managers we call representatives have betrayed us. The demonic presence of the cult of child harm and child-targeted warfare is unrestrained by any measure because they control every check and balance system within our country. Yeah, right. The cops didn't run towards gunfire in the Uvalde incident. It's right, dramatic. It's all a bunch of shit. Today, as always, I will be the laser that cuts through the bullshit we get thrown at us by these sick little monkeys with peyotes. As always, I just left that one in there. So there it is. And there's a couple things in here that will, I mean, obviously we know that they're poisoning. There's just so many ways we can go about this. Known poisons from, let me just put this on this channel so it looks better. Oops, not that one. Known poisons that have been on, banned lists forever are being reintroduced. That's exactly what Codex Alimentarius called for. This is the Malthusian plan. This is Thomas Malthus depopulation. Make the nutrients, call them bad. Take them out of the food. All the poisons, promote them and dish them out. Known horrific chemicals, banned chemical warfare shit. It's all being brought back onto the table. On the table. It's all being used again. And glyphosate, no more liability. Spray it everywhere. Put it all in the freaking forest that they want to destroy. This is the fearless leader that everybody wanted back. It's not that it would have mattered given the choices that they want us to choose from. But that's the whole point, is we need to break this fucking merry-go-round. We need to break it up a little bit. Enough is a fucking enough. Remember he said, you vote for me, you won't have to ever do it again? Because there's not going to be much anything left after that. There won't be anything approaching even a facade of a constitutional republic with elected leaders. So he told you. He told everybody. You vote for me, Christians, I love my Christians. You vote for me, you will never have to do it again. You remember that? That was something, huh? Oh, cool. Yeah, Josh Drummer said he has an account. Oh, yeah, okay. You guys talk to each other. Okay, cool. All right, so let's get into some more of this. All right, so I wanted to go off on that tangent because it's not just he's going after the forest or whatever, or the lumber, this and in the oil that, which by the way won't be ours. It'll be sold outward. It's anything that they're taking from here, they're taking out of here. They're taking the rest of what we have and they're spiriting it away. That's what we're watching. Whatever's left is getting, just like what they did. Look what they did to fucking, it's okay when we think that we're on the same team as the assholes who went and did that shit to Venezuela. No, we're not. That's not us. That wasn't for us. That was for the international Jew. Privatized. sold back, perhaps, but well, let's just ask this guy what he thinks about that real quick. Not this one. I believe it's right about. Is it that way? No, it's this way. I thought it was right there. I don't want it to look too far. Never mind. I'll pull up a different one maybe and look for it. There's a guy saying that with it by the, which is weird enough to have this declared for that date, but they said think about the ritualistic symbolic aspects of this, but they said by the 4th of July we will not have fuel, period, at all. Not because it's not possible, not because it's not available, not even because of anything else. It's simply because they're closing the shop that is America. So let's take a look here. Let's try. I'm not sure if this is on point or not, but it just makes a lot of sense to me that this type of shit, regardless if they get the dates wrong, is part of it. You understand what I mean? Like I'm not validating something I don't know whether or not it is or isn't. I'm not lending it credence. What I'm saying is just the idea alone is plausible to me that is what's coming, and it is in fact coming, regardless if the date is different. Let me get this up here. There's a lot of good shit here we're going to be looking at later. Excuse me while I burp. There we go. Where'd the dude go? Oh, here we go. Here's this one. Ah, you fucking cracker. Did you see what they just fucking did? They took it away. Like, this is not Instagram making mistakes. This is Instagram fucking with you. All right. U.S. proposes letting energy companies kill polar bears to help drilling projects. Oh, and walruses. The Trump administration last month proposed a rule that would allow energy companies to kill polar bears and Pacific walruses with no legal consequences. The change is meant to protect private oil drilling projects, of course, that are up for auction in June. In the Arctic National Wildlife Refuge, the new rule would allow the incidental, unintentional take of a small number of polar bears and walruses, meaning companies could avoid prosecutions if the animals die as a consequence of drilling work. That's not, that's a fucking soft pitch bullshit, right? Just like there's no liability, there's no recourse of action if they poison you with Roundup/glyphosate or glyphosate, as I used to call it, and they're spraying it everywhere, and it's in everything, and it's a carcinogen. But that's okay according to Trump, because fuck the Jew. Fuck the Jews is what it should be. But fuck the goy, and he doesn't care how expensive life gets. His concern is not with the American people. It's with something that's a trope, that's just a plot device about uranium and Iran's nuclear capabilities. That's pretty funny. The only person I'd be concerned about having a nuclear weapon would be Jews, Israel, America, because that's run by the same people. Anything that those Kabbalistic bankers run, I would be concerned if they had them. And they do. I wouldn't be too concerned about Iran. A lot of people may not have to like you, but they also keep to themselves until you go into their country and start fucking with them. Preemptively. What? A whole world witnessed a mass genocide that's still ongoing. And to prove that the Jews own everything and basically every country, how many other countries got together and came to their aid? Exactly 0. Simply because it would be a good excuse and a reason to throw some fucking punishment on these pieces of shit, and still nobody did it. Why in every war that we know the banking families start, why instead of the aggravation, the antagonizer is getting you to fight, the instigator is getting you to fight each other, just like they would like you to do, so you can kill each other off. Why doesn't anybody ever launch missiles at, I don't know, the Rothschilds' homes in Switzerland, or any of their fucking banks, the Bank of International Settlements, the IMF, any IMF will do, the UN, the freaking CFR. Why doesn't they do that? If they want to actually stop this shit from continuing on, you don't go after the people that they're sitting in front of you. You go after the hand that keeps on fucking pushing you together. It would be logical, but that's why it's all a big charade, because it's not a very difficult thing to figure out. Is if you're constantly being funded and pressured to go to war by a certain group, well, it's that group that seems to be the problem. Why wouldn't you just go about face on them? The drilling in the area could scare off polar bears and result in them abandoning their cubs, per animal rights groups. It could also frighten walruses and cause them to be killed in their own stampedes. Sorry, is that not supposed to be funny? The U.S. Fish and Wildlife Service will decide on final approval of the rule. An estimated 26,000 polar bears are left in the world, including about 3,900 in Alaska, the only U.S. state where they live. That's the stupid. Yeah, the U.S. is the U.S. incorporated. You didn't say the American people, so you don't need to do all that. And it is the U.S. You fucking liberal fucking this douchebag right here. Fuck you. I stand with the polar bears. This is how stupid people are. I stand with the polar bears. You honestly think that the people are so myopic? It's like, no, these are just more details that show that they're trying to fucking kill us all. And all the rules that have ever been, even half followed or pretended to be followed are no longer being, there's no more pretending going on. And that should concern people. That wasn't the one I was looking for, though. Let me find. I think it's I hope I didn't pass it again. There it is. All right, so again, grain of salt, but the whole point is something in the air similar to this is going on, and we all feel it. We all know it's here. There's no reason why the gas prices are what they are. The war is an excuse. The war has been used as the excuse. But some people make that into, and just because they don't know how to extrapolate and understand how there's layers to things, they would say something stupid like, there's no way they started a war so they could raise gas prices. Like that's not what I'm fucking saying. It's that because of wars going on, they saw an opportunity to raise prices without merit, without any real because it's not related to this Hormuz thing. They have been producing and refining the same amount or more, almost exactly from the last quarter to this one. So the effect should not have been hitting us yet. But they did it anyway. And everything. I just talked to Jim Beardsley, who, by the way, I guess I'm going to be bringing to the dentist again. And so I'm going to be meeting up with him. Has anybody gone on a flight recently? Did the fucking plane ticket nearly double? These things are not going to be, they're not going to go back the other direction, is my point. What you're seeing is the readjustment because of it's similar to a debt being called in by these same scumbag Jewish bankers who are funneling all of the wealth out of America. Think about this. It's the same entity that says that we owe them $36 trillion or something of their fucking fake funny money in what do you call it? In interest, right? But we fight all their wars, and this country, because it's the same fucking people controlling it, dump all of the wealth of our country and a redistribution over to them. for the pet project of Israel. So what the fuck do we actually owe them? Nothing. They owe us plenty. They owe us $5,000, 5,000 years worth of fucking harm, wrongful death, torture, torment, terrorist attacks, poisonings, constant deliberate poisonings through the healthcare system. Just mass murderers that they are. Child killers that they are. We don't know them shit. Don't give them shit. It's all fake anyway. But it's kind of funny that somebody like that would have the audacity to then call in debt in a certain way, put pressure on it, and then all of a sudden we have to come up with something or accommodate something, so then all of a sudden everything becomes more expensive because the hyperinflation is occurring and blah, 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 blah. Don't tell them that it's the hyperinflation. Don't tell them it's because we deliberately crashed the economy. Just tell them it's because of the war, for now. And we'll be able to spin that lie for a little while. People will calm down again. They won't realize what we're doing to them until it's too late. Then it's all going to happen at once and overwhelm them. Oh, you what the fuck?
On American media, and the American government definitely isn't going to tell you about it. By July 4th, the United States will be out of gasoline. The ships, the tankers in the Gulf of Mexico are taking the oil out of our strategic oil reserve. America cannot use its own oil. It has to sell the oil that is pumped out of our ground so that the American economy doesn't crash.
To the petrodollar.
If we used our own oil in America,
did you set this up? This illusion of scarcity in a world of abundance, interdependence, all set with it's like putting a timed explosive under the seats of everybody, right? This message, it's like a proximity mine, in fact.
Our economy would crash almost immediately. So come July 4th, there will not be any gasoline. That's the projected time for the United States to run out. This is a real fact. This came from the Energy Secretary of Canada. He did an analysis on all of the gas levels around the globe. Europe is scheduled to run out by the end of this month. America is scheduled to run out July 4th. If you want to see
which again, very strange that they would pick that specific day. And they say sometime in July. No, they know exactly what day, and it's July 4th. That's very weird, right? That's very cryptic and specific. It ends where it began, right?
The video, go to Prepper News with Canadian.
Oh, you want just to throw something else in there? Do you know? I'm gonna prove it to you too. When did Thomas Jefferson die? 50-year anniversary of the. Yeah. Oh, okay, hon. Yeah. You ready? July 4th, 1826. He passed away in his Monticello estate in Virginia at the age of 83. Exactly 50 years to the day after the adoption of the Declaration of Independence. 1826. Okay. Now, let's ask another question. When did James Madison? Ready? June 28th, 1836. Okay, so maybe it was the wrong guy. There was another one there's two people. Thomas Jefferson was the only, let me see if I say, who got, what? John Adams. Okay, so it was John Adams and Thomas Jefferson. Both men passed away on July 4th, 1826, the 50th anniversary of the Declaration of Independence. that wasn't accidental. That was likely a Jesuit hit. They were discussing back and forth in letters their concerns about the Jesuits being reinstated and getting back into good graces with the church after their. The only reason why they were disbanded, in my opinion, in the first place, was so that they could infiltrate Masonic lodges and reading groups and social clubs and all these other, high society, royal society shit, and infiltrate. And like that's when the perfectible listing, aka Illuminati / Frankists and Jesuits, all came together to do wicked, horrible shit under the umbrella name of Illuminati or perfectible listing. Just a very strange coincidence. So I find it also very strange that they're marking that as a day that things will run out. Within hours of each other, they died. And I'm just trying to figure out what it was right here.
Canadian Prepper. Go to Canadian Prepper and look up Nathan. Nathan does a full in-depth analysis of it, and they have the interview on the channel on Canadian Prepper. So,
and also it's a Canadian making an assessment about our oil reserves, which makes it, or what we have left, or what we have, whatever. You get it. So it's that's also a little off.
It's going to be a hard time for the United States.
That's not
running out of gas, and there won't be any school because there won't be any gas to run the buses come spring. This is a big deal.
Fall.
God loves you. I love you. Something they're not going to tell you on.
So, not 100% sure I'm down with all that, but that's, we all know shit's falling apart. So that's just another one of those things to keep a thought on, mind, be mindful of. If I can actually talk today. There's more to all this. I'm going to get rid of that. So we talked about this, right? Trump officials cancel rule that made conservation a use of public lands. In the previous part to this, we talked about the bison that are losing grazing rights because, bison have to ask permission to Trump whether or not they can eat grass. This is where we're at. The Interior Department is canceling a rule that put conservation on equal footing with development as Donald Trump's administration eases restrictions on industries and seeks to boost drilling, logging, mining, and grazing on taxpayer-owned land. The 2024 rule adoption under Joe Biden was meant to refocus the Interior Department's Bureau of Land Management, which oversees about 10% of the land in the U.S. It allowed public property to be leased for restoration in the same... No, the Bureau of Land Management is a demonic entity. It's just as wickedly evil as the IRS and the ATF. These are all foreign to our Constitution. These are all fucked up things. Let's get rid of that for now. We talked about this one. It was very short. Tell Trump administration to keep this landmark conservation rule in place. There's KeyCat. earthjustice.org. Yeah, okay. Yeah, sign your name so they know exactly where to get you. Let's see. Now here we got this one. I'm gonna get rid of that too. Hate rhetoric. Oh, here we go. Right. Yeah, that's, I didn't even read that part. I was just scrolling. Hate rhetoric under investigation. Oh boy. There it is. You can pretty much imply. This is what's so fucked up and stupid about how people's brains and their concepts of things work. Like, if you get into a fight or if you kill somebody or whatever, it's kind of understood that you didn't like them. Or you just are a maniac and like to kill, and it wasn't actually personal. But I guess there's that. But it isn't. It's like very passionate anger, aka hate, kind of implied. I love how they say, "Well, it's a hate crime, so it's double the fine, double the punishment." It's like, oh, I was supposed to like the person I shot. It's like, it's like it's just the fucking nutty world that we live in. That's even a fucking concept. It's just more jewelry, not jewelry. I gotta get this video out to you. Looks like I need to take advantage of every single ounce of gas before 4th of July. Yeah, I mean, if that's legitimate. But I mean, something is going on and nothing's getting replenished. And there is a good point about the whole, we can't keep our own money. I mean, we can't keep our own gas. Let me go ahead and put this up here. I forgot to do this. And I just noticed that there's actually people talking. So hold on. Open up a new window. No, so I did it the wrong way. Open up a new tab. There we go. Ta-da. All right, now I got to take the scroll thing off. Ding. All right, so let me get to me. Bertrand. Like Russell? What's up? Way over the top around the building of drama with that, just inform. What are you talking about? Hey, go fuck yourself. Go on. Don't fucking talk to me like that. That plane kept circling around. Good evening. Oh, are you talking about the cop or are you talking about me? No, I'm kind of trying to cancel it. How do you uncancel it? Well. Yeah, that car's pretty nice. Love classic cars. It reminds me of a time when our country used to be great. I wish I got to live in those times. Well, I mean, going to these these classic car shows that I was doing last summer and the summer before, just reminding you of how much we've lost and the complete and total degradation of everything. What is going on? I already took the other scroll off. I tucked that off. The fuck? Thank you very much, D-Bot. That was very kind of you. D-Bot, appreciate it. I think you can honestly call them loved ones. He should say allegedly loved or officially loved or whatever their ancestors called that child abuse version of love. I don't think you can honestly call them loved ones. There we go. Good evening, everyone. Good evening, Gatso. Good evening, D-Bot. Everybody saying hello, 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 hello. I don't know if they killed themselves. I mean, that would be kind of clean and neat, wouldn't it? Right. Where's our magical barge ferry to walk the 7 seas to Israel and stand before them as a yada yada and be seen and speak and be heard? How dare you? You have stolen my childhood. I'm looking for a video. I'm not sure if I really want to go that pathetically bland with it, Is there a way to fix that? Let's see. No, I'm not trying to do that. I'm trying to undo the thing. There we go. Unignored. Well, whatever. I guess it doesn't work. I don't know. Maybe I can fix it. Doesn't matter. Because if you're talking about the cop, then that was my bad for not understanding that. But don't shit talk. I don't have a mood for that. Yeah, we're gonna get into this in just a moment. I have to get up though. I'm hearing something in the background I have to address. So let me go ahead. There was something I had pulled up. This is it right here. America, tell them to get the fuck out.
And I said, well, you're going to have to get a warrant if you want anything else, and I'm going to have to ask you to leave. And that's when he got mad.
Everyone's saying, come on. Do you have a warrant? Come on out. Do you have a warrant? This is being videotaped. I hope you know that.
This is Corporal Charles Mills of the Cherokee, Georgia Sheriff's Office, just nonchalantly walking up this woman's front steps, about to barge into her home through her front door, knocking back her juvenile child without a warrant. So
they work for the Jews. They're not for you. Thank you. Yeah, they just another example of how no rights are ever recognized They're not honored. No respect is. You're treated like a slave. You're treated like an insolent child. You're treated like somebody who's being punished all the time. Police officers are pieces of royal garbage. Absolute dog shit. Constantly. And now they have flock. And oh boy, do you honestly think that these fucking mental patients, when they have the type of authority, this false authority, but the authority given to them to get even worse and more abusive, that they're not going to fall all over themselves to get doing it? Like, what's happening right now with the surveillance stuff and what we know is going to be the turn, they're going to utilize the Israeli or IDF or whomever trained police force. They have the feds come in and train in the LAPD. They have the freaking Mossad, CIA, all these fucking people, IDF, whatever. They have foreign fuckers who are trained to be pieces of shit. Oh, by the way, cartel is trained in Israel to how to dismember and dispose of bodies, because it's the same goddamn thing. I told you, they run all those industries. So if it's drug running, there's going to be a Jew at the end of the rainbow. If it's casinos and gambling, there's going to be a Jew at the end of the rainbow, including online gambling. So, yeah, get a contract so you can fuck up your own people by promoting something that is going to be destructive to them. Good idea. Especially when people are desperate like now. People are really going to get fucked over. I know, yeah, you got to be stupid to do it. Yeah, but when you're in that mindset, when you've already invested too much, and then you are desperate to try to win it back the same way you lost it, that's when people will get really in trouble. And the Jew just does like this. Anyhow, I'll be back.
Why was Corporal Mills barging into this woman's home, and what was his claimed justification for doing so when he did not have a warrant? Well, it started a day or two earlier, where Corporal Mills claims to have seen this guy on a motorcycle, and he wanted to catch up with the guy, and he wanted to pull him over, he wanted to arrest him, but he never did. He didn't know who he was. But this guy apparently really loves his authoritarian surveillance systems, and he uses flock cameras, which he apparently loves and uses often, to get a bunch of photographs of this motorcycle, which he believes is Natasha's adult son, who's like 21 years old. Now, that adult son does not live at this home with Natasha. Corporal Mills is aware of this fact.
Where does he stay when he's here? He apparently moved from North Carolina like 2 weeks ago, and he's living in that apartment with the girl. Okay. But this is the girl's house? No, this is mom's house. His mom. Yeah.
So Mills goes to her house, and he wants to continue questioning the son. So he goes up and he rings the doorbell. He knocks on the door. There's no answer. She's not home.
We were out. I took the little kids to like Jumping World, a trampoline park. We were at the trampoline park and my son asked for a ride home, which was like a stoplight down. And so we grabbed him and we came home.
And as they pull in, guess who's waiting for them? It's Corporal Mills. And he's actually like blocking them from properly pulling into their driveway.
This is my home and I have young kids here. So I was just like, you're going to have to go away essentially unless you have a warrant. So he got mad, and in response, it was, I'm going to get a warrant to arrest your son, which didn't make much sense to me because why didn't you just do that 10 minutes ago and arrest him at work? Why are you doing that at my house? But as soon as he opened the door and went in, he told my kids that they were, everybody was detained, get out of the house. I just kept asking him, do you have a warrant? And I was calling 911 at the same time. And about that time, 911 answered. And when I went to talk to the 911 operator, he snatched me up and took my phone away and told me I was under arrest.
Yes, ma'am. For what?
Obstruction.
I'm on the phone with 911.
You're hindering
You're scaring my son.
Big Brother is watching. There are literally cameras everywhere in Beijing. We are outside the Haidian station, and I can count at least 20 on this corner. In fact, in Beijing, they've added 1,500 cameras just this year alone. They see everything. There's nobody jaywalking here because they could get a ticket right away. In fact, our driver parked illegally for 2 minutes, and he got a message on his phone that he got a ticket for about $40 US because they saw it. on the camera. Now, there are real questions what the CCP's goal is about citizen tracking and social scoring. They say it's to make everybody feel safe. These cameras are watching every minute. They're everywhere. And while they're watching us here in China, we hope you continue to watch. Special report from Beijing.
I don't think anybody realizes how big of a deal what Flock just did under our noses again. So you already know about the cameras, and one could say this is arguably worse. They went to all the state governments and they said, we want to set up gunshot detectors and we want to use tax money to do so because it will make your citizens safer. Most governments said yes. So they get them installed everywhere and they're supposed to just detect gunshots. Well, a couple days ago, they again push an over-the-air update. No new hardware installed, same machines, to turn every single one into a mic that's using AI to pick up every fucking word you say on the street. And guess what the feature's called? It's called Detecting Human Voices in Distress. And the only way to do that is to listen to every word that we're saying at all times and process it with AI. And they're going to sell that data to whomever wants to pay the most for it.
Everywhere and increased surveillance everywhere. Yeah. There's an organization called DFlock who semi-well known now, I guess, if you're interested in this stuff, who take a fairly aggressive approach in terms of counting the number of cameras and having a Discord channel where they talk about potential, activities to move against Flock and stop it expanding. What do you think of that organization and the way they go about their business?
Yeah. So, I think there's really two groups of activists. You've got organizations like the ACLU and the EFF who take an above-board approach to fight for their point of view. And thankfully, we live in a beautifully democratic, capitalistic country where we can fight in court. And I have a lot of respect for those groups because they have reasonable debates and we follow the law. And then unfortunately, there's terroristic organizations like DFlock, whose primary motivation is chaos. They are closer to Antifa than they are anything else. And that, I think,
that's a fucking bold ass lie. It's just that when they're fraudulent, when they're paper tiger bullshit that they put up there to be just like the same type of shit, like, right, your congressman, like ineffective organizations that keep people wasting their time spinning the wheels that can't actually make anything, nothing of effect. Those are the ones that he likes to deal with because they're manufactured to look like they're doing something when they're not actually doing anything. When DFlock actually is useful, productive, and get somewhere, they must be Antifa. This guy's a fucking demon. This is Langley.
Fortunate, because we don't want chaos, or I don't want chaos. I like law and order. I like a society that has a bedrock of safety. So for those groups, I think it's just disappointing that they haven't chosen...
Safety is him being able to sell all of your location data and share it with the fucking demons, the child killers, who will know where your children are. That's safety. Safety is your children. I look upon you as children. You can't, you're insolent children at that, and you have no rights. And this guy obviously can't be so gung-ho about his role in this world and his company and be much of a constitutionalist, constitutionalist or whatever, and a believer in the Bill of Rights because the Fourth Amendment is getting shit on here. And he's a little fucking dweeb. Every one of them would get their asses fucking crushed. And yet these are the people that are gonna destroy us. These are the ones that are gonna be standing over our fucking corpses. Really? Really? Fuck that.
More constructive mannerism to try to get what they want, which they have a right to have. But that's why we have a democratically elected process, right? Like we're not forcing Flock on anyone. Elected officials.
The fuck you're not. What choices do people have? You talk to the municipalities. The municipalities at the municipal level are owned, operated, run by Jews, or that entity, that influence, because it runs the country. But the betrayal of the people starts right in your own little town, then your county, then your state, then it goes federal. The betrayal is deep. We've all been sold out. And he says democratically. Right. Because mob rule. And even though we don't even have a choice, because it's negotiated and, whatever, to pretend what do you call it, the theatrical performance of having a choice that they do at city council meetings. Sure thing. And even if you see a victory here and there, that's only to give you the illusion that the system is still something worth trying to preserve rather than to destroy their system under the corporatocracy of the incorporation of this. Everything that's commerce law, everything that they treat us with, that's all crap. That's all got to go. What we think we are living in and what we actually are, that's where the confusion lies. Yes, restoration of the constitutional republic, absolutely. Restoration of the Bill of Rights and adding more for privacy, a couple more of those amendments, absolutely. But their system, no. Having small victories helps to reinforce the illusion that we have some sort of freedom here, and that if we just do it the right way, we get to push back on these. First of all, why are people always constantly trying to undermine and seek your demise in this country and not going to jail in the first place? Well, because we know who actually owns the place. Hell, we can't even get people who murder children in broad daylight to go to jail. They just smile in court.
Know that as a community, you want to be safe. As a family, you want to be safe. And Flock is the best way to create a safe community.
I'm not sure D-Flock would.
You may as well just keep on using that as mantra. Safe, 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 safe until somebody fucking believes it, right?
With a terroristic label that you put on them. But
this is a Flock safety camera, a solar-powered, pole-mounted system designed to capture 6 to 12 images of passing vehicles along with metadata like time, location, and vehicle attributes. But the camera is only the edge of the system. That data moves through encrypted cellular links into Flock OS, the central platform where events are stored, indexed, and searched. From there, the software layer comes online. Tools like Flock Nova analyze patterns across location. The National LPR network enables authorized cross-agency searches. Freeform allows natural language queries across massive data sets. And Investigations Manager organizes timelines and case workflows. The hardware expands beyond cameras too. Mobile security trailers, acoustic detection sensors.
Okay, so all that was to fix Bertrand. That was me getting on the laptop and trying to figure out what button to press to restore you. Sorry about that, dude. I understand now what you're saying, and my bad on that one.
And drone systems like DFR and Aerodome can all feed into the same platform. What looks like a single roadside camera is actually one node inside a much larger software-driven network, connecting sensors, analytics, and response tools across thousands of communities.
Tonight, we get a little glimpse into the dystopian future. A Coloradan keeps getting pulled over because Flock...
We've seen that story before. We don't need to do it again. I have all this jacknut.
We're getting the AI data centers everywhere, 3,000 around the United States of America, probably more.
They're trying to build a prison.
You've got Palantir, Peter Thiel's Palantir, who's buddies with JD Vance, all the software that's going to control all of that information. And then we've got devices, hardware devices everywhere, our phones, the Ring cameras at our house, the televisions. Now they're building everything in our cars, devices everywhere. And then you have Flock and Falcon cameras that are being installed everywhere across the United States.
Right, and here's the fucked up part about all that, excuse the language. It doesn't matter if it's Flock, Falcon, one of their Condors, which is the pan tilt zooms that actually zoom in on if you have a phone in your hand to see what the heck you're looking at. This is really sick. This is military grade crap. If you are a hostile military militant government and you have a captive population, this is exactly how you would treat them. This is exactly how Gaza is set up and the West Bank and all countries that are fucked up like that, thanks to the Jews and other people. Usually with Jew money, because nothing moves in this world without the Jew money. That's the spell they have on everybody. So when you look at that, like the very thing that is installed in horrific war-torn areas, or even like if you look at Mexico, like the way that's set up, you have the roamers in the streets. That's a militaristic government as well. It's happening here. They have the same technology doing the same thing. The patrols of the people aren't going to be necessary once they roll out the automated things, the toys, whether they're humanoid or dog or whatever. That doesn't look like a dog to me, by the way. Most dogs have heads. So Harold, real quick, just before we go any further with that one, let me just say this. This is from the New American. The New American is the John Birch Society news magazine, right? This is the ass kissers of conservative Republican blah blah blah, right? And they were created by, and most people will say no, they weren't. All right, so John D. Rockefeller, not John D. Nelson Rockefeller bought. I don't know if you knew, Nelson Rockefeller owned National Biscuit Company, Nabisco. I'm sure it's BlackRock now, but those are just the finance managers, right? Anyway, he bought John Welch's candy company from him for 20 times more than its value. And then he kept John Welch on as like a lead CEO type guy for 15 years at a high salary. When does that happen? When you acquire a company, typically what you do is you end up firing everybody that's in the company, and then you replace them with your own people, and you most certainly don't keep the owner around as your lead dude. So what was going on there? It was a way to give money to somebody and wash it through a business purchase, in my opinion. Because then what happened? Robert Welch, John Welch's John Welch's brother, who had already sold his candy company to his brother because they had depression shit and all that going on. It was losing money. He ended up working for his brother, John. Robert Welch did. And so when the purchase occurred, then all of a sudden Robert Welch has got all this money. John's the one that had the deal. Robert Welch is now funded for the John Birch Society. Does that sound like controlled opposition to you or not? By Nelson Rockefeller? That's the John Birch Society. My dad's a member, for all the, reasons or whatever. But so it says the Trump endorsement trap is undermining constitutionalist Babert, now in the crosshairs for supporting Massey. So there's this other guy on Shots by Mata or something like that. Apparently he was hanging out with Massey. But it's interesting to hear them shit talk Trump. It's not something that's normally it's not a normal thing. Lauren Babert is the latest subject of President Donald Trump's ongoing crusade to primary and replace congressmen who challenge his agenda. In his punchy Truth Social post, blah, 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 yeah, being dumb and a carpetbagger. So now he's calling that girl the only one that's semi-attractive in Congress. And not really. They're calling her dumb and a carpetbagger. Carpetbagger, wow, that's quite the old term there. And added it would be his honor to undermine her candidacy and endorse a more proper primary challenger. Carpetbagger. All right. But you get it. It's so outlandish what he does now that even the New American is highlighting and criticizing his actions.
United States right now, like right here, this is 1,000 in just this area of California, 1,000.
Like John Birch Society is literally like another mouthpiece of Zionism. They don't let you know that, but they'll never tell you that that's who the problem is. It's always this side or that side, left right politics. They never go into, hey, wow, Jewish banking cult's awfully strong here, huh? Kind of like they own the place. Anybody who ever gets to that level in the John Birch Society of like that level of awareness, like you had that one guy who had the Minutemen go on Depew, and then what the other guy was, his name is Oliver. Yeah, something P. Oliver. That guy, they all get ousted. They get ousted out of the organization when they actually want to do real things that affect change.
Going to double and triple that. So those cameras do this.
I don't have to worry about flock safety cameras. Those are just license plate readers. There's no reasonable expectation of privacy.
Why are we listening to a big smelly Jew?
Public. Wrong. Very wrong. On both counts. In fact, the Supreme Court has already had an opinion about privacy in public. John Roberts himself said, a person does not surrender all Fourth Amendment protection by venturing into...
That's a horrible fucking person to quote. Justice Roberts, really?
Public sphere. To the contrary, what one seeks to preserve as private, even in an area accessible to the public, may be constitutionally protected. But flock safety is a massively expanding network, 20 billion scans a month using ALPR, automated license plate reader technology.
That's just another way of saying camera that also reads plates. It's not just a license plate reader. How does it do that? By taking a picture, by videoing it, and then having other software, and then just like your phone has like the tracer.
Probably seen one, even if you didn't notice it. But they're not just getting license plates anymore. If you drive by a flock camera and you don't have a license plate, or it's covered up, or you're using a rental car, Flock is building fingerprints of vehicles. So let's say you are a guy with an amazing beard and glasses driving a Toyota. Well, that type of information can be logged, and then police can search that using just simple language searches. So, amazing man with great beard drives Toyota. They're also tracking vehicles that travel next to and with each other frequently to identify sort of collusive behavior. They are also tracking vehicles that frequently travel by and close to each other. But Flock itself has also said that it is no longer just doing LPR. They're moving, these are their words, from LPR to person. Of course, Flock also recently partnered with Ring. So police can use the Nova platform to search across all of these networks.
Right. And now the doorbell cams are integrated into the network. All this stuff is. If there's a camera out there that can be accessed, which means it would have to be a closed circuit TV for it not to be able to be accessed. Flock also handles all of the data management for third-party cameras. So it doesn't matter if it's on the Flock network. It's on the Flock network and accessible and also dumped into the public domain like we've seen, regardless of what the brand name on the camera is. It's not safer or, isolated from their network. It's not.
And Ring. And by the way, these are going up in HOAs all over the country. The data gathered by Flock, those Flock cameras in HOAs, is then searchable by the police. And there are reasonable questions about, privacy and abuse. A Kansas City police chief used Flock 228 times to track his ex-girlfriend.
Yeah, we know this. Let's move on. I think we're good. I think we get the point. Jesus Christ. Scare me. All right, let's go back to... Oh, cool. Let's get to the chats here. Let's see where I was at. John Adams. That's right, Thomas E. Dwyer. That is correct, sir. I'm pretty sure that they were... No, they were taken out. It's either... I don't know if it's poison or whatever, but it'd just be a little odd if they both dropped dead on the 50th year anniversary within hours of each other, and they were the two that were writing to each other of their concerns of the Jesuits, and then lo and behold, you have Samuel Morse. Let's take a look at Samuel Morse real quick. Not 2Ks. foreign conspiracy. And that might be the one. Let's see. Oops. It might be foreign conspiracy. I think I used. Let's see. What's that? What's it? His letters. No, this is a bunch of reprints. Yeah, 1835. That sounds about right. A foreign conspiracy against the liberties of the United States, and it's about a Jesuit invasion through the Catholic Church, and we know that Jesuits are crypto Jays, so it's basically addressing the same issue. And this thing came out in 1835. They were concerned in 1826, but in 1806 or 08 or something like that, when Francis II, who becomes Francis I or whatever of Austria, with that change of power, basically still kind of like Roman Empire shit, took place. That's when the Jesuits were then reinstated, and there's a whole thing about the Leopold Society and all that good shit. That's the same guy who did Morse code warned us about the Jesuits. Where's our magical? Oh yeah, we already read that one. I think it keeps scrolling backward on it itself, doesn't it? Edwards now. I see. Jan, Josh, Thomas, Kata. Okay, you guys saying hello. Notaperson.com. Make them produce the contracts that are not real. Mr. Bot, notaperson.com is not there. I assume you meant notaperson.org. Okay. Lady needs them. You guys can kind of talk to each other. I'm just kind of scrolling through. It shouldn't be annoying still. Just gotta refresh. Should be fine. Bing. There he goes. That guy would immediately be assumed as gay in my environment. The feminine qualities are high. Yeah, the beard doesn't fix. Hey, Christopher Lee Steller's in the house, everybody. Look at that. All right, let's get back into these crazy things here. Some will be fun. Some will be back on the flow and the whole point of the show here. Well, basically what we're trying to get at is all the many avenues that we normally don't discuss because we're always focused on the technology, but also the other assaults on our sensibilities, basically, through this pretend administration. It's just a guy who's willing to do what the criminal organization wants him to do. Did I not finish it? Oh. High five from the chest from Christopher Lee Steller. Thank you, sir. Okay, let's get back to where it is. We've seen that one. This is kind of interesting, though, in light of the shooting. So let me just remind us.
Mob families are running weapons from Florida, where High Joaquin has his club, the Bacara, and Clavicular is the cover for that money laundering and weapons running scheme. Right now, there's individuals running weapons from Bacara up to New York, and they're intending on carrying out an attack. And Jessica Tisch is running cover for it.
I understand that for many of you, having a Jewish police commissioner is deeply comforting. Please know.
I'm not going to make you sit through her again. She is wretched and disgusting and a billionaire and a police commissioner of New York and a big disgusting levy. Yeah. I don't know which way I want to call him anymore. It's like, what has more of an impact? Right? Because it's a cult. It's a calling them just Jew when Jew was made up 2,000 years ago, just made up out of fucking thin air. I mean, I keep saying Saturn cult. I keep saying the parasitic vampires, which actually works. But yeah. Anyway, it's just disgusting.
Black women, how much do you love your husband? I bet you it's not as much as Olga of Kiev.
We was Olga of Kiev and she.
This picture was taken from an ancient Orthodox church in Romania.
No, this is in the Russian cathedral of the Kremlin, and it's not a picture, it's a painting.
The person that's being depicted is Princess Olga. Now look at her skin color.
It's because of aging. She was a Viking princess. She was not black.
Not only was she black, but her grandson was also black.
We was Vikings and she, man. We was the whole family and she.
And look at the depiction of Christ and Mary. They are both black as well.
We was Mary and she, man. We was Jesus and she, man.
Look at her husband, Igor. He was black as well.
We was Igor and she. Funny, I never met a black person whose name is Igor. Crazy.
And just to put the icing on the cake.
Black icing, am I right? We was icing and she.
Are the apostles of Russia with Princess Olga. They were all black.
As I said, that's darkening because of age. Here's a different painting and oh look, they're not black.
Not only were they black, but they also were ethnically Jews.
The Russians were Jews and she.
Olga, Igor, and a lot of other black families in Russia, Ukraine were black Jews.
We was the ancient Russian black Israelites, man.
Ancient manuscript. Look at all of these black women now sitting on the throne in all of her blackness.
Ancient artists used to depict foreigners with different shades of color, but no, they were not black.
In Constantinople.
So
black people brought the version of the Council of Nicaea form of Christianity to Russia.
We was the Council of Nicaea and shit.
Olga received a proposal of marriage from the Byzantine emperor, which she denied.
Declined.
So I'm going to give you a quick summary of what happened. It's the year 945, and Prince Igor...
My guy still thinks Igor was black.
...is ruling over Kiev and Rus. To his west was the Drevlians. And
Drevlians.
They hated the people of Kiev and Rus. And after the passing of Igor's father, the Drevlians did...
You can't say Drevlians, but you is Russians?
...didn't respect Igor, so they stopped paying tribute. And after 33 years, Igor headed to the capital city of Drevlians with his army to collect tribute.
My boy here is the type of guy that would take an AI painting and say, hey, we was Kangs.
Here, the Drevlians would unalive Igor. The Drevlian king, Prince Mao, wanted to expand his empire, so he sent men to Princess Olga to explain to her and propose for him what happened to her husband.
Listen, guys, they was everything, but not the Drevlians. We was Kangs.
Black women.
The delusion runs deep, but I'm going to explain why they're doing it. Because pretty soon, there are not going to be any more European types out there. So the history has to fit the people who are there so they can have a false identity, of course. But it's just another one of those indications that we're being exterminated. Everything that you see, all this is going to affect who the most? Not the ones that they keep alive through the money that they steal from you. No, those are their little darlings. They don't even go to jail when they kill people or rape them because they're raping and killing white people. So that's why they're allowed to go back out.
It turns out billionaires got so tired of being criticized that they are now building entire companies to silence the people they don't want to hear.
Yeah, and some big ass things underground. And I'm thinking that's where all of the water is going to. I think they're taking the shit off the surface of the planet because they're about to fucking scorch earth us. And that is my honest opinion. I don't come to it easily. I'm not just saying it as a hypothesis in, one of many ideas that could happen. No, I'm pretty sure that's legitimately part of the plan. They're sucking out, they're taking away every goddamn thing that they possibly can, and they're squirreling it away somewhere in a tree or underground before they fucking light this place up. And we'll be here to roast. That's what I think's happening.
Peter Thiel just funded a startup called Objection AI, and people are saying its real goal is to discredit journalists. For just $2,000, anyone can pay a former CIA or FBI agent to invest.
Or Jew, Mossad, motherfucker, I'm sure. Black Cube,
investigate a story or reporter. Then that investigation gets fed into AI and issues a public verdict on the journalist's credibility. The system is designed to crush anonymous sourcing like whistleblowers, which will automatically tank the journalist's score. And if you refuse to participate in the investigation, that also lowers your score. And if you participate, they pressure you to hand over confidential sources.
Oh, even if you don't want to participate in their little scheme, it also lowers your score. Why is this? Who'd accept the scoring system in the first place? Well, when every journalist has to deal with a Jewish media firm, I guess it does matter, doesn't it? They can have a legitimacy scoring. Excuse me. It's just all made up shit though, right? It's like, here's another person who has to like you, another gatekeeper who has to approve of you before you can even do something. They just inserted themselves in there without any authority, except the simple fact that everything's corrupt and everything is connected. It's all the same cult, so therefore, you better kiss our asses. You better say exactly what's the point of being a journalist? What's the point of being a reporter? If you have to ask somebody else what you can write, if you have to ask somebody else what you can say, or if you're being told exactly what to do with all of your energies, you don't matter. And this is kind of like what the Jesuits themselves have actually brought themselves up on. They actually talk about this in their oaths. They're not to have any opinion of their own. I talk about that in my book. They're not to have any opinion of their own. They're only to follow orders. They're not to have any personality, no hesitations, no nothing. They don't have the freedom to have discernment.
This is the same playbook Thiel used to bankrupt Gawker in 2016. He funded a $10 million lawsuit that ended the company, and Aaron D'Souza, the lawyer who led that lawsuit, is now the same man running Objection AI. And if this works, any independent reporter like a Substack writer or creator covering people like Thiel could end up with a credibility score determined by an AI funded by the people we are reporting on. Then whistleblowers will go silent and investigative journalism will become legally and financially unstable. And just a reminder, this is the same Peter Thiel that co-founded Palantir, the surveillance company helping ICE and the Israeli military with strikes in Gaza. One of the reasons companies and people like these are so powerful is because almost nobody knows what's going on behind the scenes. You can use the Conscious app to find hidden data on...
No, he's going to go into his app. What's this one about? I guess I had one of his too. Let's see. I'm probably going to skip it.
Stop the presses. This is a big deal. Reno, Nevada just became the first Nevada town to pause data centers.
Pause. Not stop. It says, stop data centers. A pause is different. It's called a delay. They probably weren't even ready. Gave them a win so they could feel like they had actually warm and fuzzy and did something, and then it's going to continue to push forward. This is what I'm saying about the false victories. So it looks like there's an actual system where people actually consider things and don't just steamroll everybody. I should see this as just another one of those things where it's just, hey, look at how stupid the people are. They actually think they got something here. We should be not focusing on, hey, stop the data center. We should be like, hey, stop the mass murder of and replacement of the European type person in America. The people that founded it and every other civilization, the ones that created it and built it. Yeah. And anybody who does harm to us at this point, there has to be retribution.
I wonder why the media is not covering this. This is Dustin Wakefield, a 21-year-old from Castle Rock, Colorado, who was on vacation in Miami with his wife and their 1-year-old son, Eli. One day, down on South Beach, they decided to grab lunch at a nice little Mexican restaurant, and in the middle of their meal, a stranger walked up. Everybody meet Tamarius Blair Davis Jr., the person who walked up to the table and interrupted the lunch. Tamarius, for no reason at all, decided to just pull out a firearm and start waving it in the air, eventually pointing it straight at Eli, the 1-year-old baby. Dustin then got up and put himself between Tamarius and his son, begging him to spare his life. He said, quote, "Please don't shoot my son, he's just a baby." Tamarius then pulled the trigger several times, just unloading a magazine into Dustin, which ended up taking his life as he protected his son. Davis, when arrested by the police, said that he, quote, randomly chose to target Dustin Wakefield and his family, and had even attacked another person just a few hours prior. Now, you would think that this would be a bigger story. A wife is now without a husband, and a 1-year-old has to grow up without his father. But for some reason, you really only get a couple local papers, Miami Herald, South Florida, NBC6, almost like the media does.
Well, it's also a Jew haven. It's Tel Aviv in Miami.
Doesn't really want to cover this story for some reason, as if it doesn't fit their narrative or something. I wonder why the media is not.
Of course, they're going to let the black guy go out and kill more white people. Or anybody, you know?
You want to know why your electric bill is through the roof and you're paying $5 a gallon of gas? Or you're telling combat wounded veterans that there's no more money for their benefits? Well, I'm going to open a can of worms that's the biggest scam running right now. Data centers. Let's take a look at Virginia right now. Virginia taxpayers are funding a $1.9 billion annual tax break for big tech centers. Yeah, that's billion with a B. Every single year. They hid it in a bill years ago, and now you are paying for the infrastructure to power Kevin O'Leary and big tech AI's machines. Meanwhile, it cost Virginia public schools $267 million last year. It costs about $600 million just to build one of these things. And once it's up, it sucks down about 5 million gallons of water a day. And the power, a single data center uses more electricity than a large city.
Which means they don't have the infrastructure to do it, so they're either trying to burn the grid, kill the grid, drop the grid, whatever. Of course, they have a dual system for themselves, and I'm sure, like I keep on saying, there's a very intricate, I'm sure, and quite operationally sound, wonderful little world in Middle Earth there for them that they've been building and expanding in the last couple decades, because we've heard them. We've seen the videos where everything's shaking and you hear the big hum and everybody's like, oh, the trumpets of heaven. And it's just the freaking boring type of drills. Not boring as in it's, you know what I mean, the fucking company that Elon runs. But you get the whole idea with the drill bit. And when the Gothard Tunnel was being broken and cut for the, for the ceremony when they're coming out the other side, and that noise that you hear is that is the rock and the spinning of the, it's the grinding and the cutting of the rock as it's pushing its way through. That's where that hum comes from, and obviously you're going to have some vibration from that too, so that's where the people think they're feeling like an earthquake going on. And that was going on all throughout America in all different places, not just D.C. and around the Virginia and Maryland. It was like fucking everywhere. And that's kind of concerning. What are these little moles doing? What are these little weasels, these little freaking weasels doing? Getting ready for something. Or just expanding their territory, because who knows what the fuck is down there. But I would imagine that there's an awful lot of horrific things going on with children way down under. And if they're going to whack us, what better place to chill? I keep thinking back to the buildings and the melting look of even in Cappadocia. That looks like some shit rolled through here a couple of times. And we just talked about the Chicago fires and the fire bombing from, they said it might have been a comet breaking up, but it started 3 fires simultaneously in 3 separate areas. Horrific ones, and there's potential for a blue flame fire that was burning. Something unnatural. And then there's others that had basically described the idea of the hurricane of winds, because the air's being sucked out of it, creating its own weather system. And that's what happened during the firebombing of Dresden. That's what they call it, the Hellstorm. So how did that happen in 1871? And it's a very convenient and strange, I guess, that was the same year that the incorporation of, the USA Incorporated was created by the Jews. So all these things are very odd. All these things are very odd. And it just makes me wonder what time, not when or what. Yeah, no, I mean the when, not the what. I think this is what's happening, man.
In areas where...
And I think they're just sucking up all the stuff that they want to not have ruined when they blast us. And that's why the water is disappearing. Oh, yeah, data centers.
These are built, local electric rates have spiked 267%. And the grid...
Let's be honest with this. The amount of water that they say that they need for the place isn't there. So where's it coming from? So why are they still going to continue to build there at that scale? And then the electric was that was going to be supplied to it was insufficient too. Is that all things are going to figure out later, or is it just because it's an awful lot of extra space there that's not going to be dedicated to servers, and it's not going to be dedicated to cooling systems, but it might be dedicated to detention centers. All of these data centers are strategically around military bases. Sometimes multiple data centers really close by military installments already. Does that... You see what I'm saying here? You see what's going on? Like, if we were all to be rounded up?
Fails. They've got hundreds of thousands of gallons of diesel fuel sitting on site to run massive generators, all subsidized by you. Now watch this. The Major Richard Starr Act, which gives 5,400 combat injured veterans the full retirement pay they earned, is because blockage in Congress right now because they say it costs too much. It costs $10 billion over 10 years. Virginia gives away $19 billion to data centers in the same time. We could fund the Richard Starr Act for a century with the amount of money they are dumping into these data centers. You saw Kevin O'Leary and Tucker Carlson talking about the $100 billion data center in Utah. His attitude, if you don't pay, you won't play. Well, that didn't sign up to pay for this shit. They are destroying the environment.
Oh, does that mean that you'll remove Copilot from this fucking operating system and get rid of Gemini out of just my Google sign-on? Thank you. I don't want to play. You're right. I don't want to play with AI. So cool. Stop taking the money. No one ever actually had to make an agreement because remember we're slaves. So whatever they want to dump on us. Think about the whole arrangement in the first place. The reason why we use those debt instruments that we call money is because somebody else borrowed from a Jewish banking cult and was told that don't worry about it. You borrow, they pay back, and they never will. So you just enslave your people more and more. Every time they're funding something or sending more money this way or that way to Israel, taking it out of this country, what they're telling you is you're becoming more and more in debt servitude to us. It's weird how that, passing the buck, it's kind of like swinging a chicken over your head, isn't it? Because we get to be the one burdened with all their sins.
Grid and jacking up costs of living while they're telling people who bled for their country that, well, the well is dry right now. I'm going to do a full series on this. Get the receipts, share the video.
Yeah.
First Amendment is a blockade.
There's a lot of discussion now about how you curb.
There's our climate czar.
Those entities. Our First Amendment stands as a major block.
He explicitly said that there's a need for this cohort to win the right to govern, so they are free to implement change without constitutional interference.
Beyond that, we will map. We haven't talked much about it, but if you read the counterterrorism strategy, it's a very clear document. We don't shy away from telling the world what we're going to do.
While White House counterterrorism official Sebastian Gorka says political speech is incitement too. We're going to map out these individuals. Palantir, threat assessment. Everybody's going to be pulled off the fucking internet. The crackdown's going to come. It's going to come quick. It's going to make, cut a lot of people off guard. And you won't see a whole lot of those people anymore because they'll be somewhere else. And maybe I'll be on that list. I don't know.
We are going to map out these individuals. We are going to identify them. We're going to find...
They are no longer interested in debating ideas if they ever were. They are interested in eliminating ideas, especially your speech. We've seen this from the likes of Jonathan Greenblatt discussing how, well, they're shifting away from this civic idea, this egalitarian idea, and back towards censorship, back towards a belief that, well, we protect Jewish interests, we protect our people, and what will we have to do to be able to secure our interests?
Does anybody care about World War II and the Holocaust anymore?
No. Next question, please.
Crimes against...
Look at you. Look. See that piece of shit behind his back? Abraham Lincoln? Mass murdering piece of shit. You want to know who some of his best buddies were? Filthy fucking degenerate, wickedly evil Jews. Yes, true story.
Jews in Europe are through the roof. Against Jews in the United States are through the roof.
I just heard the name the other day, but the name escaped me. I think it's probably on one of these things, but it's Oh man, Benjamin. That's not it. The name's on the tip of my tongue, but I just can't think of it right now.
Of a media in this country and a Democrat Party in this country, and frankly, a woke right in this country, mostly podcasters, that are giving aid and comfort to a vile enemy.
Well,
you are the vile enemy. You quivering voice, little fucking faggot, child harming piece of shit. I don't like fucking Muslims either, but fuck you, dude.
Requires censorship of ideas which are growing ever more popular by the day, as their falsely constructed world is falling apart. As you are gaining power and cultural mass, they are terrified. The First Amendment is a blockade.
It makes you wonder what those 3 guys over in San Diego did. So maybe they were singled out for a purpose. There was a hit. I don't know. Seems like they decided, like, if they took 3 out, that those 2 or 3 gunmen weren't interested in going any deeper into the facility, right? Because what would have stopped them? And then they just up and killed themselves? Is that what we're supposed to think? It's convenient. I'm sure they didn't actually kill themselves.
He's a loving, caring person.
That's the stepsister of an accused cop killer.
Look at that thing. That's worth living. Right, we should totally pay. I'm sure she's taking benefits from you for her fucking disgusting life. Her fat fucking disgusting, ignorant fucking life. Yeah. Look at that. Pudgy sausage fingers. These stupid weird curls. Get the fuck out of here with your fake eyelashes.
They're talking about how great of a guy he is. Let's see how loving
Yes, and everybody, trust me, if you have face tattoos, I mean, you don't mean to tell me that the guy with the face tattoos is not nice. Come on. I thought that was an indicator that you are like a sweet gentleman, right? No? Might be mentally deranged? Method?
caring he supposedly is, shall we?
The crime spree began with a violent morning robbery at this Family Dollar. Tally and a second person are accused of pistol whipping the 55-year-old clerk here.
Maria says the attack lasted about 12 minutes but felt like an eternity.
I mean, if she didn't make with the tacos quickly, I probably would have done the same, but it's not the point.
Are those large kiss marks on her face? Mr. Loving and Caring wouldn't hit a woman, would he?
Police arrested him, and they say he lied about ingesting drugs. That got him to Swedish Hospital, where police say Tally somehow smuggled the same gun from the robbery into a CT scan and shot both officers, stole a badge to escape into the neighborhood.
38-year-old. How fucking stupid. I'm glad. Again, in a way, I'm glad because cops fucking suck. But don't let the digger be the one that takes them out. Come on.
John Bartholomew, a 10-year veteran assigned to the 17th District, was killed.
All right, now let's get the truth straight from the mouth of the stepsister.
He would never, ever, ever do something like this, ever in the right state of mind. Period.
Right state of mind.
He was not in his right state of mind, and the story doesn't add up. And I say he's a very innocent man. We're going to prove him right.
You seen him ditch police officer?
I wasn't there. I'm not aware, but I know.
Right, you're not there, but you're going to speak as if, you know, yeah, he didn't, he would never. Look at this fucking disgusting body. Oh my God.
And how's everyone else making it seem like he's a predator? Knows he's not. He's
knows.
a loving, caring person that we don't know what happened.
So he was just in the wrong state of mind, okay? As you've probably deduced by now, our loving, caring suspect has a long and violent criminal history.
Kelly's arrest record includes 2 robberies in 2017, including one where he was charged with using a handgun. In 2022, he pleaded guilty to being a felon in possession of a firearm. In 2024, he was charged with another felony for attacking a Cook County correctional officer. In 2025, he was arrested for carjacking a woman at gunpoint.
Boy, he sure seems to spend a lot of time in the wrong state of mind, doesn't he?
Maria wants to know why he was released.
Oh, he was released, was he? Why did they let him free? Because he's coming for you. That's why. They want him to finish the job. That was the deal. That's how these officers work. And this is wait. He shot 2 cops. What do you mean he's let free? What?
Esto no hubiera pasado, no hubiera muerto el policía, su familia no estuviera así, y yo no estuviera en esas condiciones.
The answer to your question of why they let him free is this. liberal judges.
Judge John Like, who handled the latest case.
Oh, no way. Are they both black? Stop it.
Agreed to let Talley out on electronic monitoring so he could go to college when his monitoring.
He just had to take one little detour. I swear to God, he's on his way to college right after that. What is he, like 30?
Died because Talley did not charge it. Judge Like issued an arrest warrant on March 11th.
It's not the only thing that died.
11th, but there is no record anything was done to follow up.
And some city leaders are also fed up with them.
Officer Bartholomew would be alive today if his massively repeat offender of violent crime after violent crime were behind bars where he belonged.
Hold them accountable in there. Vote no on retention.
All these things, all these faces irritate me. They all sound retarded, and they all sound like fucking frauds. They're just jumping in front of the camera to politicize some bullshit. Yeah, we get it. Yada, 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 blah, blah, blah. But these people also are fucking frauds, too.
Push them all out.
Look at this guy.
He's a loving, caring person.
That's the step.
Shoot her. It's a good way to start. Yeah, no.
The Wizard of Oz is real, and the Jewish Wailing Wall is the curtain he hides behind. Understanding the enemy is real simple. Let me help you. You see, everyone you see is their puppet, an actor, with a salary, and the person who pays their salary,
everyone you see,
Jew, is the one who runs our world, like the Wizard of Oz. This is the curtain that Oz hides behind. The wall is the curtain. Maybe that's what Pink Floyd was singing about, the wall. The Jew has parasited and mass farmed the American population, feeding us poison in our air, food, water, streets, and media. They have enslaved us with their idols, which feed us degeneracy and the...
It wasn't even like round. It was... Ugh. It was like an amoeba ass.
Lowest possible denominator for each strata of humanity within this country's borders. And thus we are made stupid and docile. And these idols, like Pied Pipers, lull us to sleep. They enslave us with the...
Well, how many times did I tell you the Pied Pipers of the apocalypse are leading us into the ocean? And people like Stu, people like anybody who's a fucking fraud, is just using their platform as a distraction or a place for you to say too much so that you get fucked later when they do the roundup. Because they're talking about stuff and they're talking about it pretty hard, and you're like, yeah, well, this looks like a safe... If everybody else is doing it, it must be a safe place to do it. That's the shill effect, right? You have... The main guy up front is a grifter, but also an agent provocateur. The shills are the ones that come along and, like, are chatting away, leaving comments, or, I don't know, maybe they're content creators sometimes, and they will say something outlandish or very, very close to the Fed post or maybe over the top of that. And then other people are watching, they're in the environment of everybody's doing this, and they're just like, is this the party? All right, well, fuck this. And then, bam, got him. Just like that.
Federal income tax, which was initially meant just for big companies, never meant to touch the everyday...
Now they don't pay fucking anything.
...a working person, but they work through time, through generations, so that people forget, and then before we know it, we're the inheritors of a debt enslavement system. And enslaving all of us to a system and matrix where we are factory farmed for our life essence to serve as slaves in the cogs of their overarched control matrix, packaged as mega corporations.
The demiurge is strong with this one. Not this one, but them.
Super monopolies. They keep us fluoridated, poisoned, lied to, and manipulated, herded like sheep, meant to be killed and extracted for their every portion. So it is written in their holy books, in their Talmud, that we are to be their slaves, and they can work us to death, and that it is good to exploit, lie, and...
Locking, they see non-Jews, okay, it says, locking American kids in school till 18 to read, write, and do basic math and learning to be their slaves, killing their imaginations, and never teaching them to financially prosper in the world. Yes.
Slave and murder us. They are a synagogue of Satan, which Jesus rebuked and condemned. They own and poison our air, food,
hey, look, a Hydra.
Water, streets, and media. But like Oz, they are none, nothing, a horde of roaches in a man's outfit. They are beyond inept, stupid, and retarded.
But there are no cats in America, right? They were Jews too.
This was the lesson of Oz. Our enemy lies behind the Wailing Wall. Oz is behind the curtain of the Wailing Wall. Oz is the global Jew who seeks to enslave and destroy all of humanity. For their God is Satan, as Jesus described to us 2,000 years ago. The Spirit of Christ has returned now to take over this planet in loving stewardship.
Yeah, where's that at?
Through each of us, now and
Oh, okay,
forever.
yeah, that makes sense. Through each of us, right. That's the point there. Stop looking for the dude. Stop looking for the dude.
In his name, amen.
I don't know about the last part.
If the government declared that your guns were now illegal,
What is with the nose rings?
who do you think they would send to confiscate them? During Hurricane Katrina,
Police officers, right? You're those everybody's friends, right? Yeah, that and drones, and potentially things that if you shoot them, it's just a toy that you broke.
2005, people were trapped by water, and the state disarmed them at their most vulnerable.
Yeah, and then they had kill squads go out in little boats and murder people on the roofs. Yeah, most of those are niggers that were doing the killing. Is that? Hold on. It is, Jared. Thought so.
The state didn't wait for individual warrants. They used emergency executive order and said only cops are allowed to have guns. Despite their oath to the Second
Yeah, I'm sure all the criminals were like, oh shit, I'll just throw this in the water then. Fucking idiots.
Amendment, they still just followed orders and even attacked a 58-year-old woman in her own kitchen to take her revolver.
Which is also funny because there was literal kill squads that they said there were police officers on these kill squads with these freaking degenerate groids that were going around and just fucking taking people out.
Katrina proved that when the state is scared or wants control, law-abiding citizens...
I just wish that you had some self-awareness of what you look like. And I hope if you're somebody's wife, they haven't hit you enough.
Here's a story that never made the New York Times or the Washington Post, but it's in the Guardian from the Snowden files, that the National Security Agency turns over their entire haul to the Israelis every day. Everything that they eavesdrop on the entire planet
goes to the Jews.
The Israelis.
Right, but it's Israelis. Is it that really the distinction that we're looking for here? Okay, that's the headquarters of the thing that actually controls us, but we created it. So how did it get there? You see what I'm saying here? Like, the governing body is going to affiliate with the Jews because that is the governing body. So the information is going to be handed over to them because that's exactly who wanted the information in the first place. Americans don't give a fuck about what other Americans do. Only creepy politicians do. And why? Because that's the fake system that actually is the hand of the Jew in your fucking world. So, or the Saturn cult. I gotta switch it up a little bit. I don't have the voice right now for the Oy. See, it didn't work.
Get it every day. Everything that the NSA collects, they turn over, including everything they collect on American citizens.
How do you
turn over to this?
Wait a minute. They've limited me to fucking 5 hashtags now. What is all this shit?
Here's a story that...
Yeah. All right, so we did look at this, right? Trump administration cancels grazing permits, meaning this could be the end of the bison, motherfuckers. Because, kill everything. Right? Kill them all. They don't want us, just like they did with the Native Americans. If we start going native again, because they've kicked us out of our homes, he doesn't want us to have food. So he's got to kill the bison. He's got to think about that ahead of time and kill the bison too. The move is canceling American Prairie's federal grazing permits across 7 allotments, covering roughly 60,000 acres of public grasslands, effectively ordering the removal of hundreds of bison. Yeah. Trump, go out there in the fucking field and ask him to move yourself. No, you're not allowed to eat grass here. Why? What? It's kind of like a service, right? It's like cutting it. Why are we moving backwards? Because Jews, sir. Because Jews. You gotta get a little bit older and then you'll figure it out. Conservationists say this undermines decades of bison restoration work and signals that conservation is no longer even treated as a legitimate use of public land. That thing looks pretty cool. I thought that was Greenblatt for a second, because it may as well be. The push came just after Montana Governor Gianforte, I don't care, argued that conservation bison reduce forage for cattle and threaten the state's cattle ranching. Oh, there you go. There's money. There's money involved, and it's my grass for my cows, for my factory fucking corporate super fucking giant farms. It's not for the typical regular farmer. No, it's for this fucking cocksucker and his Jewish friends who own. Oh yeah, this is one of those kind of like a. Oh, that kind of sucks. You know, with BlackRock and all that, but just corporations in general. Do you know that all the regulations don't apply to their companies? They only apply to people trying to sell a small business product. You do get that, right? Like it's fake. It's fake regulations. They can irradiate shit. They can lie on the labels up as much as they'd like. They can tell you that some things are in there that aren't. They can tell you some things that, you know, they can tell you that there's things in there that aren't. They can tell you that there's not something in there. They can like leave it off the label and have it be in there. They can do all kinds of wonderful things. And they can have it completely contaminated with all kinds of fucked up shit that they never have to disclose. The cult of child killers, the parasitic vampires, own basically the entire industry of food that we eat. Because the stuff that we end up in the grocery store with is from their major corporate fucking, distribution centers and things like that. It's not going to come from your local farmer or even your mid-sized farmer. That stuff you have to go to them directly for. I've got my raw milk person, and then she told me she has eggs, and it was only $5 for a dozen. I'm like, that's sign me up. Next time you come through, I want eggs too. And yeah. Between the ethanol, free gas, and the raw milk, it's like these are the little things that we do to make ourselves feel good about the fast approaching death row that we're all on. It's like, well, I did everything I could. I'm making fun of myself right now. Because, like, what's it all going to matter if we don't actually do anything to stop what the fuck is happening? They actually framed the herd as non-production and rewilded, claiming that the federal government should not lock away public lands for conservation at the expense of ranchers. So they want the ranchers to steal away this. They don't want the bison to interfere with that. So they want to kick the bison off so that they can have their rancher. This is just like more free land and free grazing for them. But yet, literally, they stole cattle, horses, whatever the hell it was, from, I think it was the Bundy Ranch family, right? This happened in so many stages of things. I remember watching one portion of it at my dad's house, and I was going back. I moved to Florida, came back, and this other stuff. So I can't remember exactly, but we were in Albany at his house, in Albany, New York, and I remember him telling me that they're going to kill these people. He said they're going to kill these people, and it was about. They've done one of these BLM things where the feds came in, they took cattle or horses, I don't remember what it was, off of the land. And I remember seeing 3 people on the news, like, you know, the cowboy has, they said, we're afraid that they're going to kill us. They also said that. They said, we're afraid that they're going to kill us. That they're going to make an excuse to try to kill us. I thought that was pretty telling that they were allowing that to be even, put on the news. Because when the fix is in, usually they want to quiet other people. They don't want anybody else to think, hey, there's something here to be an activist against. These are okay, but
Swedish rapist got early release even though Department of Corrections advised against it. Carl Erik Andreas Holm was caught in 2020 when he was being investigated for drug-related crimes. Police searched his phone and found a lot of disturbing material. Women and girls seemingly sleeping or otherwise unconscious were being raped or sexually assaulted in countless videos and images. The police managed to identify 30 women and girls from the material. He went on trial for a litany of crimes, among them rape, sexual assault, and CP. Even though the prosecutor wanted him convicted of much more, in the end he was convicted of 35 crimes. With the so-called Swedish volume discount, he received a total sentence of 5 years. In prison, he misbehaved severely and was under investigation for crimes committed while incarcerated. Swedish Department of Corrections stated that if he would be released, he would have a high likelihood of committing new crimes, domestic violence, sexual assault, and sexual violence. But the Swedish justice system still decided to give him early parole. With the early parole discount, he was released after 3 years and 5 months. He was given a new, assumed protected identity by the state and a new last name, Pursiainen. In March of 2024, he was out on the streets again with an ankle bracelet. Many of his victims...
They shouldn't be allowed to change their names or any of that shit. No. If you're a registered sex offender, at what point, I guess it's because it's Sweden, they get to mask who they are and just blend right back into the community? Fuck that.
Requested a restraint.
Again, they shouldn't spend a day in jail. I agree with that because they should be executed immediately. And if the courts have a problem with that, then the people, the community, that's what they call a community bonding moment, a community activity, where we all get together and we just do a little Leo Franking of the motherfucker, and then we move on and we have a barbecue together, you know?
Restraining order against him, but every single one was denied. He was supposed to wear the bracelet for 6 months until the beginning of September, but since he misused it and didn't always turn it on, the time got extended. But in November of 2024, 8 months after being released on early...
Okay, a little bit of a tell here. This is all over some bullshit, but anyway, there was a time when I had to wear one. It was an option. I mean, I did it, so I'd have to go through other shit and have to spend more fucking money, so it was an extortion fucking thing. I was driving to work, and when I actually had the store, it was like when I first opened the store, it was like 2 weeks into it or whatever, and I went in the stupid fucking thing, and they call me and like, what are you doing? What are you doing? I'm like, driving to the fucking store. The place that I work at and own and run. What do you fucking want? It is like, so for him to have it turn off, like, I know that the way that they are all on top of that, like, there would have been freaking all kinds of lights if I ever let it, like, do that, which is crazy. It's crazy that they would even think, like, who's enforcing these things?
Parole.
If you have an ankle bracelet ankle monitor and you freaking don't have it on or charged, like or you try to take it off or try to fuck with it, like there's people on your ass, like immediately.
He was arrested again. This time
for fucking nothing too in the first place. Initially for fucking nothing.
Aggravated.
Look at that,
a 17-year-old girl, and for illegally filming 28 women and 9 children. He was sentenced to another 5 years, but after appeal, the sentence was lowered to 4 years. With early parole discount, that's 2 years and 8 months inside. The Swedish system fails our women and children over and over again, because capital punishment is the only solution for people like this. But that's just my opinion.
See? He and I agree.
Saga was murdered for being white and for her Christian faith. On the 29th of April, 2023, Saga and her unborn son Asaya were ruthlessly slain by Mohammed Amin Ibrahim. Mohammed Amin's family came from Somalia in 2012, and the relationship with Saga had been kept...
Why was she fucking a light bulb head in the first fucking place? Why?
Secrets. As according to the prosecutor, being with a Christian white woman would bring shame to
did you not know that she was a Christian white woman at the time? You fucking cocksucker? Like, Both of them. What the hell's wrong with? Yeah.
Ibrahim family. The district court concluded that
How is that white?
Saga and Isaiah's tragic end was an honor killing. Mohammed Amin, previously convicted for aggravated robbery, had promised Saga to be with her, but the prosecution proposed that this was a lie and never the plan at all. Mohammed Amin had previously tried to make Saga abort the child. When Saga refused, he tried to convince another woman, with whom he also had a relationship with, to assault Saga and end the pregnancy by kicking her in the stomach. Shortly before that fateful night, he wrote a text message to Saga, breaking up. But he never sent it. Instead, he went to her apartment, pinned her on the floor, and with a 30-kilo marble table slab, ended her life. Saga was a petite 20-year-old, and even though she was 7 months pregnant, the coroner report estimates that Saga fought for her life for 5 to 10 minutes before Mohammed Amin was successful in ending both her and their unborn son's life. When Saga's worried mother, Malisa, couldn't get
how is that white?
hold of her and went to her apartment, she found her daughter lifeless on the bedroom floor. Saga's sister Julia says she can still hear her mother's screams through the phone.
Not better looking, but more like what they're saying she is.
Malisa finally got to hold her unborn grandson. He was named Isaiah and buried together with Saga. Malisa said in an interview, "In the beginning, I had such a hard time seeing new mothers with their babies. I was so much looking forward to being a grandmother." Mohammed Amin was convicted for the slaying of Saga. According to the verdict, he did it to uphold the family's honor. But he was not convicted for the slaying of Isaiah.
They don't have honor. Look at the fucking people. What that thing is concerned about honor? Give me a fucking break.
As such a crime does not exist in Swedish law. If he gets released, he will not be deported back.
They didn't convict him for the baby because no such crime is in Swedish law. Probably because Swedes who are actually Swedish would never contemplate doing such a thing. That there was no need for that type of law. That there would be another punishment for the killing of an unborn child and a pregnant woman, because they probably themselves, before you infiltrate them with a bunch of fucking immigrants, that probably never was a fucking issue.
Somalia. The barbaric, archaic, and heinous culture of honor systems, alongside racism and Christianophobia, has spread like a plague across
I don't like Christianity either.
The civilized Western world in the last decade.
They destroyed all of our ancestors' records as much as they could. Destroyed all of their histories that they could. Everything that was pagan when it wasn't pagan. It's just they didn't understand veneration of heroes. And they said, "Oh, they're polytheists," even if that was the case, but it isn't. They actually stole every aspect of their religion from us, and so the Jews did steal that and then repurposed it in Christianity, because that's exactly what they did. Don't tell me that it's not the same thing. It's 3 flavors of the same Saturn cult, at least in the institutional fashion. So, yeah. And meanwhile, they're erasing the Gothicarian from the record. Thanks.
Involvement in any sort of honor culture like this should lead to the harshest punishments allowable by law and automatic deportations for everyone involved.
Any type of culture who thinks that it's cool to just murder women because of you made a mistake and you did an oopsie, but it's their fault. You're messed to clean. No. That's not a religion. That's a cult, and it should be eradicated from the planet. All of it. That's what I just said about Islam. Yes.
How freaking cute this is.
On the heels of a mosque being shot at. I didn't say kill all the children. I did not say that. I said the religion, the cult, the degradation of fucking man in that type of atmosphere where you're their religion, their Muhammad, everything about it is sick, fucking gay, and pedophilic. So that's at its roots. Same thing with, oh wow, yeah, oddly enough, just like Judaism. Isn't that something?
I was on my walk and I saw this little sign with all these little flowers. So I went home and grabbed some money, and now I'm going to put some money in and take a little flower thing. How cute is this?
Gratuity boxes is something
Got myself
amazing
some
that
flowers.
exists in
These are so freaking
high trust
cute.
societies.
That stand would not last 1 minute in the ghetto.
He's not wrong.
It would not last 60 seconds. It's not happening.
Yeah.
Gay black man.
They'll steal all the money. They'll steal all the flowers. They would tear down the stand for fun.
Yeah,
That's how fucked up the environment is in the ghetto.
the only way to make high trust societies possible is for the
get rid of the Jews and the niggers.
overwhelming majority.
Oh, and some of the Mexicans, because they're assholes too. They don't really treat their they don't raise their children with any kind of like manners.
Of a community to never commit these kinds of acts, to feel a connection with each other through, for example, societal norms, culture, language, and way of life. Crimes committed directly at another citizen has to be punished in a way that would make most people uncomfortable.
Yeah, these two pieces of shit here robbed this another honor system little depot here, a little tiny spot.
In today's coddled society, it was the way our ancestors handled these types of antisocial behaviors for thousands of generations because it was the only way forward. And it is time for us to stop moving backwards. But that's just my opinion.
How freaking cute this is. I was on my walk and I saw
This is actually pretty good, though. That's actually really that was a good one.
Before my grandfather died, he told me that one of the best things you can give a child is something to love. I asked him, what do you mean? He smiled and said, a pet. I didn't understand him at first, but this is how he broke it down. Kids.
Each and every one of his videos goes like this. It's a formula. It's about his grandfather before he died. I ask him what he means, and then he explains. It's the same pattern. It's the formula that he's doing over and over.
They grow up fast, but animals slow their heart down. A pet teaches your child how to care before the world teaches them how to stop caring. Then he pointed outside and said, when a child runs to feed a pet, holds it when it's scared, cries when it's hurting, they learning empathy, they learning loyalty, and they learning love that don't come with any conditions. And in the cold world, that matters. Then he hit me with something I'll never forget. A pet may be a part of your child's life, but to that animal, your child is his whole world. I felt that. You see, children who grow up loving deeply usually grow up hurting people less. And that's how I realized sometimes the smallest pause
Tells on his hand.
leave the biggest footprint on a kid's heart. I'm out.
What is that? That's not a tattoo. What is that? It's like a dry skin thing. There's just another Israeli fucking IDF cunt laughing about she killed a child. I killed a boy. It's totally laughable. There you go. I don't even say the army. Only this isn't really good grammar here. She's laughing though. She doesn't give a fuck. She's a fucking sociopath. She's laughing. Now we just laugh about it. This is a psychopath. She doesn't even know how she's supposed to respond. Like, she can't even fake it because they are that detached from even having any concept of what people in a normal frame of mind who would consider you not insane, psychopathic, homicidal fuck would expect you to say. They don't have that tether to like the right and wrong thing, like that. Like I said, like that inherent intuitive connection with something higher than them, like a benevolent creator or whatnot. the thing that informs them what's right and wrong. They don't have that. They're indifferent and they have to guess what it is to be normal. This is how sociopaths work through life. They usually end up becoming really good actors, but it's really crazy that there's an entire fucking group of people that just breed and they just make these vapid, soulless fucking shells that are hell. They get pleasure out of everybody else's pain. That is fucking. Why does that exist? Why does it still exist? It seems like it should be a little bit outdated by now. Like it should have already expired or gone extinct. Just saying.
כמו שאפשר לצחוק.
I'll laugh about it as much as I can.
זה נהיה פשוט שם, כאילו, אתה חלק ממני.
She's fucking. She's not even thinking about anything.
הייתי יוצאת הביתה, אני מתקשרת לחברה שלי בצבא. סיוון, זה לא יורד. מה לא יורד, רותם? את לא מבינה, אני מנסה כבר עם סבון. מה לא יורד, רותם? הדם מהידיים. יש לי דם על הידיים, אני לא יודעת מה לעשות.
The blood on her hands won't come off. Did she think back to listening to or reading The Telltale Heart and the blood on the key, and she couldn't come up with anything original on her own, so she defaulted into literature? Is that what she just did just then? We heard that yesterday. This is funny.
Yeah, I got a Jew here.
I like Togi. He's a little bit of a weirdo, but he's funny.
Oh my god.
I'm not Jewish, god damn it!
You are.
That's what a Jewish person would say.
No, they wouldn't. They would
Sneaky. Yeah, I got a Jew here, and oh my god.
I'm not Jewish, god damn it!
That's what a Jewish person would say.
No, they wouldn't. They would
Sneaky.
That's good. Why? Oh, here you go.
Obama was like one of the coolest presidents. Like all the sports teams, they all wanted to visit the White House.
This is that fat piece of shit that wanted to fight. Look at this fucking nose. Look at this fucking degenerate. This is Aiden Ross's best buddy. Gotta have the jig cred if you're a Jew, right? So this is that Cuff'em faggot. This is Cuff'em, the guy who waves guns around and a live stream of doing freaking Omega or whatever the fuck they were. This fucking retard.
Yeah, I like Donald Trump, but like people don't want to go there to see him after they win a championship.
That's a representation.
He's a fucking fag. He's a fag too. He's a fat, disgusting fag.
President.
Wait, so what does that make Trump?
If you look at it, gas prices are as low as they've ever been.
What?
He started no new wars and he ended the war in Ukraine.
Exactly. We voted Trump so it could be no wars.
And now he's peace. They call this guy a bad president because Stephen Curry doesn't want to meet up with him. If you look at any objective thing I'm saying, that's not true.
Wait, Steph Curry didn't want to meet up with?
I'm glad that that's what you took out of what I said.
Obama was like one of the coolest presidents. Like all
I'm glad that's what you took out of. They just lied about everything we fucking didn't do.
Kevin O'Leary asks Utah an intriguing question. What if you give me 40,000 acres of untaxed...
What's a crown thing? Double high five from the chest from Bushmaster? Thank you, sir. Let's see, I missed something here. There's a lot of people that paid the toll. Let's see, the feds were killing 50 head a day. Chris Christopherson was a ranger. Badass. I think I gotta get higher. Let's see. Do you want calls? Yeah, maybe. Let me go see what Rebecca's doing. I want to make sure that if she's here, I just gotta... every time I go somewhere else, this thing does... It turns the auto scroll back on. Isn't that weird? But before readings in the house, hello. Let me scroll up a little bit. That Oz fella got a name. Yeah, it's Johnny Americana. The Asian dude we're gonna get to. He's in the list. Well, he's funny. Yeah, let's see. Same technologies for secrets. All right, okay. So, do you want calls? All right, so I'll set up for it if this is still legitimate. Like if I didn't already miss the window for you guys. There's a lot going on here. I didn't see all this. So I forgive you banning me on an online environment. It's also for white interest for sure. Thank you, buddy. I appreciate that. And I just thought you were saying like, get on with it. And I'm like, I thought I was being really good today. Like, so now you're just being no. And then I was like, oh yeah, the cop, because I was doing the same kind of commentary about his freaking ass kissing bullshit that he was doing about the cops are amazing. Yeah. Let me go ahead. I think it was right here we stopped. Yeah, right about there. And I'll put a little bit more of this thing back on just because I have something. That's not the one. That's not it. It's not what I was talking about. It was. Oh, did I already delete it? All right, well, I got to give you something new then. Let's see. I do have some Odyssey stuff here, but it kind of goes the other direction with the stuff. Do we want to learn about Lyme disease from our bro here, Dr. John Bergman? Or Dr. Sam Bailey, the ongoing cover-up of DDT? Let's see. I kind of lost a bunch of my stuff when... Oops, the wrong one. I lost a bunch of my stuff when they took away Ballbusters again. AI Boom is a lie. Yep, that was a good one. Larry Wheels lost his beach. She's gone now. We had those. Oh, it's our German friend here who makes blades. Pretty cool. He makes crossbows. He makes all kinds of stuff. Dart guns. There's the Fuente stuff they were doing the other day. You know what? I'll just find something there. Let's maybe we'll get something from the audience here. Let's just throw this on. I'll be back.
Into two areas. One that will be approved by the social media, and the other I can speak freely on our Dr. B VIP site. Question 1 for the standard social media. Jan Post 9435. Dr. B, about vitamin D and sunshine. You said 11 a.m. to 1 p.m. I heard years ago to avoid the sun from 10 a.m. to 2 p.m. Is the latter outdated information? Yeah. That a lot of people have a fear of the sun, and when you're looking at skin disorders, melanoma, things like that, it's not from lack of sun or too much sunlight exposure. So the sun is fantastic. You're actually designed to have exposure to it, and you look away from the equator. There you have to get that vitamin D from either fatty fish or minimal exposure is going to be ideal. But 11 to 1 is when the sunlight is generally over your head, so you get the most intensity. That's why we say 20 minutes. The further the sun goes down in later on in the day or early in the morning, the light energy has to go through a whole bunch of more layers of atmosphere. That's why the sun, even at sunrise and sunset, changes color when it gets at the top, because it's more diffused. It has more direct and it's more white yellow area. Avoid the sun. I'd be really suspect of somebody with that, unless they're taking certain chemical therapies that can have a negative reaction in their skin on their sun with the sun exposure. So no, 11 to 1 is ideal. It's not new information. Human beings should never be afraid of getting exposed to the sun. Healthy amounts of sun are ideal, but if you get sunburned, where you're getting blisters, that means your body hasn't built up enough melanin to adapt to the prolonged exposure. So if you have never been exposed to the sun, this is why 15-20 minutes, bare skin exposed between 11 and 1 o'clock is a great way to build it up. Question 2 from Barbara Smith. I have all these symptoms. My heart was checked, but they said it's okay, but it's not. Will a cardiac MRI show anything? More than likely not, and it's not good data in the majority of cases. I need so much help. Nothing is helping me. I've been sick for 29 months straight since the virus, December 2021. Okay, we got to get you healthy. When you look at this, the heart has 2 nerve supplies, one in the neck, one in the top of the thoracic area. So there could be a physical stressor addressing that. Now, knowing that you've gone through 4 years of stress and propaganda, mask wearing, media taken over, I mean, a whole bunch of things where you might have thought the world was going in one direction, but it made a 90-degree right turn or left turn. So physical stress, for sure, you got to check that out, because the heart does have 2 nerve supplies. So on our site, thedrbvip.com, I have a list of standard x-rays that I would recommend for somebody with your issues. So identify the physical stress. Chemical stress, look at bowel movements, sleep patterns. If you're sleeping incorrectly, or you're not waking up refreshed, you're getting up at night to pee, even though you go right back to bed. Okay, those are all signs that your body isn't regenerating. And when you're in a stress state, the blood becomes thicker, and the kidneys have to work harder, the lungs have to work harder, blood becomes acidic, and the blood has to filter out through all the joints. Every joint you got is hydraulic. It needs fluid, and it gets that fluid from healthy blood. So all the stuff you're describing is from a stress state. You just have to address the underlying stressors, particularly, well, I can't talk about the virus, or because the censored media, or any interventions that may have been done, although those could be contributing factors. But yeah, look at the physical by identifying on x-rays and nerve scans. Look at the chemical stressors by identifying lifestyle, like if you're poor sleep patterns, or you're getting up at night, or you're not waking up refreshed. Look at thermographies, has also great idea for identifying certain areas of the increased metabolic response that may give a clue to more chemical stressors. And then sick for 29 months, there is going to be emotional stressor, Barbara. So address all 3 of those, and we have videos on that, but look for the cause, not for the adaptive response. And this is why when you're looking at high blood pressure isn't a disease, it's an adaptive response to stress. Okay, bowel disorders are generally an adaptive response. Joint pain is usually an adaptive response. So look at the underlying cause, not the low level with no critical thinking. Symptom there, chemical here. You know, that's foolishness. But your body is given the symptoms. That's why I don't think you need an MRI to show cardiac anything, because they're going to be looking at the heart rate and rhythm. But what controls that? It's going to be the nervous system. They're not looking at the nerves. What controls the health of the blood? Because that heart has to send the blood to the kidneys and lungs, to all the tissue in the body. So they're not looking at the underlying stressors or the adaptive response. Question 3 from Michelle D. 2653. Got bit 2 years ago. Didn't get any treatment for 2 weeks. The symptoms that caused me to go to the doctor was dizziness and growing bullseye. The treatment did wipe out the rest of my energy for the 5 more days. I like that. The treatment wiped out your energy. What other options are there? I would like to know. Okay, perfect. Michelle, let's get you healthy. Okay, so when you look at this, getting bit, okay, your body is going to be able to handle any type of assault or pathogenic agent based on your ability to withstand that or adapt to that stress. So look at physical, chemical, and emotional stress load. People have been getting bit for thousands and millions of years, okay, by parasites, by, funguses, molds, yeast, ticks, spider bites, everything. And some people are going to have a huge negative reaction. Some people have no reaction. And so what's the difference between those?
Nutrients, goddammit, and minerals, and not having a deficient body so that's not already in a weakened state, so that it doesn't take much of a stress to tip it all the way over. Yes.
Those 2 have to do on your immune system response. And you don't really have a system called an immune system.
Thank you.
Each cell in your body, each system in your body has a response to environmental pathogens. Or
and notice I said each system, and those all throughout the body. All throughout the body, there's pleomorphic microzyma. You might as well call them sensors, in a way, but they can also metamorphose, and they create things that fit, like the key in the lock for whatever the problem is and going on in your body. Regular fermentation, it's just eating what's there. When there's a toxin buildup, it creates a bacteria that can eat it more efficiently. When it's in perfect state, perfect environment, homeostatic environment, it could be even like in neutral. But it's really amazing and it's really cool that these things are the Beisham's little bodies that he called them. That this stuff was even in the chalk rock and so basically organisms that this stuff, the pleomorphic microzyma, were lying dormant there for hundreds of years. And when they got activated again, they're right back to it again. All right, so let's do we'll do this more of this later, but let me just add something from the list here because I found this to be good as well. If I can find them quickly, I will. Oh, well, here, hold on. There's the Smiles in Court fucker. Judge finds woman incompetent to stand trial in fatal stabbing of 3-year-old outside supermarket. So cut off her head instead then. She can't fit. She's not fit for trial because she's so big. We'll cut her down to size. Then she'll be fitting for trial. All right, that wasn't the one though. There's a scrawny little kid who I wanted to. He says something about stop freaking out about the ticks, basically. And if it was close by, I would have shown it. And then also, oh yeah, and Christopher Lee Statler wanted to see the. I got the that Asian dude here somewhere. It's this way. Okay, gotta verify. And then we'll go. I'll go on to panel 5, and we'll get people on for the stream. Yeah, illegal CDLs. You know how many people have been fucking murdered by freaking Pajeets in Canada and driving back and forth from Canada? We will rape your wives. Yeah. Sung by Israelis on Jerusalem Day. What a great people. We will rape your wives. I'm sure it could be a jingle. Here, let's watch this real quick.
Oh, life is too tough. What can we do?
We're going to learn Junglish.
Are you or a loved one suffering from erectile dysfunction?
Erectile dysfunction, just in case you didn't hear it.
Have you worked all your life to only see your life savings drained by inflation, market manipulation, and your loved ones killed by drugs, vaccines, and pandemics or diseases? I have a solution for you.
Or diseases?
Introducing Junglish, the language to point the finger at who caused Juvid, like Albert Jurla, Jurak War, Will Gates, Jeffrey Epstein. Here are some examples. Timothy Jumale, Scarlett Johansson, Natalie Jortman, Adam Junler, Gal Judot, Daniel Jukliff, Steven Jewsberg, Mila Junis, June Santos, the guys who give you non-Hodgkin's lymphoma with Jufosate, Jujacat. We may not be able to put a star on their arm, but we can use Junglish to make sure not to trust them for conspiring against the United States. Remember, just because they say they're Jew-white doesn't mean they actually are, Goyim.
So his name is Horsefly Fisherman. All right, now let's find the skinny chronic kid that was talking about. There it is again, and there's Johnny Americana.
Judge finds black woman incompetent to stand trial in fatal stabbing of 3-year-old
When you actually hear him talk most of the time, it sounds very, very feminine. I think he's a hermo, if you would know what I mean.
Boy outside of supermarket. So she's too retarded to stand trial, but not too retarded to have killed an innocent little boy. It's kind of like DeCarlos Brown, found to be too retarded to stand trial, but killed an innocent white girl. Is anyone else noticing a trend here?
Yeah.
The issue in perversion is...
Yeah, the Jews want us all to die, and they're letting the judges let them back out to kill us some more.
Our society favors the criminal over the innocent lamb of society, and showing mercy to the criminal over the innocent lamb of society.
Right, but what is this? This is the Jew effect. right? This isn't the Americans being Americans and just eroding. No, it's the thing that's in our country that is eroding the country and the morality and using bioweapons.
Particularly mercy.
That was a loud one. That was really loud. I'll get back to the I'll look at the Rumble and the other chat too here in a second.
Is shown to the BIPOC, Black, Indigenous, people of color criminals, where they're allowed to walk around proudly, smiling. They love to smile. See, here's another one of these black murderers. He killed this retired teacher by pushing him
Looks like MJ.
on the subway tracks.
Michael Jordan, not Michael Jackson.
Comes into court smiling like he's in an Adidas campaign. This must be the black excellence they've been telling us about. You know, I don't find it to be very excellent. I actually find it to be everything but excellent. And I think what we need is an overhaul on the judiciary in this country, which has prioritized mercy to the wanton, abject criminal over mercy to the innocent lamb of society, which includes these victims and you and me. You know, we outnumber these criminals and these judges. Judge fine.
So that face needs to be ripped off like they do the frazzle drip and then tacked to a fucking tree.
Black woman and
then Trump can cut down the tree with his loggers. Oh yeah, this is the guy. 15 million. This is the biggest number I've ever seen for this Kentucky Ed Gallerine. This is Trump's pick to because he says he hates Massey. So this dude has 15,522,000 of APAC money. There's our bro. Do better, niggas. Some of these are really funny, but here it is. Okay, here.
No, I'm not scared of getting.
I think he probably is a little bit on the tism or something. Let's try not to make fun of him. He's got a good message here.
Bit by a tick. This is because they want us to be scared of spending time in nature more than they want us to be allergic to red meat and dairy. I understand that if I get bit by a tick and somehow become allergic to red meat and dairy, allergies are not permanent. I can simply reintroduce small amounts of those superfoods into my diet until my body readjusts and no longer reacts negatively. There's way too many people online saying that
except you can't really do that with a peanut allergy because they inject that in some of the vaccines, so the response is that your body doesn't have any tolerance for it at all anymore. So even like the oil of the blah 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 can be enough to trigger that response because it was that damaging and much of a shock to the system when it was injected. That's why I'm saying injections are fucking horrible. Don't ever do any injections, period.
They're not going to go outside in nature this summer because they don't want to become allergic to red meat and dairy. This is what it's all about. It's about fear and control. If you don't want to be a slave to the matrix, you need to understand just how intelligent your body is, and no matter what happens, it can always heal, and you will always be better off with a connection to nature under the sunlight, ignoring the experts. No, I'm not scared.
Yes, ignoring the experts. Who aren't experts, they're just self-made experts. They're in their little society of parlor tricks and bullshit. We gotta do a lot of these, actually, if we get a chance, or we'll just do it tomorrow. Let's see if I can just scroll back up to where I was. There's some good stuff in here. Yeah, that one was good too, though. You gotta stay with that one too. Oh, this guy goes around and just weighs shit in freaking Walmart, and everything's over. Oh, it's priced for 2-3 pounds above what it's supposed to be, and it's like one package after another. So I started doing the test. I started weighing stuff when I go. Yeah, let's go right to. Oh, that's good. We got a Larry. Yeah, let's leave it right there. All right, let me see if I can set this up then. Get a better background. Oh, wait, we gotta do the talk first. Let's see. Welcome back. Thank you, HRVAT88. Let's see. Cops didn't run towards gunfire in Uvalde. That's exactly right. Express living trust to top to protect your assets. Yes, I gotta look into that deeper. I'm taking That was deep. I was saying that. I'm taking off to coach some hockey. Nice. I've listened to the stream on the road. Heck yeah, dude. My brother played hockey, and I used to love watching it. I was but there used to be. I don't even know if is the Calder Cup still a thing. The Calder Cup. Yeah, the Adirondack Red Wings was my team, and then they moved, and I don't remember what they were, but there was like the farm team for the Detroit Red Wings, and we had Albany River Rats season tickets for the Pepsi / Knickerbocker / I don't know what the hell it's called now, arena in Albany. And now they're called the Albany River Rats instead of, I'm sorry, the Albany Devils, like it would be the New Jersey Devils. Looks like they need to take advantage of every single ounce of gas before 4th of July. How is counting cameras a terrorist method? Let's see. Even the very best of the goy should be. Yep. Lied about ingesting drugs. What a coward. Yeah. Because he's just that much of a whack job. That's the only thing you could probably think of to, excuse his behavior. Would oppression be trying to keep him from going to college? College. Nose rings and tatted arms and chest. Unfeminine. Thank you. That's exactly what I think. And the freaking multicolored hair. Unfeminine, fake, unfriendly. Being single sucks, but when the women have this mentality, don't give up yet, he says Real Mac. Remember, 5 was a pricey dozen of eggs. Now those pricey eggs are like 11 here. Yeah, okay, so I've been getting 18 packs from Sprouts, and sometimes I go for the $6.99 ones, and other times I go for the $5.79 ones, but they're 18 packs. But if I'm getting them fresh from a farm, I'll pay $5 for them. You know what I mean? Like I eat 6 eggs at a time. I don't think I ever eat less than half a freaking rack of eggs. Sunny side them, throw some cheese, salt, lots of salt, and then some of my hot sauce after they're done. I cook them in butter. Obviously, never seed oil. And then there's so much butter left, I just tip the pan, pours it on top, the nice melted butter. 82% buttermilk. Oh yeah, or buttercream, whatever the hell it is. And that's how you know things are bad, and that we're ruled by pedophilic eaters of flesh. That obviously, that OBV be used against me out of context one day. Yeah, we're watching them dismantle centuries more of our history in the ghetto. Pure evil right there in that Yenta's eyes. That's demonic possession to me, but yeah, I call it psychopathy. Yeah, I mean, it's sociopathy. I mean, sociopathic. With the absence of human emotion. I feel like that's mostly a Jewish affliction. Oh yeah. But I mean, it seems like they can afflict it upon others. Like it's contagious or cursing. Yeah. We don't hate these people enough. Exactly. And let's go back over to this, and then we get going. I got that one. Comforting, it says, as in how many false flags are going to happen under her wealthy Jewish guidance. Exactly. With that woman in New York. The big, yeah. She hit even louder. That's a good one, Thomas. You can always count on Thomas. Let's see. There's Kashiro Kato. Imagine a nigger in 3026 finding an intact reel of Teletubbies. Imagine the nigger's face when they seen the wheel. That's a better one. Do all the terrorists get to keep their secret CIA access even after retirement? I wonder how they investigate people. Yeah, I mean, it's kind of funny. Oh my god. I love how people are so dumb too. It's like, former special agent, blah, 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 now podcaster Myron Gaines, and like, he's like 30. You think he's retired? Come on. Snowy. Join or die is my guess. Almost brought me. This is Bushmaster 6A. Almost bought me a 87 Brewham G body cutlass rust free survivor. I'm letting it marinate for before I buy the G body back. G body black man's dream car. I thought that was a Pontiac. Poor old nigger think it's a Cadillac. No, I just have a soft spot for G bodies and have a couple of GN Turbo V6s in the garage waiting to come back to life. That's cool. Project cars are fun. Buy up motor oil, says D-Bot, and that's probably not a bad idea. Yes, we'll do the call-ins. Same technology spared, secret releases, IDs. Release secret. Love using that Hellstorm Churchill weapon on the Germans. Those 3 states burned were primarily German folks. I betcha. Right. Yeah, that would make sense. Chicago has always been like a cesspool of, well, I mean, a haven or like an epicenter for Jewish activity. And guess who comes from there? Nick Fuentes, among other people, right? Freaking Nick Fuentes, Abraham fucking Lincoln, piece of shit. They're hot airs, not really desirable. The Oz fella, yeah, okay, I fixed that one. I told you that one. Here's a fairy tale for the public. Here's a fairy tale for the public to use prior to resorting to human sacrifice. And human sacrifice means magically disappearing people without a trace, torturing to death, and magically getting away with it, and magically destroying all evidence of their existence. A fairy tale to use prior to resorting to human sacrifice. Isn't that basically what the religious testimony of everybody's matriarchy is? And then, yes, grass cattle, barren cattle, so the Young West all over again. Let's see. Chris Christopherson was a ranger, badass. Feds were killing 50 head a day. Yeah, are you talking about with the Bundy Ranch? Is that what was going on? They wanted their land for Chinese solar project and all those kickbacks. God damn it! They do all they can to protect the pedophile, rapists, and nons. Right? Let me just burn before readings here. I know, right? I know. And then it's like they say you're white, and then I look at her mom. I'm like, well, you might be half right, but I don't know what the other half looks like. And seriously, like, why the Somalian guy with the fucking light bulb head? They were going to, like, if that girl, I mean, she's not that attractive, but I'm just saying, like, if that fucking weirdo, guys are overthinking shit. If that guy can get a chick that's like a 5 or 6, that get other men who are way better than that piece of shit are overthinking things. Just get it. Just take them. They're gonna, hey, confidence. It works. Make them laugh. Claim them for yourselves, not for those. Don't let the groys get them. They were going to make another hybrid spawn between the Indo-European family and the Afro-Asiatic family, just like another ball. And this violent ape had to go and end it all. Yeah, he ruined it, right? We was apes and shit. How would you not understand what he said? You really need to learn the yell ashy and cheat. Yeah, right. You're talking about the grandfather thing. Yeah, I know, right? It's like I didn't know what he meant. It's like that's because it's a formula. So he this is like the ebb and flow of the formula of what he does, because each and every one sounds the same. Vapid solar shells. Agreed. Thank you, Bushmaster. Holy shit. Double high five from the chest. I gotta that's amazing. Thank you, sir. Have no fear. Hitting the sexy. Damn it. See, I didn't read it fast enough. BB Dan, thank you. Before reading. It's only 7:14 here, so I don't think about that stuff. It's calf liver night. Giving the double dose of core copper a drop to normal afterward. Nice. Yeah, I got this. I just took mine too, as we were talking here earlier. Edward Snowden. That was awesome. Dude, I love that. I just love that movie. I don't really love the movie. I just love that part where he's being chased around by the freaking paperboy. Me too. Where's Fly Fisherman? I hear that, right? Yeah, worst fly fisherman. Worst. I think you should start typing it in. If there's even, yeah, it should just pop up. Good header, Snowy. Oh, you call him, and you're calling him Snowy. I get it now. You guys have a nickname for each other. I think it was worst fly fisherman. Yep, that's correct. Ticks are being blamed somewhat for what the innovations and vibrations are doing, he thinks. Like coming off of, well, yeah, towers and now data centers. There's EMR, or electromagnetic radiation. There's the ELF sound that fucks people up and everything else. Inoculations. Innovations, inoculations. Got it. Yes, inoculations make more sense. Just if myself in bed and Edward Snowden has jokes. BBR. Awesome. Yes. Remember before reading is solid is correct. Awesome, Dan. Gotta fight the coach in the house. Gotta fight coach in the house? What do you mean? Ordered some Thai peanut hot sauce. Okay, cool. Big fan of peanut sauce. Yay. All right, cool. I will, yes, very quickly turn that around. I gotta get some more stuff in the morning. Okay, so here's what we're gonna do. Before I jump over to do that, because I can continue going. I didn't know that I was gonna miss Bushmaster. Which one? Did I miss one? Let me take a look. Oh no, I did. Somehow I skipped over it. He's giving credit where credit is due. Also, there's a jewel effect. And it's time to pay your membership dues. That's hilarious. Like, yeah, your dues, your membership dues. I love it. That's awesome. The 4th of July. I used to say, well, at least it's more than a fourth of them that lie. It's way more than a fourth of them that lie. Okay, so is there anybody else who's still interested in being on the thing? Because I can make that happen. Let me just video.ninja this real quick. If not, then I'll just continue. Usually, people, when I tell people it's up and everything like that, I don't get a lot of takers, so I just plan to do stuff. Oh, and yeah, we are the 17th to the 18th today. So we got about 13 more days left. No. Is that right? Am I getting that right? Oh wow. There's something just came through. I guess that was probably you. Thank you. Okay, let me see. If I do this, are you guys going to be jumping on? Just tell me in the comments, and then I'll. And this is also works for anybody that's over on any of the other platforms that we're on. It's video.ninja. It's that link. It should be in the description of the things, but let me just. I'll show you in a second here. Hold on. This isn't right. Don't look at this on the top because it's actually this one right here. Video.ninja / room equals 4 room. You ever see 4 rooms with Ethan Roth? Is it Ethan Roth? I think that was his name. He's probably a Jew too. Mr. Orange. I bet he is a Jew. But anyway, 4 rooms. It was a 4 different directors. One of them was Tarantino. And Ethan Roth, I think am I saying the right name? Was a bellhop. This is an interesting movie. Alright, let me see. Not calling tonight? Okay. Call in, fucker. Not calling tonight. Okay, so I guess I missed the window. I will try to do this earlier tomorrow. How about you guys tell me what time you want to do something? We got a, short period of time left here on the platform or whatnot. Let's let's make the use of it, make the best of it, and I will write down what a good time is for everybody to meet up, and I'll just work my day around that. Ethan Cohen? I don't think that was it. It was Eli Roth. It was Eli Roth. That's what it was, not Ethan. This guy. No, that's that faggot. Not that fucking piece of shit. He's a fucking horrible person. What was it? Oh my god. Who was Mr. Orange, I guess? Tim Roth. For fuck's sake, how did I forget that? Jesus. Tim Roth. Oh yeah, I have that book, by the way. My brother bought me this one right here. Yes. He's the one that... you son of a slut. Continue without supporting. I like when they get to do that. This is old. Reservoir Dogs. It's a good movie. So we're not doing this then? Alright. Anyone else? Oh yeah, so if you're on Rumble, you can also join. So if you want to do that, that's cool. Or if you're on Crusaders. OG Hate Machine. What's up? Oh yeah, fuck yeah, you got Mr. Blonde right here. Look at that! I feel like we should just start organizing from now on. All streams are just organizing how to fix the problem. Yeah. Exactly. Creating community, and yeah, enough is enough. I mean, we would make ourselves very busy just handling the issues of, oh, okay, so that's what the court wants to do with the situation, so I guess we have to have a community action and go Leo Frank that motherfucker. At least, if that's the least we could do for the family that is devastated by this piece of shit's actions. And this at least we could do so that we can mitigate or end additional victims from this fucking piece of shit. Right? We can make sure that he doesn't hurt any more people. Mussolini. Well, it's an honor, Mussolini. You say so robotic. It's called Ritalin. Gotta calm myself down sometimes. Sometimes take an extra half before I come on here, so I don't fucking start swearing my mouth off. It helps me. It helps prevent fights in the house too, when I'm a little bit more docile. This is the overactive, exaggerated amount of testosterone flowing through my Italian body. I have to calm myself down. Let's see. Well, let's move on with this then.
Let me ask though about why taxpayers.
Oh, but by the way, right in the thing. What does it say? Do you know of BBC Pigeon? It's hilarious. They write articles with words phonetically spelled out like LD. I don't. Oh, thank you very much, people, man. I appreciate that. No, I haven't heard about it. Is that what is that on? Is it just like is it a Instagram thing? Is it YouTube? Oh, what the hell is it? I got a phone call. Let me make sure that I got the thing set up though. All right, let's see. Hello?
To accept, press 1.
All right. Hello?
Hey, man.
All right. Hold on one second. I'm going to try to I'm going to hook this up to the roadcaster. Just got to find the right button here. Are you still there?
I'm still there.
All right, cool. Let me go ahead to go to settings, connected devices, roadcaster. Now I shouldn't have to hold it. Let's see. It's thinking. Are you there? Let's talk. Can you hear me? Hello?
Yeah, man.
Oh, okay, cool. Now we can hear you. What's up, bud?
Yeah, well, I couldn't find the link or whatever to do the ninja room.
Oh, okay, Chris.
Yeah,
it's usually pinned. It's usually pinned at the top, but I don't know if you're on the phone or not. But I don't know what Ballbusters on FTJMedia looks like. But there's a pinned link here that doesn't change. It's a static link until we change the room address or whatever. But yeah, that's the video.ninja, and then it's / room equals 4 room.
I'll try to do better next time. My bad.
That's funny.
Yeah.
Oh, BBC, yeah, British Broadcasting.
I'm really.
Yeah. Sorry. I was just figuring.
Should I shut up and let you?
No. I was just reading something, and it said Feeble Man said it's British Broadcasting. Yeah, that's. I don't know why I wasn't thinking that way. I thought you were saying. Yeah, no. Sorry, my bad. All right, go ahead. What's up, Christopher Lee Stetler? So yeah, that's really interesting that your sister's name was Regina and my aunt name was Gina. That's like crazy.
Yeah, exactly. It's creepy. I definitely would like to hash over what you know about the lost century, the forgotten century, and my grandmother straight told me some things that I've only heard some. One guy, Carson. I think it's Carson or Carlson.
Oh, Randall Carlson.
Speak about.
It sounds like it might have been him.
Archaeologist.
Yeah, I don't know what Randall Carlson considers himself, but he was the guy that did like the. I don't know if they were talking about the Under Dryas or something, but they were talking about that mass flood that occurred in America. He and that other guy from the Contact in the Desert meetups. Can't remember his name either. I actually his face escapes me too. Oh god, yeah. But anyway, this people that you see. Oh, Graham Hancock. Him and Graham Hancock used to team up. If it's Randall Carlson, if it's the one you're talking about. Let me see if I can pop up a picture.
That's wild. I can hardly make out the words you're saying. I get a tremendous amount of crazy reverb.
Really? That's weird. Oh, try to call back and maybe that'll be better.
All right, man.
All right, call back. It's probably the phone. Yeah, I'm guessing it's probably the connection because I had to do it in the middle of the call. While we were doing that, let's see. Oh, it finally. I thought it was already out. Let's do this.
You'd have to pay for this if it's a private business and your tenants are some of the richest companies in the world. Why would taxpayers be required, as they now are, to subsidize this?
Because that's the system, right? Like if you have people like Trump in his team of Shabbat Lubavitch child killers making the policy for the American people to where the goy are the tax cattle. That's who pays for things, especially if it's something that's going to kill them. And that's your first, that's one of your first indicators that that's what's going to happen. That's what it's used for. Something that's going to harm you is when you're paying for it. It's kind of the whole ritual thing that the Jews do. You have to pay for your own enslavement. You have to pay for your own demise. You have to pay for every little thing that you do. Go out and kill yourself in a war for them. All that. So why would this be any different? So, and for people to still not realize that, why is the government subsidizing or making, the taxpayers pay for these things that are from private corporations? Because it isn't. Because this is a military operation. This is kind of my point here. They're being built next to military bases, and they're not treating this like any other. This is just the cover. The lie that they're telling the American people that it's for AI and it's for all these other things. It's this wonderful server, blah, blah, blah. It's all mass surveillance. Everybody knows that. But that's not really the whole story. The whole story is it's most certainly here to harm you in some way. And I think being a detention center / containment unit is a part of it. It is certainly part of it. They're going to be mass murdering us in various ways. And when it makes a whole lot more sense that it's a government military operation when you understand that, the cover is no regulation for 10 years on AI or data centers. But in reality, you're not going to be around for 10 years to complain about it when there's no regulations after 10 years either. So it's not going to matter. The lie just has to be long enough for, to pet you back to sleep right now. Doesn't matter how long it stretches out for. And if they're, like any other type of corporation or company would be building something, why would the taxpayers have to pay for it? It doesn't make sense. It doesn't make sense. But it does when you understand who's really behind it, because Palantir is CIA. CIA is pretend government. It's a foreign hostile entity in our government, in our country, owned by the freaking same demonic Jews that we fought 2 wars and killed a bunch of Germans for unjustly. A bunch of our cousins and comrades. You know what I mean? Or direct ancestors. But if it's and the push for them so quickly also means something. It has the very deep meaning. It's not just to bankrupt the people, but of course that's the effect, and that's a positive effect that they want to see happen. Taking away the water, taking away the electricity, making it so that there's eminent domain. You don't even get to resell your house because everything's been trashed. Nobody can insure it, and you can't get homeowners insurance because there's no, all this stuff. You're either priced out of the electric, or you don't have enough water flow. They'll take your children because you can't live in a house without utilities, even though the utilities are no longer available and they used to be. It doesn't matter. And Trump a couple of years ago made being a vagrant or homeless basically illegal, and he was talking about, if I don't, let me look this up because I may be wrong, but I seem to recall there was a capital punishment involved in that. Let's see. This also attacked people who live in vans and travel in vans. President Trump has signed an executive order intended to push cities and states to remove homeless encampments and potentially compel individuals into treatment. While the order does not make homelessness illegal at the federal level, as such laws are typically local or state level, it uses federal funding as leverage to encourage municipalities. Of course, this is the whole handshake thing that we have to stop too. The moment money is taken, you're in debt you have to perform. If you have a sponsor, like I don't have sponsors, right? If you have a sponsor, then you do what they tell you. They're your boss now. Anybody who gives you money, but in the government level, like the reason why they pay, schools take money, then they also have to push CRT and vaccines and all the other, you're inherently racist transgender bullshit. Now, why would that be something that the federal government would want to be pushed? Because it's a fucking Jewish-run country. That's why. And that's the same Magnus Herschel bullshit that they were pushing in Berlin. Being pushed into your schools, which would make you even more angry. We're not angry enough. Encampment removal, funding leverage, shift from housing first. Yeah, right. So this is what he's doing. You know what Gaddafi was doing? Because he wasn't letting just a handful of people sap the country dry of its resources. Instead, he was selling it, his own oil, and sharing that money with the people because it was theirs. He considered the nationalization of the the resources. He considered that to be the people's resources that was theirs. He's handling the transactions. Everybody benefits from the wealth of the ground, of the soil, of what is there. And they didn't have an electric bill. They had free college. They had free housing, believe it or not. There wasn't going to be a homeless problem because the Jews weren't fucking taking. What did the Jefferson? Was it Jefferson that said that? They'll be on the streets of the in the country their parents or their their grandparents founded or conquered or whatever. I know that's really bad paraphrasing, but This is the Jewish effect is to rob you of everything. The protocols of Zion, yes, they are real because they are literally doing that. What's your forgery? It's a Zionist council meeting or a Freemasonic, whatever meeting, which I don't think they would write it down, but yeah, it's probably some Zionist council that came from. But anyhow, the inheritance tax, the death tax, the recurring bills, which is like a subscription, which is when you pay your utilities, it's like a subscription based right there. All this shit was implemented after the Civil War, after they had conquered. And yes, if there's not going to be any regulation, yes, you are going to pay for it. They're going to take away everything, but also the creepier part is there's no, like I said, there's no oversight. There's nobody can say shit about what's going on, and they're making you pay for it. It's a governmental military project, not. These corporations are just extensions of the government. It's basically letting you know that when you see what's happening with the data centers. Now you understand it's a corporatocracy because also the incorporated United States is run like that, whereas the country pretends that it can't do certain things because of the Constitution. That's why they butt off all these corporate entities that will do it anyway because they don't have the restrictions that the government does under the Constitution. That way they get to pretend and we get to pretend and self-delude that we still have a country to save when it's been gone for over 160 years. Doesn't mean it can't come back, but we don't have it and it doesn't exist right now. We're living in prison. Forced treatment. Oh yeah, forced treatment. Now let's see about kill. Let's see. Come on, motherfucker. I'm trying to type and look through the freaking microphone at the same time. President Donald does not propose capital punishment specifically for the status of being homeless. However, he has called for the death penalty of severe capital crimes such as first degree. Yeah, whatever. No, I know what I heard him fucking nonchalantly say once.
They don't necessarily have to.
Christopher Lee Steller. You can try again, or you can try to do the video.ninja. So it's I'll put the link in the copy link, and then we'll go like this. Paste. Fling. What's up, Josh? The number is 619-431-0334. There you go. I just Bushmaster asked. The South got Morgentown. Yeah. Oh man. Don't see the ninja room pin top. Where exactly? Okay, I just put there. And then, what the hell? Did it just pop out? What the fuck? Why did the fucking tab just jumped out? I hate that shit. Now I gotta do it all over again. At least you guys see it though. Open a new tab. There. Stop fucking with me. There we go. It pulled out of the main line of tabs. Just there. All right, so what we got over here? It looks like this place died over here. I got scared of Paul. He got scared. Let's see. Oh yeah, you're talking about yeah, that fat piece of shit. He was such a loser. That guy fell and hurt himself during a concert too because he's such a fat fuck that like the scaffolding broke and he smacked his head really good. I think he cut it. It's beautiful. Anybody who weighs can you imagine like you're on a stream and you're such a freaking groid? A lot of people have been doing this, but this is like that learned behavior, right? Like they're teaching other people to behave like them. People who are softer heads, who don't use discernment, they don't think for themselves. It's just literally monkey see, actual monkey see, monkey do. So now you got a bunch of people on streams waving guns around. And how is that like good? Like it's not really good for the 2A community because they show really stupid behavior with a firearm. It makes me laugh when they get shot, when they shoot themselves. That sometimes it's great. But him waving a gun around and be like, "I'll kill you, nigga, kid. Where you live? Where you live, Paul?" It's like, yeah. And then he says, "Okay, well, let me fight him." And he's like, "No, I'm not gonna fight you," because he's a fucking fat pussy. These people are fucking jokes. Everything about it's all fake, by the way. Like even the arguments are fake. Oh, I got him. I got you, bro. Hold on. Let me see. Can you hear me? Can you hear me? Hello? 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 Oh, I got 2 people in here now. Let's see. Hey, can you hear? I gotta show myself. Hold on, let me see. Enable director. And then I pop up my thing here. Start virtual camera. Can you hear me? I can hear some of it. All right, I hear that. Let's see. I can hear you. I can hear the one in the middle. Can both of you hear me?
Hello. Yeah, I'm in the dark. I'm in my truck, man.
Alrighty. And can I hear?
You can hear me, Dan.
Yes, sir. Hello, Bushmaster. Now, is Chris?
What's
Chris?
up, dude?
What's up, buddy? Chris, can you hear us?
That I can.
All right, cool. Let me move you guys over to the other screen here. All right. So go ahead, and I'll just work out.
I don't need any screen space.
I'll go ahead and get these over.
And yeah, that guy's name was Carlson or Carson that you brought up. I saw
Randall. Yeah.
I saw Randall. Is it Carlson?
Carlson or Carson? Now you got me thinking. I don't know.
Yeah, Randall Carlson.
Yeah.
He's got a lot of interesting videos up about the. He does the Younger Dryas. Massive, world changing cataclysm. He's a cataclysm dude.
Yep.
Yes.
And the dude's not dumb. He's not dumb. He's very, very intelligent. And I don't think there's anybody that can, go in a room and debate him and win. He's very smart. Everything he says, he backs it up.
Yeah, well, the interesting thing for me is that my grandmother literally, had me on a sit down, I want to tell you a couple things about this world before I die. And that's little old Bessie Statler. She listened to her elders well. It kept her alive. She carried on the tradition. She was the one who knew the tinctures, what to harvest from the wood. That woman, that old school kind of shit that'll keep you alive.
Right.
And she said that, it basically, on that very day, she said, you would have fit in just fine a couple 100 years ago.
Yes.
As in, I don't get along with people. And anyway, and it would have been. I didn't say I'm not the one who said it. I would have fit in fine 100 years ago or way back when. My grandmother is the one who literally told me. Yeah, you would have fit in just fine a couple 100 years ago. And get away from that part.
Yeah, because you wouldn't have been there either. That's kind of funny, right? Yeah.
It would have been the meat, the meat and potatoes of it is. She said that there was a huge, massive lake, not Salt Lake, but there was another lake, and it was massive, and it let go. And for the life of me, I can't remember when she said it happened.
Like dance
what
bush
years?
or something?
Because I'm not good at that age.
She's probably talking about the Missoula Lake, which probably created the Grand Canyon.
Oh wow!
The Missoula Lake. Yeah, there was a lake that let go. The Grand Canyon was not created by millions of years of.
Where'd he go?
I know. He had such good info right there.
Where'd he go? We lost him.
That sucks.
Yeah, I hope it was. Well, I mean, he'll be back if that anything. I'm sure, right? Maybe he's off the phone. I bump things off my face.
You see how?
There he is.
But if that's the one, if is that the same like that Carlson was speaking of?
Hold on, let me see. Are you back on the thing? I just got to move you back over.
Yeah, I'm back. I'm sorry
That's all right.
about that. I touched the.
He did it again. No, he didn't. He's there. Okay. All right, cool. Let me see. I just gotta check something real quick to make sure I put you guys in the right spot here. All right. Can you still hear us? Bushmaster? Uh-oh. No, he disappeared again.
Oh shit!
I still see his bot. Oh, there it goes. There's actually something going on. Like, I don't know. Yep, here it comes again. I think we got him this time. Yeah, I copied this link. Hello?
All right.
All
I'm
right.
sorry, guys. I touched the wrong portion of my screen. I'm sorry about that.
All good, man.
I apologize.
All right, let's see. I gotta remember which one is who now. I think it was this one.
He's
Well,
the pretty
Dan,
one.
yeah, I was trying to go to bed, but you were, you were talking, and you get me fired up sometimes, man. And I just wanted to call in and give you some encouragement, man. And we love you. And
Thank you.
Keep going, man, and have no fear, and just keep saying the truth, no matter what, man.
I really appreciate that. Thank you very much, and thank you for your assistance too. And I hope that we continue to do this if let's say this particular platform doesn't stick around.
Well,
after.
don't worry about that. Don't worry about that.
Like, I want to be able
Listen,
to have you
man,
guys on and stuff like that.
I got a Tabasco plant that's got like 300 Tabascos that are so hot they're inedible. I'm thinking about digging it up, boxing it up, and sending it to you.
Nice.
Yeah. Listen, if y'all haven't bought Dan's stuff, man, listen. Forget Dan on the doing this stuff. No, it's hot sauce. He's a genius. He's a hot sauce genius. I'm gonna fluff him up a little bit here. His stuff is good, really good. I'm probably gonna dig this Tabasco plant up, box it up, and send it to Dan.
Nice.
And he can do with it what it wills, because they're inedible. They're so hot.
Wow. Yeah, that's weird how that works too. Like, I always used to be surprised by that when I used to grow peppers, that you can pull a pepper off of the same plant, and just the variation of like the variance in the spice level off the same plant. It's crazy. Like, sometimes they're super hot, and then you pull one off the same damn plant, and it's not as bad. It's like serranos are like that. The cayenne peppers that I used to grow were like that, but I was growing a dragon cayenne, so it was I guess a little bit spicier than the traditional cayenne for whatever reason. And that one was, I love cayenne pepper though; it's super tasty. They had lots of
candy.
Yeah, phytonutrients, as they say.
Yeah, most of the garden got whooped, and because I planted too early, and we had a couple of freezes. But that one Tabasco, it wouldn't give up, and now it's hot as hell. I think the plant is actually mad at us. I think it's mad. And it's got no mercy for anybody now. It survived the freezes, and it is mad as hell. And it's hot.
Something's causing an echo all of a sudden. Are you listening to the show at the same time, or something?
Well, I'm just on the thing here, man. I'm an internet retard, man.
I don't know what the like. No, you're good.
Let me call back in.
All right. I gotta remember which one it is. Can you speak for a second, Chris? Let me make sure it's not both of you.
Hello.
Okay.
Hello.
Yeah, you're not echoing.
Hello.
You're good. You're not echoing.
Yeah.
I just went through this whole thing yesterday trying to situate this so that the audio worked right. Because every time I play one of these little short bits, I noticed at the end, like yesterday, it was echoing. So I went through. I had AI help me navigate me through a bunch of things I had to change, and then it looks like it's good now. I had a bunch of extra stuff on here, I guess, that I didn't need. So
I was an original taste tester for That'll Do pepper sauce. Are you
yeah, I know
familiar?
that sauce. Yeah, that'll do it.
It's a,
Yeah.
oh yeah, and the Pepperhead Club at Bug and Holly's Meat Market. I got one of the predecessors of what's the one out of the North Carolina Reaper?
Yeah, Carolina Reaper. Yeah.
Yeah, the guy who did that pepper. Yeah, I was test group. Not a good 15 to 20 minutes. Hoarded.
Yeah, no,
Hoard 15 to 20 minutes. Oh man, it was a little bit like an acid trip.
Yeah, I've
afterwards.
I've had them. I used to. Every year I would get the Carolina Reapers when they came back in season, and I would make some of these special sauces that were only seasonal on my site because I don't mass produce it and hold it for 6 months or whatever. So when they ran out, and then I would have them for. But like I have one called the Golden Ratio, which is pineapple cumin Carolina Reaper, and I've got one called the Reaper's Delight. So do you like Rapper's Delight? Don't ask why. Just the old lady singing and I just thought of the old lady singing in Wedding Singer. You know, so I did.
But it's inside joke.
So
the Sugar Hill Gang.
Yeah, exactly. Right, exactly. So every year I would have a taste test and do it on video. Because if you're gonna cause pain like that, you better get some sort of reaction out of someone else. You better make it worth it, right? You want that documented. So I did them a bunch of times, and then what was it? How's it do making its own thing? That's weird. Are you here, bud? So yeah, and they were horrible every time, like super painful just to eat one with all the seeds in it. I did it with the ghost peppers, and I did it with the red ghost peppers. I did it with the Reapers. One year though, I don't know if I had a dud or something because I ate one at home and it was fine. And I was at the store, which is again 3 hours away, but I took some with me and I was gonna do the test right there at the store while I'm at the store so I can make a little video for it, like a little promotion for the store. And when I ate that one, it was my back of my head turned numb. I was in ridiculous pain. I was dizzy, blacking out feeling like I was losing sight.
Yeah.
It was way different than way different than the one I had from that same box at the house. And when I went to the work and tried to eat that one. And then that one's on a video, I think, still on my website. Or on my YouTube channel for the Awesome Hot Sauce Store. But that was quite the those things are hot. I love doing it once a year, but that's the end of it. I have the Toe of Satan lollipop over there with the 9 million Scoville heat unit in there. That one's I've had a couple of those. I've had the little nitro, the world's most hottest gummy bear, the little nitro. I have that over there behind me too, and I ate one of them, and it feels like it's something inside of you that's grabbing your stomach and squeezing you until you die. I was punching the floor on the ground. I rolled out of my van because I had taken it while I was driving back from the store and going back to my house. And oh my god, I had to pull over. It was so bad though. It's like the pain in the stomach was rotting. That's a problem. You gotta coat your stomach or something before you take the super spicy stuff, especially the stuff with the extract in it.
It burns on the way out.
Sometimes, yeah. Sometimes I don't really get that, but they say it's a percentage of people that have that happen, and it's not every time. But that's definitely something I've heard. I don't think that's the worst thing for me is it goes through the gloves, right? So when I go to take a piss or wipe my ass in the water, the dampness contact, that's when I light myself up, and now I have pepper oil on my crotch or my asshole. So, and if you're in
the wife does not appreciate
Isn't Rebecca
that kind
so
of shit.
happy to
She
have?
does not like that. Okay, don't do that, Dan.
I know, right?
All right, you leave those oils behind. Do you want to stay married or not?
Too late, actually. That's happened a couple of times where she got a little lit up after, because I.
Yeah, see, that's how you make a woman mad at you, Dan. Don't do that kind of stuff, okay? Don't do that, man. All right, you gotta think about this kind of things beforehand, okay? Don't do your pepper
She told
stuff.
Bushmaster just nailed it with the Missoula Lake.
Oh yeah, that was one.
Yeah,
Missoula,
here's a weird little
Lake
insight. Do you remember the Henry Kissinger, Richard Nixon leaked tapes?
Dude, don't even talk about Kissinger because I'm gonna fucking go off, man. I fucking hate that fucking guy.
Yeah, I can hear you.
I hate that motherfucker.
Do you remember
Kissinger?
Wait,
Henry Kissinger.
Wait, do you hear Bushmaster? You don't?
No, I don't.
Because you were talking while he was talking. That's why I was.
My bad.
No. Because he was saying.
I'm sorry. Did you not hear me?
Do you hear him now?
Can you hear me, Dan?
I'm hearing him now.
Okay. Because he said don't even go get started on the Henry Kissinger thing, and then you were saying, "Can you hear me? Can you hear me?" And I thought you were talking to me. I guess you probably were. But Bushmaster.
Henry Kissinger.
Can you hear him now?
Henry Kissinger was the vile.
Mm-hmm.
He is the worst motherfucking vile Jew that ever occurred or stepped foot on American soil. He is the one who opened up China. And what he did was he opened up China, and for cheap fucking labor, he shipped over all of our steel plants.
Mm-hmm.
Now I worked in a steel plant. Northwest Pipe. And all of our steel, when I worked there, all of our steel came from China. We would get all of our steel rolls from China. We shipped over. We ruined everything in Pittsburgh and what's that? What's that valley? Everything from the Northeast got shipped over to China. And Kissinger was the motherfucking cuck behind it. Okay? Kissinger single-handedly destroyed New England.
Yeah.
He destroyed New England by shipping all of our steel stuff over to China.
That's fucking crazy. And again, right?
It's a goddamn fact, and nobody will talk about it.
Deconstruction of America by the Jews, right? They don't want us to be
the destruction of American manufacturing. Henry Kissinger destroyed American manufacturing, and nobody will call it out. Nobody will say it. Henry Kissinger and all the presidents underneath him, and I'm saying presidents underneath him
right
for a reason.
Right, because he had more power.
They were underneath him. Henry Kissinger was the president of the United States for 50 fucking years.
That makes a lot of sense.
He destroyed American manufacturing. He shipped it overseas. And I worked in a steel plant in Denver, Northwest Pipe. And we got our big rolls of steel. Now, you got to imagine, we're a pipe company. So we made pipes for water transmission projects, big water transmission projects. And they are, it's a steel pipe, 3/16 gauge, rolled kind of like a toilet paper roll. Okay? Normal people can't understand the level of this manufacturing. All right? So you got 120,000 pound roll of steel.
Damn.
And they send it into the mill at an angle. And you got automatic computer controlled sub-arc welders that weld it like a toilet paper roll. Okay? That's how you get major water transmission pipes. Okay? That's how it's rolled. And every goddamn piece of steel came from China. Every goddamn piece. But there's only Americans who can they just make it.
Okay.
It's only Americans who can deal with it and turn it into something. The Chinese aren't stupid. But they took advantage of us because of Henry Kissinger.
Well, think about how that all panned out in a time frame too, right? Because what happened with the communization of China was done by Jews, right? So that opened it up with Mao.
Jews. Yeah, all Jews.
Mass
all
murder.
Jews. Everybody, I mean, if you haven't read Sainsbury's book, you need to read it. And Dan, I got your book too, man.
Cool.
I got your book. And I haven't gone. Yes, Dan, I got your book. It's excellent.
Thank you.
I have not. It's in the queue. I have thumbed through it, and I'll one of these days I'll get completely through it. But yes, you know, you're right, Dan, and that's why I call in, because man, I just want you to keep going, okay?
Yes, sir.
And I don't want you to have fear. I want you to keep going, Dan. I'm just an old Texas boy. I'm stuck in Georgia, and you got a friend over here.
Thank you, buddy.
I want you to keep going.
Same here.
And I want you to go, man, and be strong. And one of these days, me and you, we're going to have a boxing competition.
With like,
I'm gonna have to hire a stand-in though, because
I was gonna say with one of your students or something, right? So that I don't get my ass kicked.
No, Dan, I'm gonna whoop your ass, but I'm gonna find somebody else to do it for me.
All right. Fair enough.
Because I know if I get in the ring with you, man, I'm whooped.
No. Again, remember, you just put your hand out, and I won't be able to reach you.
That's right. That's right, dude. I'm 6'2", man. Better stay the hell away from me. and then we can all tell a bunch of good jokes and stuff, and but you know, tell the truth about health. Because I think that's the first thing we got to do.
That's exactly.
Is we got to get America healthy again, and you know. Next time you run into somebody and they're like, "Well, I'm a pediatrician, or I'm a pediatric nurse." I need Dan to step in here, because if I start talking, then I'm gonna say, "Well, how good are you at swimming?" Because Jesus was very clear, and millstones are really heavy.
Yes.
And I've seen so many thousands, Dan, thousands of families, and about half of them, they got a kid that is got problems.
I know.
And it ranges. Dan, it's a real thing. This is a real thing in our country, and people need to start talking about it. And they need to not have any fucking fear about talking about it.
There's the droopy eyes.
They have poisoned our children.
Crooked smiles. There's actually a book called The Crooked Smile. There's the eye thing. You can see sometimes it's visual. But it's all shot related. It's all vaccine related. Yeah.
You can exactly. You can tell it. And you know, I'm not a mean dude. I'll never ever be mean, or you know, I'll come on here and I'll talk shit about kicking Dan's ass sometimes, but you know, but the real deal is we got to protect our children, the children of our country.
Yeah.
And there needs to be people like Dan who are unafraid to call it out.
Yeah, I mean,
you got to be unafraid, man. You got to be unafraid. They're poisoning our children. They're killing us. They're murdering our elderly. All of these fake Jew jab fucking what do they call them? The Jew jab fucking goddamn what do they call it?
Clot thing? They're gonna say?
No, not the clot thing. The procedures. What do they call the medical procedures? They call it
like the vaccines, vaccination.
No, not the vaccines. The
NIH protocols. Yeah, the
protocols. Yes, they will murder your kids. They will murder your grandparents with these so-called vaccine protocols.
Right, or any other protocol.
Murder them. They will murder them.
And the NIH protocols were killing people too. I mean, just to trach and vent people.
Yeah, it's all the protocols.
Yeah,
and you know,
this is a genocidal thing.
Yeah, I don't know anybody else besides you, Dan, who is calling it out. These protocols and these murderers who are poisoning our children and killing the elderly. Well, where are the men in this country? Where are the men who are calling it out and saying, no, you're not going to do that? There's very, very few, Dan. There's very few. There's very few who have the guts to do it.
Right. Yeah, and we need a community.
And I know you got the guts, and what you're doing with Dr. Glidden is very, very good. And I want you to keep going, and I'll always call in to, give you a high five any day, man. I want you to keep going and be brave and be fearless, because they're poisoning our children and they are murdering our elderly in hospitals with their protocols.
They're murdering people that are perfectly fine just because of these fraudulent tests where they think something means something. And
dude, I got another thing, man. I met so many young ladies who got mastectomies or vasectomies, not vasectomies,
like a uterus.
You got the tubes tied?
Not tubes tied,
like
but
the uterus removed?
young ladies who got their young ladies who got their fucking tits cut off.
Yeah, okay. For that
and they got their Yes.
Okay.
They're afraid of the gene, right?
This is the fucking fake cancer thing that they put on young white ladies.
Oh, gotcha.
Yeah.
Cut their tits off and fucking tie their tubes because they're in a cancer risk group.
And that was I think Dr. Glidden has talked about that with what's her name?
I'm telling you, it's a real fucking thing. There's a lot of young white girls who are getting their fucking.
Angelina Jolie had this happen, right? She had hers taken off because of that quote unquote gene that.
Dude,
it's a mutated gene.
A lot of them.
Yeah,
I've met a lot of young white ladies.
It's all crazy.
Who were beautiful young girls who cannot have children now because they went to some fucking doctor who said, "Oh, you got the cancer gene, and now we're gonna take your uterus out."
They're not even. That's so insane. That's so insane.
It's fucking insane, man. And where are the men in America? Where are the men who said, no, fuck you. You touch my daughter, you're going to cut her tits off, you're going to take her uterus out. Any doctor that does that needs to fucking hang, and we need to start bringing back Roman candles, man.
How sneaky and diabolical is that of the
It's fucking
the
evil. It's evil.
Good stock.
It's fucking evil.
Good stock.
Literally,
Right.
if you send your kid, you send your daughter to a pediatrician or something, they say, oh, no, you got the gene, and we need to cut your uterus out, and we need to cut your mammary glands out. I'm telling you, Dan, this is that's the real pandemic.
Mm-hmm. No, it's.
And when is everybody gonna fucking wake up and see this? I see it every fucking day. No more cutting off our girls' mammary glands. No more cutting out their uteruses. I'm telling you, the whole medical system.
What a sneaky fucking thing too.
Fucking garbage. Yeah. It's evil and it's garbage. And I can go off all night on this stuff, man.
No, absolutely.
I've seen it, and I'm calling you because I see it, and I think you might be the man to keep saying it. And have no fear, Dan. Keep saying it.
100th monkey.
Edward Snowman says, I wonder if Graper is like Goy Raper. Oh, that's good.
All right, guys. We'll talk to you later.
Are you having out? Already?
Yeah. Well, unless you want me to keep talking, I'll just keep complaining.
No, it's good.
Well,
We were just getting warmed up.
I got a couple jokes.
Can I
jokes though? I can
I
tell
got
some
a
jokes.
question for
Let me
you.
add
I got a
something
question
first.
for you,
Let me add
Bushmaster.
something
All
first.
right.
All right. Go ahead.
All right.
Go ahead. Go ahead.
Was you say?
No,
was
don't change the
Missoula?
subject. It's only about the. Come on. Let me throw something about the health real quick, though.
Go ahead.
A lot of these diagnoses, like what happened with my aunt, with the leukemia, they're markers and they don't know what the fuck they're looking at. It's all smoke and mirrors. Them telling that like good stock women that they need to have themselves mutilated so that no men will be able to procreate with them. Tell me that's not like diabolical Jewish fucking behavior, and tell me that's not like preordained. Someone is checking in on this stuff, and the doctors are retards, but a lot of times they are the mechanism, but sometimes they are aware of it if they're, a Steen or a Stone or whatever fuck, at the end of their name. But quite often they're just that indoctrinated that they don't even think about this. But you don't do things preemptively when you don't even none of that makes any sense, because it all goes back to what Dr. Glidden says about the freaking nutrients. You create different environments and atmospheres inside your body at any given time, and a snapshot in time from a test doesn't tell you anything. And it's like the same thing with the PCR. It's a fraud. What does it mean, and is it meaningful? Does it actually mean anything? And how many times you have to take it? Like even with blood pressure, you take it 3 fucking times. And you do it consecutively day by day to see if it's actually a thing, or if it's borderline, or if it's just bullshit. Because anything can accelerate your blood pressure, and it's temporary. It doesn't mean you have high blood pressure.
Dan,
what's up?
Dan, I've met at least 20 young ladies who have had hysterectomies because their doctor told them that they got the cancer gene.
That's so fucking crazy.
So
there was no cancer gene either. Oh, I know.
These young ladies, not knowing, trusted their doctor and had the hysterectomy.
This is why we do our show.
Dan, I'm telling you, this is why I'm calling in to you, man.
It's a
Because
federally
I've
run
seen it.
program. It's a federally run program.
Yeah, it's
they're killing us.
Yeah, our medical system is garbage. It's a federally run fucking genocide program on the American public.
Genocidal eugenics.
I've met these young ladies who never had a chance to bear a child. And there is nothing more beautiful than having a child and having a young mother with a child and suckle on her breast. It's a beautiful thing to see it.
So,
And we have been programmed against it. Like, no, you don't need to suckle your child. We got
so the exact opposite of what Thomas Malthus said is what they do in our country. But here's the funny thing. So it says social Darwinism. Malthus's work was adopted to support the idea that social welfare programs enabled weak members to propagate. Okay, well that's what they're doing on purpose. So they know what they're doing when they're incentivizing and making you pay for all these fucking Negroes and all this other bullshit to have a 1,000 fucking new gangbangers out there to kill people. That's done by purpose.
Always killing.
That's absolutely true.
And at the same time, they're doing the opposite with us. Those who are productive, we're the ones being targeted and and being weeded out. So they're the two things at the same time.
And then they're confusing and confusing our young ladies to think that that shelf-stable baby food is better than them nursing their children.
Yeah, you know how many? There's been a lot of deaths because of that, actually.
Yeah, listen, everybody's got to wake up soon. If it's shelf-stable, at 80 degrees or so, that's not good for your newborn child. The only thing that's good for the newborn child is the mother's milk from the mother, and that should be promoted. That's the one thing that should be promoted for all newborns. That's why God, and Dan, me and you might disagree on some things, but God created a woman. They're a magnificent creature.
I'm not anti-God at all.
They can make babies and they can feed them. And that's natural. And that's the way it should be. Not a bunch of goddamn shelf-stable peas and carrots off at a grocery store shelf that's been sitting there for 6 months.
Like the Gerber stuff and all that, like the baby food.
Yeah, all that Gerber shit.
You can make that stuff in a blender fresh and do all that yourself, and it means more too, because I will say this: when you're cooking dinner, there's an energy, there's a something that comes through that is more nurturing than just the food itself when you're feeding your family, and that's a vital force thing.
It's called love.
Everything natural.
Exactly. It's too sterile and domesticated and just not lifeless when you are feeding somebody something that you just cracked open because it was vacuum sealed in a jar. It's
that's right.
I mean, I understand time frames and time consuming things like that, but when you can, you make it. And yeah, that's crazy. Just like they're trying to deprive the babies of breast milk the same way they're trying to deprive everybody of raw milk. It's all about the destruction of your health. Every aspect of what they do is about the destruction of your health.
Any law against raw milk is wrong.
The Rothschilds came out to publicly challenge and denounce and warn, and that's one of 2 times in history that they actually came out and spoke about anything, and it was about freaking raw milk. And this is the same time they adopted Pasteur like their little baby, and they pushed the germ theory, which is misguided to say the very least, but it's also where you get your excuse to vaccinate people from.
Yeah, dude, my maternal grandparents, they lived to their 90s, and you know what they ate every day?
What's that?
They ate eggs cooked in bacon grease.
Yes.
For breakfast every morning.
Healthy brain,
That's
cholesterol.
what they ate.
Yeah.
All right. That's what they ate every morning. You know, eggs cooked in bacon grease is really good for you. It's good for you.
Exactly. So now what they do is even the good healthy foods that people don't think are healthy, because remember they put margarine on the market. They tell you butter is bad. They put seed oils. Everybody's cooking with olive oil instead.
Margarine, seed oils are terrible.
Even
they're terrible.
Yeah.
Dude, Dan, one
olive
of my
oils.
first jobs when I was 16, I worked at McDonald's.
I was same thing. I did the McDonald's thing too. First job.
Well, back then at McDonald's, we had we get a big box of lard.
They still had real lard back then. Lucky.
Yes, yeah, man. And so I would put the lard into the fryer, a big old block of it, and it would melt. And the fries, actually, now that I'm thinking back on it, that was actually healthy for you. It's just a potato cooked in lard. That's good for you. But now, any fried food is fucking. They're not using lard. They're not using animal fats. It's horrible for you. It'll kill you.
Yep. That's a Jews again. That's a Jews.
Back then, when I worked at McDonald's, the French fries were healthy.
Yeah, that's the Jew effect, right? They cut costs, but they also don't care about life, and if it does harm you, all the better. So even if they're making more money for their stockholders or whatever by reducing cost in one area and replacing it with some bullshit oil, it's also a double positive for them based on their goals of wanting to create heart disease. If they run the health field, any way that they can make you sick is going to be beneficial to them.
You can't have healthy people.
Right.
That's going to ruin the medical system.
And they're trying to take all of your generational wealth anyway. So what better than a really bad disease just before you die?
Once you die, there's going to be an estate tax or a death tax on you when you die.
This is the system that we're trying to wake people up from and wake them up out of. Because I don't want to live the entire. I've seen everything that we have. Why would we just say, okay, yeah, well, that's just the way it is? No, it's not just the way it is. It's the way it is now, but it's not the way it was.
Dan, that's why I'm here, because I think you got no fear, man. I want you to keep going, and if you quit, I'm gonna come punch you in the stomach.
Okay.
If you ever quit.
Deal. I
mean, you're faster than me, but I'll try to catch you.
All right. Well, that's a deal. I will definitely not. Oh, that's why it's running that long. I thought I said 6 hours. Like, this hasn't been 6 hours. It's because I had it said stop streaming in a while. It's there's a little button that you press, and it just had been running for the time that I went to bring Elijah out.
Yeah.
Elijah is doing good.
I really do got to get in the sack.
Get some sleep.
I just got fired up.
I appreciate
that.
To
call in and give you some encouragement. I want you to keep going and don't quit.
I thank you very much.
And
I just don't want to lose contact with people. So I hope that they do follow me on the Rumble. And you know what? Here, let me just drop this up here.
Dan, you ain't got nothing to worry about. Just don't worry about it, man. It ain't a big deal. Everything's going to keep on going.
Cool. Yeah, I'll put it up on the screen later. I'll figure out how to write my email address is just ballbusters@outlook. So if anybody can't find me, they can just do that.
Literally, I'm serious. Send me your you got my contact info, so send me your address. I'm gonna box up this Tabasco plant.
Georgia? I'll have to look at the email.
I'm gonna send it to you, man. I'm gonna box it up and send it to you. And then I will just only one caveat: you cannot give it to your kids because it's so hot.
Oh no, they wouldn't want it anyway.
It might put them in the hospital. So
yeah,
right, you can eat one,
My daughter wouldn't be down with eating spicy, but I'll definitely do it, and I'll make a sauce even just for myself with it.
Dude, I'm serious.
It's awesome.
Send me your contact.
All right.
I think I got your phone number.
Yeah.
I'm gonna dig this plant up. I'm gonna send it to you, man.
Cool.
It's hot as hell.
That's
now
awesome.
I don't want you to use this plant to put yourself in prison for, too hot of a stuff. It might be an international crime or something.
It's going across state borders with the plant too, right?
Yeah. I'm sending Dan this is a criminal activity. Dan, I don't want to go to jail. Okay.
All right. I'll sign the waiver.
No, I'm serious. It's that fucking hot, dude.
Yeah.
And I'm serious. You could take over a small country just with this one plant. Yeah, if you want to go take over some small country in South America, I'll send you this plant, and you have at it, man. It's all on you. It's not on me, man.
I'd rather just kick out the things that are destroying this country, and so we can have it back.
Well, maybe you can propagate this plant, and we make a couple million of them and send them to all these politicians. Maybe we got a plan.
Oh wow! I hit the button.
All right, Dan. We'll holler at you guys later. All right.
Okay. Hey, Bushmaster. Thank you so much, and have a good night, sir.
You too, man.
All
Later.
Right. She probably just had her in place, and we've got to hit the hay. Good night, before reading. And
good night, y'all.
You going too, bud?
Oh no, I just thought you would say good night.
Oh no, I was saying good night to who among us use that? Oh no, that's funny. Here, let me show something real quick. Oh, I pressed the wrong button. Who among us hasn't used that word in traffic? Romantic said, I can't wait to try the sauce when it gets here. And I said, white goy, whitest goy you know. That's great. That's a great name. All right. It's like the whitest kids, you know? Yeah. OG Hate Machine.
Exactly.
Johnny Rebel. Mr. Blonde 88. All cool stuff. Der Strummer. I think I was thinking like Joe Strummer. All right. That's cool. All right, so let's get back on this thing real quick. Where you at, bro? There you are. Hi. Yeah.
Hey, I don't have to be up here. You can just keep me in the background.
That's good. You're here already. You've been here the whole time. What are you talking about?
Yeah. My little thing. I think it's more important that you see. I have an advantage over you, and I was trying to get a word in edgewise there to actually just ask him
about the under dryer thing. Or
no, how good were the hash browns back in the '80s when he was a little kid? Before that one McDonald guy, spoke out, and then the Chinese, was it the Chinese or the Russians shot the politician? His last name was McDonald, and he, like I said, he spoke out, and then he got on a flight to Alaska, and then they got blown off course or something, and was it the Russians? I think the Russians, supposedly the Russian Air Force shot that jet down. Is that correct? Are you familiar?
No, I don't know what. I don't know what.
Okay, that's 80s stuff. That's 80s stuff.
Okay.
Yeah. And that's McDonald's. That's, and you worked on McDonald's farm.
No.
Right?
No. I worked on a farm across the street from my grandmother's house, but I worked at McDonald's when I started working at McDonald's when I was just about to turn 16.
Oh, okay, my bad. But anyway, the food tasted so much better. It was amazing. Okay, well, in comparison, and I'm not saying that during the 80s there was actually still a copious amount of
Congressman Larry
nutrients.
McDonald from Georgia was killed when a Soviet fighter jet shot down Korean Airlines Flight 007, which is hilarious, over the Sea of Japan, resulting in the deaths of all 269 people aboard. What the hell?
269, yeah.
And then San Ysidro, holy shit! I've been at. Oh my god! I pass this McDonald's every time I go to, what do you call it? To Tijuana, to the Mexican border. It says the San Ysidro McDonald's massacre on July 18th, 1984. Gunman named James Huberty opened fire in a McDonald's restaurant in San Ysidro. In a 77 minutes without any response, he killed 21 people and wounded 19 others before being fatally shot by one damn police sniper. At the time, it was the deadliest mass shooting in the U.S. history. What the Jesus.
What year was that again?
What's that? Oh, 84,
1984.
July 18th. And then September 1st was when they shot down Larry McDonald. So was killed when a Soviet jet shot. Yeah. So whatever the mechanism or the weapon was, somebody called in a something if he was speaking out against something that the Jews don't like. And 268 other people were expendable to them because that's how they roll. They don't give a shit if they kill more people than the person they need to kill.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, you just 007. You gotta love that.
Yeah, that's weird, right?
Mm-hmm. Yeah, just a bit.
Oops.
Yeah, I forgot exactly what he was speaking out, what he was bringing up. I think it had something to do with the Federal Reserve again.
No.
But I'm not positive.
Yeah, I mean, I wish more people would understand the simple, I get so much not so much pushback. I don't, but I understand that there's layers of understanding this stuff, and when it finally clicks, none of anything that they tell you is something that I'm stopping my sentences in the middle because I'm trying to think of a better way to say it.
It'll help you if you stop lying first to yourself. You said you don't have much pushback or whatever. You've had plenty of pushback. I mean,
Well, okay.
You've done you've done so much work and research and this and that.
I was going to get into that. Yeah,
can't get put out to a huge, large crowd.
The point I was going to say is I can't believe people are so identity connected to what they think about health that they just can't break free of it, because it's pretty pathetic. Number one. Number two, when you understand the truth of it all, and you can't trust anything that they say anymore, because the answers are super simple, and the deliberate lying, misdirection, and people just accept it like it's some magic. Like it's magic trick. Like you don't have to explain how it works. It just works because the doctor in the white coat says it does. This PCR test tells you whether or not you have a virus. No, it doesn't, because there isn't a fucking virus. It's all lies, and it's easily manipulating the stupid people. That's not even stupid. It's easily manipulating people, because it's a good trick. It's a good lie, and then they have, of course, here's the set of things that they're going to do for you or do to you once they've declared that you are this thing, which they also put a label on as if it's not an internal issue, but rather something that you contracted, as if it was an invader into your body, which is wrong. Again, 90 essential nutrients. That's all I'm going to say there, because start there. 90 essential nutrients. Don't eat dog shit. Don't eat bad food. And be healthy. Don't get the shots. Don't get the CT scans. Don't listen to your doctor. Don't let them put you through tests. They want to stick a finger up my ass because I'm 46 right now. I'm telling them to go fuck themselves. I'm not letting them touch anything. There's not going to be a colonoscopy in my future.
Yeah, good luck with the if you literally tell them to go fuck themselves, I'm wishing you good luck with the rest of the time afterwards.
What do you mean?
I've thrown just like my grandfather. I put a doctor up against the wall, up on high, and lovingly.
Lovingly? Yeah.
Yeah, and I had two black men, not niggers, black men.
Yeah.
Both of them played for the University of Florida. One was an offensive lineman. One was a defensive lineman. They couldn't get me off of him. They couldn't. I had him by that double Windsor.
Yeah.
I had him about 7.5 foot high, easy. And I told him the next time you give that speech that you got from them boys up in the boardroom, it's on your fucking head.
I don't know the context.
And then I let him down.
What was the context? Did they do something to one of your family
Because they
members?
were stopping that experimental stuff that was actually helping my father grow his bones.
Oh.
Okay, but here's the bad joke is, because I did back then. I don't know shit. Didn't know any of that. I cared more about carpentry.
Mm.
Yeah, they were filling them up with iron.
Oh no.
Yes. Yeah, I had a little joke with him. I'm like, Dad, you're gonna be the Iron Man. Yeah, and then after that is when we were the first family on the road, on the street. Fuck that. We're the first goddamn fucking family in the whole entire fucking city to get a smart meter.
Oh no. Jesus.
Oh yes.
And he was loaded with a bunch.
Yeah.
And he was loaded with a bunch of metal.
Loaded up with that, probably strontium and a couple other beautiful fucking things.
Oh man.
Like I don't fucking know.
Mm-hmm.
Smile my black tooth grin. Megadeth. Yeah, it was really fucking with him. So he asked me to build a box. So bam, threw it together one night, quicker as shit, brought on over to him. I just my wood shop. He fucking go to work, boom. And at the end of the day, he said, "Stop on by." And I stopped on by, and I stopped at the hardware store, got the hinges, put it on. He had put aluminum foil on it. I had tender thoughts of Rodney R. Paul Jr. That guy was going to be a journalist who got OD'd. Anyway, I had tender thoughts about him as I'm installing a German rigged Faraday cage back in the year 2002. On there, he instantly starts feeling better.
He did.
Yeah, he instantly started feeling better.
He felt probably even better if he got some of that fucking iron back out of his system too.
It was hooked up on. It was the smart meter was hooked up on to the hot water heater in the garage, and that was his favorite place to be. He could doodle with his model airplanes and this and that, and anyway, and have quality time with the dog while drinking a beer. You see, but that smart meter was out there, and about, I don't know if it was a month or two later, he asked me over. I come on over after work. And he says, "Take a look at this." And from the power company wasn't Florida Power. It was they changed their name. I think it has a subsidiary of Duke Energy from North Carolina.
Okay.
It's the ones who bought it.
They're all
Out.
freaking Rothschilds. Yeah, PG&E's got a Rothschild on the board. They're
what
all.
do you know? It's a Rothschild. It's a Levine. Yeah. So he has to show it to me. I'm like, and it says this shit about, if you don't take that off of there, boom, 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 boom,
Send him a notice,
and we will fine you $666 fucking dollars.
666. Well, that's hilarious. What a fucking joke. So, what was it? Because it was shielding them from being able to read it through their wireless connection? Is that the reason?
No, Dan. It's because it was part of a project, an experiment to see how quick we can deliver fucking cancer to a human being, especially one who has bird marrow for bones.
As what? Bird marrow? Marrow?
Yeah, brittle bone disease.
Oh, I didn't know that was a name for it.
Yeah, he had brittle bone disease, and so his bones were like
That's again.
they're like bird bones.
That's another. Another deficiency issue. Then that could have been probably taken care of.
He got miraculously at the age of 7 after the set of inoculations.
Fucking A. It's just freaking.
Yeah, it's simple. It's easy to see now. But yeah, back then I didn't know.
They killed my little brother.
Yeah.
They killed my little brother at 2 months old.
Ta-da! Yeah.
That's why I'm here.
But this one is pretty easy to see, and mine is just it's like you got to be a jackass to not know. You got to know nothing about any health or this or that. But now afterwards, no wonder, hey man, that whoever the fuck that asshole was who fucking nailed you when you were in the van and knocked you out, hell, that yeah. Well, what age were you?
That happened in 2021 or 22. I think it was 2021.
Okay, yeah. Well, when I was 10 years old, I got nailed. Yeah, and that's an interesting one. And if I go into it, you'll be like, "What the fuck? For real?"
This Matrix thing seems to line up pretty well with there's something else going on. There's coincidental thing does like it's not a human thing. It's not that this person was deliberately trying to do a certain thing, but they were the tool or the means to have hit me at that time. But the timing was completely fucked. Like it was the worst. It's like something's watching, and if they don't like what you're doing, they're fuck with you and do something to kill you or fuck with you or something like that. It seems like
but we can also. But nowadays, you can bring in the real AI and the ultra coordination. But back when I was 10, and
coordinated.
It's not easy. It's not easy to actually tell this one, but if you let me, I'll keep it as succinct as I possibly can while, extolling the facts that most people should be able to just really gather really easy. Okay, it's 1984. This is before cell phones. And it's okay. Ready? We're one road down from the mound. You're probably familiar with what a mound is, correct?
Baseball.
Where all the cars go around in a circle.
Oh, okay.
In Italy, the European kind of thing.
All right.
Yeah, it's a high point of the city.
Okay.
They got in the center of it. They'll have the the statue or whatnot.
Okay.
So up at the mound, boom, there's a circle. You go around. Now there's 4 roads coming off. Just down one road, or not even all the way down the hill. It's about freaking about 250 feet down. There's the first road. We're on the first road. We're going to hang left and then get the hell out of town. There's a VW Rabbit.
The little tiny thing?
White. a tiny little VW Rabbit. Okay, my dad's driving. I'm in the passenger side. My fucking job is to make sure it's clear on the right, which is up towards the mound.
Jesus
I
Christ.
see this VW Rabbit. Okay, and it comes around, and it comes around, and then it goes around the mound again. My dad asked me, "Is it clear?" I'm like, "It's clear." Across the street, right across the street from me, is on the left Wendy's, on the right the rest of the mound, downtown kind of people, stores. I see a guy I'm not familiar with. This is small town. Okay, small community, and pretty much seen most everybody. Whatever. There's a guy over there I've never seen before in my life. He is weird fucking looking, pudgy, and he's got some. It looks like a 1984 now. It looks like a walkie-talkie. It's a little thing. Okay, and it's like I'm like, what the fuck? And he's looking straight at us. So I'm like, why in the fucking hell are you looking, eyeballing us? And I look left, and there's still traffic coming, so Dad can't do nothing. And I look right again. I look up. There's that fucking rabbit comes again. Now this guy's talking into his walkie-talkie while he's looking at us.
Like a targeted individual. You're getting gang stalked.
Oh, well, yeah.
Hello. Did we lose you? Oh, you froze up, dude. No, we lost you. You froze. You froze, bro. Here he is. All right, you're back. Can you hear me? Can you hear me? I unmuted you. I mean, you're not muted. I mean, hello? Hello? Why aren't you talking? Hello? I can hear you, bro. Hello? Hello? Can you hear me? Can you hear me? No? All right. Well, try back. Yeah, I don't know why you don't hear me. You can't hear me, huh? All right, here, I'll try to reset your thing. Let's see, copy solo view network, and then
Testing.
Can you hear me?
I can hear you.
That's a whole. I've been asking if you hear me the last 10 minutes. All right, well, good then. Well, 5. I've exaggerated a little bit, but come on.
Oh, my bad. Well, mine said network connection lost.
Well, yeah. After you lost your connection, you popped back up, and then I asked if you could hear me, and I was waving at you, and I was going.
Oh no, I didn't have you at all.
You didn't have me.
My network got boomed.
Oh, okay.
Okay, so for the second time, this guy, the little VW Rabbit's coming around. Okay, and just came around again, and I'm like, what the hell's wrong with this guy, right? Who just goes around the mound 2 times and doesn't take an exit? Okay, my dad asked me, "Is it clear?" And I say, "Yeah, it's clear." My dad pulls out it's a 1969, I believe, Plymouth Fury. That fucker's 22 foot long, I swear. Detroit steel. It's a boat. All right.
Mm-hmm.
The guy across the street.
Oops.
Can you still hear me?
I can still hear you. Yes.
Okay, good. The guy across the street. I see him, and he's talking into his walkie-talkie phone thing, whatever the fuck this shit is.
Did it look like anything like that?
Okay, and then all of a sudden, my dad starts pulling out, and that fucking Volkswagen Rabbit hauls ass to our exit, down to our exit, our little of the mound, and boom, comes on down. And I swear to God, I was watching. That fucker made sure
that it hit you.
That his fucking his driver's side, quarter panel, that corner, nailed me in the passenger door. He literally turned in to hit me. I had blood flopping out of my fucking face.
Jesus.
cracked this, cracked that,
Glass.
broke that. Now here's the best part of it. The best part is Denise Finch's bloomers. Anyway, I'm trying to open up the door, okay, because it's just the door's crunkled in and it is hurting and I can't catch my fucking breath. My dad I hit my pops hard enough to hurt him a little too, and then out of the Wendy's come running this gym teacher. I fucking hate that bastard. Hook nose some bitch with a hump back. Oh, trust me. Later, there's another story involving him that ain't fucking pretty whatso motherfucking ever.
Oh, Star
But
Trek.
anyway,
Jesus, I remember those.
it's but I had 10,
God.
10, 11. Okay. It might have been the year right after my grandpa. They fucking killed my grandpa, or the year up. I can't remember. But you know, that gym teacher runs out of the Wendy's along with the whole entire cheerleading squad, and he gets the door open, and then he doesn't even fucking catch me as I fucking fall out, and I nail my fucking head even more on the concrete.
Ouch.
Yeah, but you see, here's the funny part, because he underreacted, then he overreacted, and that same exact motherfucking walkie-talkie that the one guy had across the road popped out of that cocksucker's fucking his Superfly I'm a Mafia motherfucking jumpsuit.
Was somebody in your family
and hit the ground, and he cared more about
the phone.
He cared more about grabbing that walkie-talkie phone thingy than he cared about taking care of me.
Hold on, I'm gonna show you something real quick. So, do you see that?
Yeah, it was a lot smaller.
All right, so here's the micro tack. And there's Star Tack. Those are flip phones, so those were a little bit.
That
later.
were there.
That's a 96.
Yeah,
model.
but it wasn't a flip phone.
Yeah, that's a 96.
Well, the other guy, the guy across. Wait, stop. The guy across the street had something like that. All right.
So yeah, and then
but not that. No, that's Stelter. Christopher Lee Stelter in class. That was that shit. Kind of like that, but his was a fucking world phone. That was in 1993.
Wow,
he had a world phone. Called the cops and had them when I was outside the marine biology department. So anyway, yeah. The third one you showed, the flip phone, that might have been the one that dropped on the ground.
Well, take a look at this. It says
from the piece of shit fucking. They call themselves Italian, but they're not Italian.
They're
Jewish.
Yeah.
Do you hear me?
Yes, I do.
And they smell like shit, blood, and cum. I got a nose like a wolf, is what my grandpa said.
Let's bring it back up.
These people smell bad, man. They smell real bad, like shit, blood, and cum. The only reason it dawned on me one time because I was having sex with my woman, and she just so happened to go on anyway. I'll put it together in one moment. I'm like, that's what Thaddeus Foote III, president of the University of Miami, smelled like. He had oxygen put into his room. Yeah, man, I've been targeted for a fucking god awful fucking long ass motherfucking time, and it just, or whatever you want to call it, it's guiding light. It's this, it's that, and we're crash test dummies and all that shit. But anyway, getting back to that, the accident. He hit us so fucking hard with that Volkswagen Rabbit. He hit a Plymouth Fury.
Yeah, that's a big vehicle.
The hatchback flew up. The keg. It's a student from the Tri-State University, a frat boy at that. Okay, you don't have to. Marv, Sin City, the character Marv. You don't have to feel bad about about killing frat boys. Anyway, yeah, frat boy, and his fucking keg flew out of the fucking back of it. Okay,
Of the
and
rabbit?
the officer that came then, okay, and the paramedics that fucking patched my ass up a bit. The officers said to my father, "It's nobody's fault. You both have the same insurance company."
What the hell does that fucking mean?
Yes, exactly. My father was beside himself. Like, you can't be.
They
for real.
protected the fucking insurance company?
Okay, right. No, they protected the frat boy and the fun. They protected the frat boy.
should have been
the
like-
federal agent. He protected the federal agent across there on this fucking thing, or who knows? You know, Rabbi Schnickley fuck. And then, like I said, the guy who says he's Italian, but he ain't fucking Italian. He's Jewish or Jewish Polish or something like that. Yeah, the gym teacher. Yeah, he's protecting him. He's doing his job. He's a Freemason, remember? As a cop, as a Freemason, he covered for their asses. You know how much damage there was?
Well, I mean, the whole point is if the Jews or the ADL or whomever, they're always they're good. They're out to do the bidding of somebody else. They're not there to handle justice. That's not what they do. It's like, I get you.
Okay, now how much damage do you think would have occurred to that Volkswagen Rabbit?
A shit ton if they rammed you hard, because it's a piece of shit little car.
He rammed us fucking hard enough to fold. It's 1969.
Yeah.
You hit it with a baseball bat. You're lucky if you put a dent in it.
In the Rabbits though, because those are shitty freaking Volkswagens.
Yeah, listen, yes, and there's a point to be had here, and I really want to make it.
Yeah.
Because I actually want to say thank you to Quentin Tarantino and Mr. Rodriguez.
Well, you'll have to go to Tel Aviv where he has his house and tell him.
I'm not going to have to suck his cock neither. No. Anyway, the fact of the matter is that vehicle, its headlight was screwed up and it had a little scrunch there. A little scrunch. Just a little scrunch. Now I've done body work, plenty of it. Just that front left quarter panel and a slight bit of the grill. Okay? No frame damage whatsoever. His tires were fine. Cop helped him put the fucking keg in the back of it.
Are you fucking kidding me?
So, no, not at all. And told him to go on his way. And it drove just fine. That is a NASCAR demolition derby style reinforced frame. And you know why I know? Because it ain't the last time it happened to me, Dan. I have no doubts that what happened to you, yeah. So happy, hey, holy diaper, I'm a survivor. Yeah, you too. How you doing?
There's a lot of rabbit pictures here. They're all very tiny looking pieces of crap, as I remember them. They look like freaking Yugos.
Oh yeah. Mm-hmm.
You remember the Yugo? Let's see if I can find that one.
God, I've rode the Yugo.
There's a movie where all they use is Yugos throughout the whole movie, and it has Danny DeVito in it, and he plays a cop, and even the cop's car is a freaking Yugo. Dude, it looks totally just like a Yugo. Like almost.
Yeah, well, I had a ride with a cop who turned nuclear power, a nuclear center security guard, and he was giving me a ride home from school, and he looked at me and said, I bet it was something like, I bet you think you're a real hot shit because you could beat your father up or something like that.
Beat your
I looked at him and I said, "Stop the fucking car. Stop it now." And he didn't. I said, and I looked at him and I got a little I showed him a little bit of my, and I said, "Stop the fucking car now." He stopped it. I got out. Yeah, yeah, that was one of my father's best friends. But not too long after that, no more.
Who's that?
Yeah. Mr. Long was married to a Jewish woman. And so, yeah, and you see, it's great because my father, he wasn't anti-Semitic at all. At the very end, he did his dive. He got on that fucking telephone fucking computer, that telephone feed, and he waited for hours and hours and hours for shit to fucking download.
Yeah.
Oh, he got there mighty quick. He got there mighty quick, and he put so many things together, and he was a fucking pissed off old fucking buzzard.
So he left you some archived information behind?
No, because that computer got wiped, and he lost his fucking voice almost the next day, bro.
Okay, that sucks. So it was just an exercise, and well, at least you got to say it aloud.
It's called futility.
Yeah,
you could say it. Hey, I got thicker skin than most, Dan.
Well, I didn't want to say it like that because it's like, it wasn't intended to be that. It wasn't, because usually when you say it in exercise in futility, it's like you should have known better, but that's not the case there. That was an attempt to leave some sort of record and then have the computer shit on you. I've had that happen to me with laptops, brand new laptops. It's like I'm always suspicious that it's somebody else messing with my stuff, right? Like I let the kid do it. Did I let Elijah play with this thing? Because I had started books in the past, and then all of a sudden, like I was writing one. It was like a fiction novel about Nikola Tesla, technology, and it's all happening in New York. And like one of the lines was, why is it always a New Yorker that has to save the world type of thing? But I lost it. Because the whole thing crashed, and then I got mad and started over.
Yeah, well, you took your trip to New York. You're not your vacation to go see your people in New York, and then when you came back is when all your shit started dumping, when all your shit started acting weird, and I'm pretty sure you probably had a white van in the neighborhood.
They don't need to do it like that anymore either. That's all remote. There's something special. It's like closed caption. Well, I'll tell you, what's really weird. What's actually weirder is it's not even this. The reason why I needed this computer first of all, the other one's like 10 years old. Now it's like 12 years old, but it was and it's the older one is really weak, so it wouldn't make for very good. But anyway, the whole point is the BIOS failed on the computer. And that's not supposed to happen. And I had to, it forced me so that I didn't have an icon anymore for the internet. The actual icon that tells you if you're connected or disconnected doesn't even exist. And you went into the settings and you went to click the internet. And why specifically my ability to go online? Why specifically that very fucking thing that was completely eliminated from my computer to where I couldn't use it? And it would say activate Windows in the corner, all because I said no to an update is what I thought. But the timing was the very next day I was having Dr. Artis and Mike Adams on my show. It was the first time I was going to be talking to Mike Adams, and the computer just fucking crashed out, and there was nothing I could do. So luckily I got a hold of Josh, and we went on my ancient computer over here with like Windows 7 on it, and we figured out what the IPs were and all this other stuff. So we were able to manually set it up so that the internet, even though it said I don't have internet service, I was still able to get online and still make it work. And I ran it like that for 2.5 years before everybody came together and got me this help me pick up the components I needed to build this computer. And thank you for all that, because we did it in 2025, October 2025, right on time, because everything quadrupled in price after that. the DDR5 128 gig RAM that I have, I got it for $424. People are saying, "Oh, that's expensive." It's people who like build computers, like, "Oh, I wouldn't pay that much." And now it's $1,885 for the same 120 gigs of DDR5. So whatever. It's a good thing I got it when it was 424, not 2,000. That's insane. That's just for one fucking thing. And yeah, so it was a great timing. The computer runs awesome. I take care of it. We kick ass. I don't have time for gaming, but I do everyone. If it plays games pretty well, it runs them pretty well.
On Artist, that man.
The artist, Dr. Artist, ARDIS.
Yes.
Yeah.
Hey, how do you spell his name again?
What's that? ARDIS.
D.
Yeah. Here, think of it like this: the Artist Summit on Mount Hermon is where they allegedly the angels had their. They're not really angels. The Watchers had their secret handshake where they weren't, and then they go down and start getting into the wives of men or whatever.
Okay.
Yeah, you know what I'm talking about. I probably
a little bit.
But yeah, it's like the Enoch. It's the Enoch story, but that was Mount Hermon, and the Artist Summit is where allegedly they carved something into the stone there. These Watchers or these fallen ones before they did what they did. But it's funny that he'd be named after that, right?
Yeah, quite a bit.
Artist also means like meadow or something like that.
Yeah, well, Mount Hermon. What's the longitude and latitude of Mount Hermon? Is it not 33?
Oh. But no.
If you could find out, see if I can remember what my ass looks like instead of a hole in the ground, and if my memory is clicking correctly, I'd appreciate it.
Mount. All right, here you go. Let's find out. Well, Mount Hermon located at the geographic coordinates of 33.3080 degrees north latitude and 35, which is pretty damn close, 35.7727 degrees east longitude.
Wonderful. 77 master number for power. 35 equals I. EYE, I.
Okay.
Yeah. Pardon me. So it wasn't 33.33. It was 33.3.
Right.
My bad.
Yeah.
And then the I.
So it's called the Anti-Lebanon Mountain Range. That's an interesting thing to call it. Anti-Lebanon. The mountains marks the intersection of the borders of Lebanon, Syria, and the Israeli-occupied Golan Heights.
Golan Heights. Yeah. Golan is the last name of the guy who is, he's an ex-Navy SEAL now doing government hit jobs, being brought up on charges.
Is that right?
Oh, yeah, running games just like you would to a 10-year-old kid.
Huh?
Maybe they're a little more special with their equipment and their games. They're not running setups to where you take a car and try to kill somebody, which was the movie Death Proof.
Lieutenant Guy. Are you talking about Lieutenant Guy Golan, who frequently serves as a public spokesperson and investigator for high-profile homicide cases? I don't think so.
Is somebody like that, and he's being brought up on charges. He's got his own little independent. What do you call them? Mercenary group, and they got brought up on. It was big news.
There's a May Golan.
Flip there.
Let's see.
Have they covered it?
That's definitely a Jew name.
Already?
Avi.
Yeah, but
I'm looking. You gotta give me a second.
Okay, my bad.
Netanyahu aide Ofer, May police investigation are ongoing regarding allegations of aggravated bribery. Now, none of this is Israel singer Eliel Golan addresses sexual abuse claims. No, that's not it. But of course, they're all a bunch of fucking freaks and rapists.
On Google, it was always page 3 after they do their initial expungement. You have to go 3 pages deep. It was every time I did. That was like 10 years ago on Google.
Yeah,
for me at least.
I'm not seeing it. I only have a last name to go by. I don't have anything else, so I'm not gonna. It's kind of hard to keep going with it. I'm not gonna.
My bad. But trust me, there's a guy named, his last name's Golden. I was like, holy shit, just like Golden Heights.
Yeah.
Yeah, and him and his crew were brought up. Real shit. I can't remember what country it was the one that was filing charges on them. Exactly. But he's stationed out of Hungary.
Okay.
So I guess maybe he was like Hungary. I don't know. Golden Hungary.
You're saying mercenary groups. So are these all Israeli like people? Are these all Jews that you're talking about?
Yeah.
Yeah.
Yes. Hungarian.
So maybe Hungarian Jew even better. Yeah, it sounds like it would be. Let me see. I think it feels offensive there.
And then you got a in North Carolina, an Army Special Operations Colonel, I believe, or it might have been just a captain. He had guys in his back of his property fiddling around. He went out doing who knows what. He went out there. He killed them. And, well, he didn't get brought up on charges or anything. That's about 2 years ago, I think. But those guys...
The Spear Operations Group? Are you talking about the Spear Operations Group?
It might be.
Let's see. So
not positive.
Hold on. So the Hungarian mercenaries in Golan typically refers to Abraham Golan, a Hungarian Israeli. Yeah, this is the guy. I know what the fuck you're talking about. Abraham, and yeah, I've actually shown this picture before in one of the videos. Yeah, we showed this video, or it was either on Instagram or something like that. Abraham Golan. Yeah, we actually covered this. I recall that now.
All right.
Let me just gotta hold on. I'm trying to navigate here. We're kind of a little clumsy here. Let's do that. See it? That cracker right there.
Yeah, I can't see it too well. Gotta get my glasses.
Let's see if I can make
Give me a second, please.
See if I can make it bigger. Nope. I can't.
Damn.
Hold on. I guess I could jump over there. No.
Raw.
Do you see it? I would have to just jump around until
he looks like a wonderful piece of work, don't he?
Do you see him now?
No, because I just see purple thing flashing all over the place.
You're supposed to follow the laser light like a cat. All right.
Yeah.
All right,
I'm good. Yeah, well, that's there's a Hungarian tie there for some reason.
I remember going over this before. I don't know. We went down a trail with this guy before too.
Well,
killing some crackers.
Now you see, the fact of the matter is, I had practically this. I had a similar thing happen about what the year was that? About 2020, maybe 2021. Yeah, the place I was living, I had a couple of Hungarian guys out back flashing red lasers.
They were pretty. Yeah, right. It's a bad joke.
And then later, after I get the hell out of that situation,
I need to add this.
Guess what? Hungarians literally buy that house. This is in a holler in Tennessee. This is not exactly what you would say is prime real estate for Hungarians.
I have to add this because of the subject matter that we had for the show tonight. So give me a second here to do this. This is some of the things I was looking for. All right. So U.S. government plans to spray glyphosate in major national forests, including Lake Tahoe. What else are they doing to Lake Tahoe? They're beating the shit out of it. They're putting a big ass what? Yeah, data center there. They're going to displace like 50,000 people's whenever you get it with it. Yeah. So who classified glyphosate as a probable carcinogen in 2015? And that's the World Health Organization, a bunch of demonic people who want you dead. And they're still classifying it as a carcinogen. U.S. Forest Service, which means Trump forced it into, approved spraying Roundup across 75,000 acres of the Caldor fire burn zone near Lake Tahoe. So when it's damaged and wounded, they come in to poison it, just like they do humans. When you're sick and you need their help, that's when they poison you, or do a surgery, or blast you with radiation until they kill you. The Forest Service's own safety review cited a study later retracted after it was allegedly ghostwritten by Monsanto employees. Glyphosate use in California forests hit 266,000 pounds in 2023, nearly 5 times the amount 2 decades ago. Why? Because they want us dead, and they want to destroy our children. And it's in everything, and it's a horrific, horrific chemical, and they're going to continue to spray it more and more. Every chemical, every poison that they can find, and then they're going to tell you, and you're going to believe them when they tell you it's a fucking virus. And then you're going to take a shot. And that's why we're all going to be dead. The U.S. Forest Service has approved glyphosate in use in parts of Caldor Firewood. You already heard all that. I just said it right over there. And that's not a very exciting picture anyway. The agency says the chemical application is part of the post-fire restoration and controlling competing weeds and brush. Total bullshit. Total excuse. Oh. Nature doesn't need to fucking help. Nature's nature. Now we're going to tell nature how to regrow a fucking forest? And you're going to poison it? I'm sure the trees fucking thank you. What is wrong with it? Everything is going to be unnatural. Nothing about this world is going to be natural anymore. And you know whose fault it will be? Ours, because we didn't do anything to stop these fucking demons. Reducing fuel loads and helping the forest recover. Bullshit. But critics say spraying a weed killer across public forests raises big questions about public health, water quality, wildlife. Right. They just found an excuse to just dump a bunch of poison. So that next time people go through this forest, when it regrows, it's going to be sick. And then all the shit that happens in this forest after that, maybe it won't grow at all with all that much glyphosate in it. Who knows? And it's going to ruin waterways. The concern is especially sharp in Tahoe because the treatment areas reportedly include high-use recreation zones and places where people live, hike, camp, and forage. Right. On purpose, so you don't have places to eat, find food, and also poison your waterways. Everything that you touch, you'll be too afraid to eat. These things, if you see them, knock them out of the fucking sky. They know what they're doing. And they're doing it anyway. Knock them out of the fucking sky.
Best part is,
yeah,
I bet you that's some better than usual Roundup.
Oh.
I bet you that's got a couple extra little things in there.
There's
maybe some stay around accelerants, so when it gets microwaved, the tree will just burn up from the inside out.
Yeah, there's definitely gonna, like, if there's what do they call it, nanoparticle, well, you know, just heavy metal shit like that, and then yeah, I'm getting tired.
Yeah, so and then they know exactly how much time it takes for the uptake of that item into the, it's going to take 1 season at least for the uptake into the actual tree to the Precambrium layer, and then they'll wait till the winter, and then they'll hit it then because then it's dry and it'll lie.
Yeah, no, and my question is, how much longer are we going to put up with this? I'm getting freaking tired of this shit. I don't want to continue to see them every day, something new, 10 new things about how they're going to, they're telling you right to your face, and they're gaslighting you at the same time. They're doing all these things that are antithetical to freaking survival, to living, to prospering, and then they tell you that it's for this other reason, or their excuse being that it's this. Just like with that stupid fire. Oh, that's why we did it. It's because nature all of a sudden doesn't know how to grow its shit back, and they probably lit it on fire in the first place because they're about to do a fucking data center there in that area anyway. And if they want to push people back a little bit and they want to give them a little scare, they have an excuse to rope things off because it's a fire zone. All kinds of reasons why they would want to do something like that. Plus, they seem to hate trees too. They hate trees about as much as they hate, Europeans.
Yes.
And they also hate the sun. They hate the fucking sun. Which is crazy because you go back to the British Edda. Our ancestors, the Gothic Aryans from I guess you could say the Norsemen or whatever, they introduced the sun religion. They introduced monotheism. They introduced baptism. They also introduced innovations in agriculture, which pissed every single one of those things. The family from the marriage. They introduced marriage, the concept. Those three things, the sun, agriculture or farming, and family and marriage are what this fucking demonic cult has attacked for the last 5,000 years. It's the things that allow for civilization to settle and not be nomadic is the agriculture. They don't want you to be able to grow your own food. And if they can't stop you, they're going to poison the fucking ground, the water, and everything else that goes along with it to kill you. These people want us dead. And I don't know if they're poisoning themselves or if they're just humanoid looking and it doesn't affect them. I don't know. But it seems like that's probably one of the reasons why they're going probably subterranean. Because I honestly think there's something planned here.
Oh,
for the scorched earth, scorched surface of the planet. And if we don't get our ticket to the underworld, we're going to be roasted like little chickies.
Xerox machine copier style from the heavens.
These people are so fucking gay.
Well,
wow. So Natural News says data centers accelerate water collapse that will ruin farms across Texas, California, Kansas, and Oklahoma. And that's from Mike Adams. I'm gonna have to look at that later. But every single thing that they're doing is antithetical. It doesn't make any sense. It's counterintuitive.
It's Bolsheviki in.
Mm-hmm.
And so, yeah, and I'm pretty sure I'm not the guy who
said I was divorced?
I'm pretty sure I'm not the guy who throws the trident spear and then Superman goes off. But yet, I've been pushed tremendously far in ways that you don't want to be pushed. You'll have to swallow your pride many a time.
This person's a homosexual. This person's a fucking piece of shit. This is what I get while I'm in the middle of my stream. He says Dan is gay, short, middle-aged. I'm not divorced. Yuma, gender bender, clavicular lover, a big white nationalist. No, I'm not. I'm a fucking nationalist. I'm not a fucking white nationalist. Beyond the mic, only, but not beyond the walls of his. What does this mean? This is not even fucking literate. And you're a fucking faggot. Are you happy that you got your airtime? Fucking, let me say, Nemos. Are you glad that you got your airtime, you fucking faggot? All right. Cool. Worthless piece of fucking shit.
I'll be your huckleberry.
I don't even know what that means.
In the movie Tombstone.
Yeah, I get it, but I still don't know what the fuck he means.
Val Kilmer.
Yeah, I know, but
that means, don't worry, I'll take that one. Up for the game and all that shit.
All right.
Up for the card game.
Even Theory Apophasis is talking about the data centers. It's everywhere, man. Cool. You know who that guy is, right? Ken?
Oh yes, I love him. Yeah. I love Ken Wheeler. Yeah. If he only have a better body.
He's getting healthier.
Remember that when you did you put him on the bodybuilder stage?
Oh yeah,
you put his face on the bodybuilder thing.
Because that was a different Wheeler, like Flex Wheeler was that guy's name. So I
yes, I know.
Yeah.
And it's awesome.
It's like, and they say, haters will call it. Haters will call it. What did it say? Haters will call it Photoshop. That's what it was. Because it's not even the right skin color. Yeah.
Yeah. My favorite bodybuilder around that time period was a guy named Barry DeMay.
Let me see. I'm a Padilla guy, and I also like. There's a couple of them. Let's see. What did you say? What's his name?
Barry DeMay. And I think it's M-E-Y. D-A-M-E-Y, I think. I'm not positive. But I mean, that guy was just stone, just solid mass. Yeah, he was.
No, it's not coming up or anything. I don't know.
Okay. Yeah. Well, he was a lesser known. And he didn't have the prototypical this body, that body, but he's the guy that none of them would have wanted. Nobody would have wanted to get in a fight with him, square it off with him. And he just stops, fucking rock solid, crazy, just whoosh. That was him.
I'm gonna have to get ready to get going on this elliptical here soon, so it's not too late. Like, it takes me about an hour and 15 to 20 to get it done. So
cool, man, and I appreciate you coming on earlier. I really do. I appreciate that highly.
We'll try to go. I'll try to go in earlier tomorrow too. I have to go to a lunch. I have to go to a lunch at 11. I gotta remember.
I'll tell you what. I'm gonna buzz out. I'll get the heck off of here. And what I'm not trying to be pushy or nothing, but why don't you read some of the comments? Make everybody feel good for being here, eh?
Yeah, I've already been looking at them, and I don't think anybody's been commenting in a while. I think they're all done.
Well,
pretty much everybody's done.
I appreciate you having me, Dan.
You got it, buddy. Have a good night.
And every single time, thanks for helping to keep my mama alive.
Yes, sir. Absolutely.
Take care.
Thank you so much. All right, let's see. Let's go to. Am I on the 2? Am I on the 2 yet? No. Gotta go to the 2. All right, let's go to it. And this to the level of smallness that someone has to be to say that shit, it's like, you understand how much just a fucking faggot, loser, coward you are to say that to somebody, right? Like, it's not even trying hard. Break the Jew taboo. What's this? Very funny. Hey, where's the table?
When you hear neocons, mama, that means the Jews, 'cause that's who they is, mama. Just say the Jews, don't call them neocons, mama. Just say the Jews. Just say the Jews, mom.
Yeah, I don't like the style. All right, let's go back on to this real quick and gonna knock a couple more of these out, and then we'll call it a night. Let's finish what we were doing
To
here.
do that, they just won't win any contracts. It's a competition.
But why are you getting tax breaks?
Right, he completely randomly, he just like wandered off into things that had nothing to do with the question. Why are you getting tax breaks? Because it's a military operation. Because it's a government operation disguised as a corporate build.
Yeah, everybody. You go back and you say, what incentives can you give us to invest?
That's not it. No. Tax breaks are one thing. Stealing, making people pay for your fucking project is a completely different thing, asshole.
$15 billion in the first 1.5 gigs. That's what it takes. I have to go raise $15 billion.
He's such a Jew, by the way. He most certainly is too, by the way. That's not a joke. O'Leary, don't let it fool you.
Well, that's just okay, but anyone who starts a business, why should taxpayers have to pony up for that?
They don't. But
well, of course they do. If you're getting a tax break and they're not, they're making up the difference. There's a state budget.
That's no problem. That's no problem. I can build it in Texas. I can build it in Jacksonville, Mississippi.
The same thing will happen.
Why, if it's such a good business, would you be asking taxpayers to help pay for it without giving them equity in the company? Are you giving taxpayers shares?
No, the investors get the shares, but here's why they would do
But
it.
why would the taxpayers have to?
Well,
I mean, in other words, if you want to start a business, but why am I, as a taxpayer, forced to pay for it?
Can you tell that this guy isn't as smart as he acts? Like he acts like he's the king, and everybody kind of cowers and is fearful of him on that stupid Shark Tank show that I used to like a long time ago before I understood how much of a piece of shit they are. Some of the things that people present were kind of neat, and then of course they torpedo their businesses because that's kind of how what the whole story is about. The show's about. But he's not bright. He's just another one of these fucking frauds who happens to be have money because he's somebody or related to somebody. And yes, I understand about his software, his educational software, that blah blah blah. It's not that. It wasn't all that freaking fantastic, or other people came up with all that shit. It's like the Steve Jobs, do this. At least Steve Jobs actually knew how to do it himself and then delegated it after the fact. But there's people out there, make this happen, because it's like, yeah, it's not hard to like want to do something and have an idea about it. The whole point is figuring out how. So if you have a bunch of other people doing the how, they should own your company, not you, because you didn't know do anything except I have this freaking daydream. Fuck off, dude.
Business. I don't get it. Let me ask though about why taxpayers should have to pay for this if it's a private business.
Right. Exactly. Why?
Do you realize what's happening, or are you still asleep? Because I got a news flash for everyone. What's just happened and what's happening right now. I'm going to piece them together. Let me recap for you. What's happened recently, the whole world just found out that we're controlled by a bunch of pedophiles. They told us through the Epstein files, every elite person, every government, athletes, celebrities, they're all in the Epstein list. They kill babies. They sacrifice babies. They drink their blood, adrenochrome. That's a real thing. Human trafficking, child trafficking, it's all real. We just found out the most darkest, the most heinous, the most horrible thing imaginable.
Right, and they found out that being faced with all that information, we will still do nothing and do what they tell us, even when those names are the same names that are still in Congress, because those are the managers of the Corporation of America, and we'll just let it happen as they're telling us and being bolder and bolder, accusing us of all kinds of shit that we're not doing. They're calling us everybody's an anti-Semite and attacking the Jews, even when you're not saying a fucking word about them. It's like they need you to constantly be thinking about them. They need you to constantly be angry at them for something, and they want to make sure that that's continuing to happen. So that way they can have created the very thing that they continue to complain about, which isn't fucking anything. We wouldn't care who they were, what they were, if they weren't trying to kill everybody. See, this is the whole thing. No one cares about their lives. I don't care. I don't want to have to acknowledge anything that you do. I'd prefer this to have nothing to do with your life or your stupid religion or your stupid claims. But when you're trying to impose your will upon all of the world and its people and subjugate and poison and kill, well, then that's the problem. And they just learned that we won't do anything. We'll just sit here and watch. We'll just sit here and be like, well, yeah, that is pretty much something there. Hey, those who walk away from Romulus, I've read it to you before. There's a little guy there, like, you know, the flute player, little dude in the story. Basically, it's a metaphor for him, but they find out that there's a child that's tortured in a dungeon without loveless and neglected and treated harshly in a dungeon, again, darkness and no human contact, no affection. And that's how apparently their whole entire country or their whole town runs, is based on having to torture this one child. So the people that walk away from Romulus, why is this fucking clipping? Hold on. I thought it was his mic. So instead of the town being upset that they're torturing this child, instead of the town protecting and trying to, I don't know, rescue the child, they just walk away. And those are supposed to be the good people. This is the story. This is the things that I had an issue with the stories. Like those who walk away from Oculus, they just couldn't live with the guilt or the burden of knowing that a child has to go through all that in order for them to have their precious little perfect little town. And I'm like, why did they leave the kid behind? They have knowledge of it happening. They've witnessed it. They have all of them together who are leaving could work together to rescue the child, but instead they just walk away to clear their own conscience, but the torture continues. It's a short play, or a short poem or whatever, short story. I don't know if it's written in poem. I don't think it is. It's a stupid short story, but it's kind of like what's going on right now. Nobody's done anything. Nobody will do anything. That's my challenge to you. And we still are going to keep pressing forward as if these people are the same things that you thought that they were previous to that information or previous to any of the other information we've been discussing on the show for the last 7 years. You still look at politicians and leaders, and they're not real leaders, they're false authorities, the same way, as if they're real and not just the puppets of what the true government is that you don't see, because it's not a government, it's the freaking cult, the cult of child and human sacrifice. And when you see it in action and you don't do anything about it, well, that's consent, that's a tacit agreement, that's you saying, I want to be led by child-killing, torturous pieces of shit. And I don't want to do anything about it, and I don't want to protect anybody. I don't want to save. That's what they're saying. That's the statement being made to them. And of course, why not accelerate? Because they know we're not going to do anything, or will we?
Just found out that got released to the public. Now, what happened off the back of that? Nothing. Zero consequences. No arrests. No one's in jail. Still, everyone's forgotten with the next distraction. And I said this is going to happen in my pinned video if you want to go watch it. Months ago, I said nothing's going to happen off the back of this. But because nothing happens, what does that tell the people that are pulling the strings, the puppeteers, the puppet masters, the absolute demonic psychopaths that run this world? We just found out they are. What does that tell them? That if there's no reaction from the public and the average person, there's no revolution, and they can get away with it, that tells them that they can keep doing things. So what comes off on the back of an understanding that they can get away with anything? Things like the hantavirus, which is complete and utter fucking bullshit if you are really, really not paying attention. And if you believe this psyop, if you believe this one, I'm sorry, there is no saving you. You're gone. You're too far gone. You are lost, and you are mentally fucking retarded. Hanta, literally, in Hebrew, means nonsense. It means a lie. It means a hoax. Total rubbish. Which reminded me of what AstraZeneca means in Latin, which is a road to death.
Yeah.
They throw it.
AstraZeneca, road to death.
In our faces. And they have to. It's part of their satanic ritual. They don't get karmic retribution without it. Now, I'm not saying I have the fucking solutions. But what I'm saying is, do not fucking buy into the propaganda machine and into this fucking bullshit psyop once again, because it is just a stepping stone and just another fucking test to lock us in an AI-powered fucking digital prison. Just wake up just a little bit if you're still second guessing all this bullshit. Do you realize what's happening, or are you?
So let me get this
Last
straight.
one.
A mass surveillance company now has access to our health records and food supply. Palantir just signed a $300 million contract with the USDA to monitor the entire US food supply in real time.
Palantir.
At the same time, they hold a $90 million contract with the Department.
Palantir, CIA. Okay, it's not anything different. It's nothing different. This is the Jewish hand in your food. It's a Jewish. I'm sorry. It's the parasitic, vampiric cult of child killing. That's
of Health and Human Services that gives them access to every major federal health agency. And on this map, you can see all the major health systems, including universities that Palantir has ties with. The most powerful surveillance company in the world is now embedded inside 2 of the systems that keep Americans alive. Now, one private company might know what everyone eats, what medications they take, what they've been diagnosed with, and what farms grow the food you depend on to survive. And I'll remind everyone again.
Which, again, more profiling, more data points, more wickedly evil surveillance, and Palantir is the one who threat assess and working with AI, obviously, or as a tool, will target and kill you. Yeah, but will they kill you or will they kill your children? Because that's what they like to target. And if they know the pattern of how you eat, well, they know what to poison. And they know what to raise the prices of in the dynamic pricings when you go to the store. And if you're walking in with your phone, well, then they know who you are. And the dynamic prices will flip with you. All kinds of horrific, horrible things. But the main point is they're trying to murder us.
That this is the same Palantir that has built the deportation tools used by ICE, and they help the Israeli military in Gaza, and they hold active contracts with dozens of other federal agencies. The reason Palantir keeps building this in plain sight is because almost nobody is paying attention. Many people don't even know that they have money invested in Palantir through 401ks. They don't know what politicians are funding them, or how deeply embedded they are inside of the government. We are trying to change that. You can use the Conscious app to surface hidden data on Palantir and hundreds of other companies, so the things that get buried.
All right, I'm going to call it. It is late. But first, hey, I'm guessing. I don't know. HR VAT 88. Yeah, piece of shit though. That motherfucker doesn't let up. There's a couple of them, and they're just pieces of shit. The type of stupid shit that they say. It's none of it. Half the time is complete fabricated bullshit. They don't know anything about you, but they want to try to get at you. Oh, did that knife stick good? Did I make you feel bad? Yeah. No, you're gay and pathetic. Okay, so SemperFryLLC.com. Look at the Rumble here. The same thing happens in FTJ. So if you go to FTJ, you'll see eventually Semper Fi. Boom. Right there. Bam. And there you go over here, Rumble. And you scrolly, and then you see... Oh, it's down here. Semper Fi. Bam. Okay. Dr. Peter Glidden's membership site. We got another member today. Awesome. Use code BALLBUSTERS for 25% off the membership. Somebody sign up for the annual today. Another one. Okay, so code BB5 for 5% off for life, but it's compounded because you're getting a 10% off from the site as well. And on the Fulvic-Humic blend, it's actually going to be a total of a 25% off coupon. And you earn Azure Bunny. So what's the key to health? And I'm being dead serious here. It's simple. The answers are simple. The Jews and let's just call them the genocidal eugenicists, which is the same thing, Kabbalistic genocidal eugenicists, have screwed up the food supply and the soil with all their chemicals, things that force minerals out of the plants when they're growing, even when you're buying the crops from them. Okay, whole food multivitamin. You need 90 essential nutrients. A lot of the deficiencies, the problems that people have that make them ill, that allow them to get sick in the first place, is because they don't have the minerals that they need on a constant basis. We're fixing that, okay? We're letting the body who that knows how to fix itself do the rest. And every once in a while, you might have to throw homeopathic in there, or whatever. But whole food multivitamin, yes, there's selenium in it. And there's lots of other great things in this thing too. Bam, scroll it, look at all the shit, and copper. That says -1%. If you look at the bottle when you get it, it says 4 milligrams, I think it says. Yes. And that's a pretty decent amount. So this has actually changed since the last. They didn't change it on the site, but it's on the bottle. The label is correct. So there's more copper, which is good. So first thing, whole food multivitamin. Next, Alaskan cod liver oil. Okay, right there. That's weird that they put the Castile soap that high. And then you have another Alaskan cod liver oil that's a 415 milligram. Just make sure you pay attention to the difference. There's that one, and then there's this one here. That's a 1200 milligram. All right, 1200 milligrams, bigger pills. Might be good for the adults. The children might want to take a smaller one. All right, so far we have the whole food multivitamin, Alaskan cod liver oil. Moving on. Scroll. There's pure collagen here. I actually have to grab that. All right, scrolling back. Blink. Fulvic-Humic blend right there. Da-da-da-da. So you're going to get 10% off from the Azure Living Well. And then you're going to get 10% off from here. And then you're going to get another discount when you use code BB5. Bravo 5. BB5. If you ever forget what it is, it's right here in big gold lettering. It's also right there. If you want to right-click copy it, you know. All right. Fuck am I? There it is. No, where am I? There it is. All right. And then the last thing of those is the IP6 Supreme with inositol. Oh, getting a little low here. But that's the powder. This thing lasts me quite a while. And I take it daily. And that's your calcium, magnesium, phosphorus, and your inositol. And I hope that that person really believes. I really hope that that person who sends me these emails really believes the shit that they say about Dr. Monzo and Dr. Glidden, because I want that person to succumb to the lies of the allopathic demonic pieces of shit. I want them to poison themselves willfully, and I want them to die willfully because of their adherence, because they say a lot of shit about Dr. Monzo and Dr. Glidden by sending me messages as well. And then they, of course, have to tell me that I'm gay every time and all this other stuff. It's pretty fucking pathetic. Good. I hope that they are that. I hope they believe their own bullshit, and I hope that kills them. I hope it kills them. I hope it's agonizing. I hope they're under the care of a medical doctor very soon, and they just have their way with them. Anyway, whole food multivitamin. Then I always add the core copper, and yes, it does wonderful things. And if you get a little bit of extra vitamin C and some collagen, that might help make the youthful skin again. Core copper right there. Bam. And then there should be a whole food multivitamin. I'm sorry, a whole food C complex right there. Those might be potential add-ons. If you're going to get any of the two, I would get the copper. If you don't want to get the copper, get the whole food C as an add-on. Right? The pure collagen is actually cheap. I'm surprised. There's the adrenal food thing that Dr. Monzo was talking about. I have the trace replace minerals too. But the Fulvic-Humic blend minerals is what you want for your, and it's what do you call it? 1/8 of a teaspoon is like the highest recommended dose, and that'll last you 3 months like that. So get it, and get it quick. All right. Hello? Are you, Ollie? I think they're here. So time for me to go. But anyway, Foodstar is the code for the website. And then you'll see all these wonderful things here. All the hot sauces. All right. And you can, Venom. If you want me to pick for you, the Venom would be a great one. The Smoke Boss. If I have to do Green Genie, I'll do Green Genie. Humsinger. 6 Juice Extra Hot. Spicy Avocado, Whippersnapper, When Pigs Fly. Better Believe It Original. Oh, I love them all. All right. There you go. Who's babbling by my fucking door? I don't recognize that voice. How about you shut up? I'm being serious. All right, anyway. They'll come into my house as a guest and start babbling and shooting your fucking mouth off right by my door. Somebody's gonna get your fucking head cracked. All right. Take care, guys. Have a good night.